dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final Season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or be better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trofi baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
Aikawarazı yakamashi yatsura.
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 hembus kata si Mas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rendam terasa, api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Aku hembus kata si Mas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara,
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, PSI, Raka Muda, NESF, PSM.
And selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-15, minggu ke-5, hari kedua. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Now, semalam kita sudah saksikan perlawanannya actually tak berubah carta Liga punya ranking. Tetapi hari ini untuk Seru Saturday, hopefully kita akan saksikan perlawanan yang lagi seru, sengit dan mendebarkan. And of course, tanpa membuang masa, mari kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pertama, kita ada DX Seoul menentang Team Ray. Now, walaupun DX Seoul tunjukkan prestasi yang cemerlang pada semalam, kedudukan mereka masih sangat rapat dengan Team Ray. DX Seoul yang berada di tangga ke-7 dan Team Ray di tangga ke-8 bakal bertarung untuk memecah jurang dan mendapatkan kelebihan penting dalam perebutan slot playoff. Untuk match kedua, ini adalah satu match yang akan jadi match to watch untuk minggu ini. Selangor Red Giants OG Esports menentang HomeBois. Ini adalah match antara dua gergasi. Ini perlawanan yang telah lama dinanti-nantikan oleh semua peminat. Ketika pasukan lain masih bersaing untuk merebut 4 slot terakhir ke playoff, dua pasukan ini sedang bertarung di puncak carta untuk merebut takhta regular season. Adakah SRG akan terus mempertahankan mahkota mereka ataupun adakah HomeBois bakal muncul? Untuk perlawanan terakhir hari ini, AERO Esports menentang Todak. Satu lagi perlawanan antara pasukan yang kedudukannya hampir sama. Namun begitu, prestasi Todak semalam agak mengecewakan dengan hanya berbaiki 2 lagi perlawanan setiap mata amat penting buat mereka. And of course, kalau Todak masih lagi nak layak ke playoff, dorang kena menang 2 berbalas kosong untuk meletakkan diri dalam situasi yang agak selesa. And of course, di pentas kebanggaan kita, semua detik-detik kejayaan, kejatuhan and of course, memory player yang sangat penting akan berjadi. So, kalau korang tengah tengok dekat rumah, jangan lupa untuk scan QR code dekat bawah ataupun isikan kod ini dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan in-game rewards. Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show to the casters untuk mulakan game pertama di hari kedua. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Rose, and welcome everybody to Week 5, day number 2 of the MPL MY. Season 15 continues to throw a lot of curveballs and show us a lot of surprises, but I think today is finally the day where we get to see teams make it or break it. My name is Gideon Q. Here on the desk with me, it's going to be LaFell and as well as Sadafa. Now, we saw the game schedules. There is an exciting game, but there's also 2 potential decider games of squads who are looking to make it to the playoffs. What are we thinking? Because the clash of the top rookies is going to start us off. Since Season 14, Virgie is going against Season 15, came in.
Honestly, DX Seoul, this will be a statement because they came from the MAL. We have not had any successful teams. Sure, Red kinda, but they basically ditched their whole lineup, brought in someone else. this one, if they stay true with this lineup and they make it to the playoffs, hey, MAL, it's actually looking pretty good.
It's just a statement being made, right, to the grand audience out there that MAL does have participants that are here to party, that are here to compete, that are here to chase that top spot, top standing as well. I imagine that with even more time, DXO will grow to be an even more stable competitor. But the fact that they're already in a position where they could steal a playoff spot from notable veterans in their debut season is pretty big.
Pretty big is one thing, is one way of putting it. Personally, for me, I'm looking to see potential for internationals, right? And I think that DXO is starting off pretty okay, right? They've already taken down some big guns, but I think now that they are powered by the Note 50 Pro Plus coming in from Infinix, our official smartphone sponsor, these guys know what they are doing. Now, show off that phone. It's powered by a MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5G processor for smooth performance, equipped with 144 Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals, JBL2 speakers. The list goes on. It has bigger battery life, so you have longer playtime, less downtime. Guys, if you want to win one, scan that QR code. That's it. It's so simple, so easy.
That easy?
Yeah, that's it. There might be some extra steps afterwards, but I'm not going to go into the details.
Life doesn't have to be hard. But it mostly is. Team Ray against DXO here. My life is pretty hard, but I can't complain.
Hey.
I get to cast today.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what? Worth it.
You gotta cut your life into pieces sometimes. This might not be our last resolve, but with our squads already going through their ping test, you can tell that there is tension in the air. All of our squadrons here are looking for that playoff spot. Maybe not the top spot, but just to qualify might just be enough.
Sometimes that's all it takes, right? Because once you head on into the playoffs, those standings don't really matter anymore. It's just all about how far you can go. And right now, DX and Team Ray are sitting right outside that bracket at 7th and 8th place in the standings. Very, very close, though. A victory here will bring either of these teams that much closer to the finish line.
I mean, like, the thing is, if you go to the playoffs, you have a fighting chance. And for some people, that's all they need. They just need a chance, and then maybe they can do something with it. If you don't go, then there's nothing.
I think there's a couple of things. Both sides have been dealt a pretty uncomfortable hand, right? For DXO, at least they started to change that outfit, man. That jersey change was huge for them. They started to look, this is with their previous jerseys. Their current jerseys looked so good, and they were able to take down long-standing legacy players. Team Ray, they had to play a majority of their games in the earlier stages of the MPL. That's where it gets a little difficult, right? There's no second chances. You have to play really, really hot.
Yeah, definitely. You have to stay hot. You have to stay consistent. And honestly, I do think that DXO have been remaining pretty consistent so far. Most of their series go full, but they're still able to get the victory in the end. And like we mentioned earlier, DXO and Team Ray both sitting just outside of the playoffs bracket, which is going to be our top 6 from the regular season. If they manage to sneak in there, Todak and Team Vamos are going to be looking pretty nervous.
I think the only thing that could really change the board is whether DX Seoul gets a 2-0 here today, completely knocking out Team Ray, and that could affect the potential standings of Todak and even Team Vamos.
Yeah, because again, look at Team Ray, only 7 points here. If they get a 2-0, 10 points, that will make them able to contest for that playoff. So we definitely see for both teams, 2-0 is ideal. But 2-1, you can't complain, because for everyone else, people are looking at Vamos, people are looking at Todak. Vamos only have 2 matches left if they don't get any points. If they don't get any points.
No, it's Vamos, right?
They're going up against AERO.
I mean, they can get 1 point at least, right?
Even if they get 1 point, they won't make it. Because if they have the same points as Todak, they will lose the head-to-head.
Oh,
so
no.
That's the thing. You can't even tie. You have to be higher than Todak. And here's the thing. Usually, the minimum number for you to make it to playoffs is 14 points. So right now, Vamos at 9. If they win 2-0, then they get
13. Hey, wait, no, sorry, 12.
12.
Yeah. No,
that's still short.
So
they are
15 points. If they win 2-0, they get extra 6 points, so it'll be 15.
Oh.
But if they win 2-1, they get 4.
So
They just have to win both their games.
yeah,
And
they have to win both.
And you have to win at least one of them 2-0. At least one of them 2-0.
Yikes, yikes, yikes.
That's tough.
It is tough considering that we have the team of the week. So far, I mean, Cram and Veld, no arguments there for the EXP lane. Like, their stats are ridiculous. We move on because Ivan, I mean, a lot of the members from the HomeBois are listed up here in a majority of the roles except for Jungle, where Hazel, big debut here coming in MPL MY, really showing what he's got, tearing it up.
One of the things that I have to say about Ivan is not just the mechanics, because you hear from interviews coming in from Izanami, coming from Mel Cutie, where they say like, this guy improves their macro so much. So he's the leader that HomeBois has been longing for the longest of times.
Somebody to lead the team inside and outside of the game. I mean, there's just so much value in him.
Right? You can't deny the importance of having a strong IGL. We have seen many players try and fail in the past. Those who succeed, you can really see the impact, the difference that they make on their team as a whole. Players that may have previously been underperforming, when given a direction, when given a pillar, a foundation that they can play off of, it just makes a world of difference.
In a lot of these situations, we're hoping that at least this squad, Team Array, has what it takes to actually try and compete for one of those spots. Because again, they've been dealt a pretty tough hand in the season. A majority of their games happened very early on prior to week number 3. Coming to week number 5, they had time to kind of adjust, change, and look at how some of these teams are going to be playing. But I feel like that preparation can be really rough in MPL MY. It's a bit of a dice roll sometimes.
Because we heard from an interview where I believe Trap said that they're not going to experiment anything at all because they have lost too many times. They just got to stick to what works. I'm worried if it becomes a little bit predictable, where teams roughly know how to deal against them, and also a little bit unflexible, where you know a certain hero, a certain pick is going to be good to counter your opponents, but they're not willing to do it just because it's far away from their game plan.
That's exactly the problem I've been observing with Team Ray as a whole. This team has one specific style of gameplay, which works really well. They're probably one of the more polished teams in approaching that particular playstyle of early game snowball into 5v5 mid-game. But yeah, that's about it, right? Other teams will start figuring out how that's supposed to work, and because of that, they become predictable. Even though their gameplay doesn't have any notable flaws, there are ways that you can play around it. And I think because of that, we've witnessed Team Ray, despite being in MPL a few seasons, never really making it to playoffs.
That's why I'm curious to see, with this lineup here before us, it's going to be DX Soul. With SkyZ, Rasi, Storm came in as well as Siska. I feel like this game is boiling down to that coin flip of who gets red side.
The thing that I like is that DX Soul, they're going back to what made them so strong in MEL. Let Kim In have that utility jungler, and then let Siska use a damage dealer. We saw the Frederator in the jungle as well as that Benedetta in the EXP. Providing Skyz the opportunity to get that Savage against Todak. We have to see if they bring the same strategy against Team Ray.
I hope so, because again, I feel like every single time we talk about, hey, Siska, he can play that damage EXP, they don't let him play it. We gotta wait for another MPL to do it first before they're like, okay, Siska, you get the green light now.
Well, we did see him get that green light. That Benedetta was terrifying, basically prolonging the game for as long as DXL needed to get the turnaround, to get the space and farm they needed to turn it around against Todak. Will Team Ray be able to stand up to that?
With Trap, Virgie, Dinesh, Lazir, and as well as Eevee, I am worried for this squad. They've got a very particular style like you guys have mentioned here. However, I feel like there's too many weak links, right? We don't have that standout other than Lazir to be that secondary carry to ensure the mid to later stages of the game.
I would say as long as Dinesh as well as Virgie has a good laning phase, they can provide space for Virgie to camp a spot for him to catch someone off guard and then give the skill over to Lazir. If they don't do that, it's going to be trouble.
It's going to be a lot of trouble here. Again, high stakes for this upcoming match. Only one of these squads will be able to make it to the playoffs by the end of week number 5. Even day number 3, there's a bunch of games I'm worried about, but we'll get into that when the time comes. With that being said, we are going to start welcoming our teams up to the stage. Let's jump to it.
They lit up the stage with a brilliant performance, toppling Toda in their last battle. Tonight, a full victory is a must to keep their playoff dreams alive. Stepping into the arena, give it up for DX Soul!
Fueled by unwavering spirit and a refusal to back down, they secured a full 3 points last week to keep their playoff hopes alive. Make some noise for Team Ray!
Introducing the coaching staff of the two teams and the head of League Ops Franklin that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From the side of DX Seoul, it's Theo and Backdoor. For Team Ray, it's Ars and Sinhan. Let's keep it rolling with the fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. The last physical contact they will have on this stage before playing in Bloody War in the Land of Dawn. Good luck to both of our squads as they line up and arm themselves with the Infinix by their battle stations.
And honestly, in this matchup, I really feel like the draft is going to be very important because I wonder if Team Ray, they will lock down Kimin by banning out that Fredrin and then ask him, is like, okay, besides Fredrin, what else do you have? If we go back to MPL Indonesia, we've seen Onyx ID bringing the export in the jungle and the Benedetta in the EXP. I wonder if they have that in stock because so far Kimin, his hero pool, has been the bane of the team.
Yeah, hero pool issues have been identified from the side of DX Seoul, and it was a point of contention for DX Seoul yesterday as well in their game against Todak. In Game 2, which they should have been able to take, they lost in the draft pretty hard. We don't want that to repeat, especially against a team like Team Ray.
I mean, let's have a word with DX Seoul first, right? From SkyZ, I'm lucky to grow with this team, especially under Coach Theo, who has shared so much knowledge with me. My teammates are really supportive too during scrims, even when I fall short in certain areas. And I think that, again, this is not a crutch. This is definitely a benefit for the side of DXS. I think they understand that they are a very young team, so they're not super oppressive when they aren't hitting the targets.
Yeah, I appreciate that they don't let scrims be the end-all be-all. You know, like, hey, you lose in scrims. Like, does it really matter? No. Like, if you lose a scrim, tomorrow will still come. Like, things won't change. So just get back up and try harder. I like the support coming in from his team.
Every win, every loss is a learning experience, whether it be on the stage, whether it be scrims, and I like that DX Seoul are approaching the stage with a fervor for victory, but without pressuring themselves too hard to try and live up to the stage, because they are still very new, even with veteran players on their lineup.
A lot of maturity coming in from a new team.
I guess, but even so, it's a bit of a roll of the dice, right? Because they're looking at each other and thinking, if we don't perform and we don't have a reason to actually hold this team together, why do we keep needing to have to give our hearts out? And especially with Team Ray, with the current standing that they have, this could be a mental make it or break it for the team before they finish all of their games by the end of the season.
That is true, that is true. Well, let's talk a little bit more about the rookie faces on the stage right now. We have Kimin, who has been doing a pretty good job this season, as well as Siska. And this was a question we posed. What kind of roles, ideally, do these players want to hold in their team?
Yeah, looking at the numbers here, number 1 and number 3, that so far already speaks volumes to what DX have shown. Of course, when you look at the stats, in terms of win, lose, and stuff, it will look the same because they are on the same team. Now, looking at the total kills here, interesting that Kimin has had 44 and Siska having 98. But again, Siska so far has been that wall, a moving obstacle for the opponents. But this time, again, we want to see if he changes things up and then actually use a damage dealer.
I feel like if they allowed Siska to use the damage dealer, it wouldn't even be looking at assists anymore, right?
Yeah,
I think that at this point, it's like, all right, you've been dealt a different hand. You know, one's going to get a lot more gold than the other has to play as a secondary roam. It's just the role difference.
I think this meta has shown to us that the more flexible a team is, the more options they'll have, the more difficult it is to play against them. I think HomeBois being the most obvious example of that, where the jungler and EXP can interchange utility and damage. We've seen a bit of that from the XS. Will they continue the trend?
Well, let's have a look at Team Ray's very own Vergis. From Season 14, his rookie stats, number 1 in the standings with a game win-loss of 9-14. I think that so far, Vergi is a lot more comfortable communicating with a lot of the Malaysian players, and generally, based on what we've seen, always has this aura around him, especially when he has a teammate that he can work with.
Yeah, and we look at the kill participation, even despite more losses than wins, having 72.5% kill participation is still very, very impressive. So this is the previous season best rookie going up against Kimin and Siska, where even though Siska is number 3, Kimin is number 1, I would say both have an argument to be the best rookie this season.
I think that, I don't know. We'll see by the end of Season 15 who's going to be able to get that award at the end of the day. We've got 15 seconds left on the clock. I'm curious to see which team is going to decide on that first pick, because I feel right now, Red side is just the way to go.
Having access to counters is good. Yeah, I think if you have enough experience, you already know how to draft on either side. But now that the meta's had some time to stabilize, Red side does have an advantage of just generally being able to counter pick. And as we jump into the draft for game number 1, let's see how things go.
Well, we see here that Team Ray already banning out that Fredrin. Now the question is the Kimi, because I feel like for both teams, they really got to respect the Kimi. The only question is, does DxSoul want to ban it out or Team Ray? Personally for me, I kind of feel like DxSoul should let it open and let Team Ray be the one to ban it out.
Yeah, I feel so as well. Although, at the same time, if we are thinking about, hey, if we do decide to get rid of the Kimi, I feel like it's more advantageous for Team Ray to actually get their hands on the Kalia, especially on Red side. I feel like the way that they play so far generally kind of fits the overall synergy of that mid trio. It's very difficult to lose the lane once you have that extra bit of healing, kind of compensates if you make mistakes, and not to mention that their pickoffs on top of having Lazir as the general early game jungler, it synergizes well.
Personally for me, just not liking this Luyi ban, because if you do pick up that Kimi first pick, you kind of want to ban out that Hayabusa, because Hayabusa is one of the junglers that can actually deal with the Kimi. Maybe they're just confident that Lazir prefers something like a Lucas, so they won't have to deal with it anyways.
That's a good shout. Really good shout.
But Lucas is also pretty scary. Yeah, he is a little easier to deal with if you play front to back. But that is a snowball-style hero that is very suitable for Team Ray in general, right? And now that they've banned out the chip as well, thereby removing most global presence off the map, it creates a question. Kimi is a pretty obvious first pick, but then you have things like the Hayabusa and the Kalea to worry about. Harif is also left open with Phoveus banned.
Yeah, now, like, I really do feel like either Kalea Haya or Haya Harif. Either or, like, there's a lot of good combinations here for the openers for Team Ray.
I think that they can technically go...
For me, Haya Harif.
Haya Harith is good.
Or
I think that Lucas Kalea is also pretty good as well, because now it's like, oh, you've already technically picked your mid laner, and if you decide to throw in a mid laner, we just need our third pick to be our mid that can actually shove out the lane super fast. Now, Kalea, as expected, last pick before we start hopping over, gonna be Harith. Interesting.
For me now, it should be Gatot Haya, because Kimin is like one of his best heroes is the Hayabusa anyways. And the Gato Kacha can deal with the Kalea.
I agree. Actually, we saw the Kalea Harif opening being used like 2 or 3 times yesterday, and it didn't really work out at all. There are very obvious counters to it. Now, Phoveus is taken off the table, so that's one less thing to worry about, but the Gatot is still going to be a pretty big issue, and like you mentioned, Hayabusa is still very solid. They go with the glue instead,
Not sure about this glue.
No, this is too early. Right? I feel like this is really early. Hayabusa, okay, sure, thumbs up, you know, but afterwards, glue, you might have a bit of trouble. All right, so now, which do you prefer? Obviously, there's the guaranteed counter pick in terms of Fire Mist, but there's also a pretty good argument for Vexana.
Yeah, and honestly, even that Lucas as well.
Yeah.
Like, if there's not many junglers up anymore, like you don't want to use a Suyo and such, pick up the Lucas and then force DxSoul to ban out that Fire Mist, right? Because then at that point, you kind of win in the bans, because DxSoul, they have to throw away one.
Chose me to vanquish the
All right, they pick up the Suyo.
This world.
Not a big fan of the Suyo here.
Hey, but you know, Sakura, Sasuke, marriage always works.
Hey,
you know?
power couple.
Right, and then you
I
got
that marriage.
Killua. You got Killua. You know, this is a whole enemy lineup. They got a big buff here.
So now they're gonna pick Xavier. And then they're going Julian EXE. Then they've got the full anime lineup, shonen for life.
Right, at this point, it's a bit tricky because you don't know if this Kimi is gonna go mid or gold.
Yeah.
I would say ban out like the Gato Kacha. The Gato Kacha still hasn't been picked up, and you don't want that to counter your Suyo and your Kalea.
Totally agree with that one.
To me, your fun is all
It even counters Harif, so Gatot would be a very important ban actually for Team Ray. Yeah, I agree with you, and they don't really know why the 1-1 was banned specifically, even those guys that did get a savage yesterday, like, I don't think that's enough of a reason. Fair miss is obvious, though, from the X.
I mean, it's clear that from Coach R's position, it's like we are playing for trap. We're not talking about early game. This is a trap-centric lineup. We have everything to make it work. We've got the Swiss Army knife of the jungle on the Suyo. We got the Kalia, who's just good in a majority of situations, even if you're not just snowballing off of her pickoffs.
Yep, agreed. And now Team Ray, like, they got options. Personally, for me, I would ban out that Gato Kacha, or they pick it up themselves early and just put it into EXP. They banned the Cho. Now that's interesting because my other option is that Moskov or that Granger. If they really want to go for this gold lane ban, the Cho is pretty interesting for me, especially considering that the Harif wants to use that Purify anyways.
Rassi's Cho did mess with the Kalea quite a lot yesterday, but that's only because they went for the Cho with the Tsunami Slam every single time on Todak. As long as they avoid that, I don't really think they have to worry about it too much. I guess it's just a respec ban, but I do feel like Team Ray have put a bit too many of their chips into respec banning rather than getting rid of actual counter picks.
I mean, this is where it happens here, right? If this is Gatot, that's when you know it's like, all right, we're going to try and lock you out, even at the cost of our own laner sometimes.
They might even say something like a far side just to create more space. Like, I agree, Gatot 100%. Like, but imagine they pick up... All right, there you go.
All right.
That's good, that's good. Right? They got a Gatot here, so now DX Soul, a bit of trouble. A lot of crowd control here coming in from Team Ray, and more importantly, quite tanky. You need something to shred the tanks.
Yeah, I mean, technically, but Glue has already kind of locked them into the positions, unless they decide to play like Glue support. And even then, I'm like, I'm not too against it, but at the same time, it's not really going to provide everything that you need coming into the mid game. Yes, it's annoying to a certain degree, but at the same time, it's like, do you want him to be sitting on top of the enemy jungler? Do you want to sit on top of the Harriet? Like, he's got a lot of options, but you can only pick one.
Something that you can go for is the Claude, where you just, you know, dodge everything, right?
True.
And Claude yesterday does look very good.
Claude or Moskov would be the obvious gold lane picks. They go for Granger instead. All right. And the Hylos. Okay.
So this looks honest. This looks front to back from both teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that DXS, the level of execution is going to be a lot easier. Maybe not so much for Kimin because HomeBois is going to be really precise, but the Yi pick from the side of Team Ray, it's just saying, hey, don't look at our Harith. Look at me. Be me. We're going to fight in this box. It's going to be a kill zone. You have to be careful.
And I kind of feel like you just need that extra range to deal with the Kimi.
Yeah, these are some of the most honest... This is literally the two most honest drafts I've seen in one game in a very, very long time. They are committing to the straight-up 5v5 team fight, mid-game, late game. Early, maybe a little less happening, but that's where Team Ray wants to make things happen.
I mean, I don't know, man. I think that both squads spat into their hands, shook it out, and said, yes, we are going to be honest as we start heading into this game. LaFell, final thoughts on the draft?
Personally, for me, I kind of feel like DX Soul, they have the advantage when it comes to the range, because even if Eve opened up that real-world manipulation, the high loss, he can use the Glorious Pathway to mitigate the slow, and then the Glue can just get on top of the Eve. So, personally for me, in terms of ease, I feel like DX Soul has the easier comp.
All right, it's time to get into the Land of Dawn here. For game number 1 of this best-of-3 series, the laning phase is going to be so important. It's going to determine everything in this battle before we start on heading to the neutral objectives. Good luck with DX Soul playing on the blue side. It's Lazier on the red side. It's Purple instantly getting invaded.
Raskin not going to be able to steal it, but the damage is still done. Lazier dropped the half HP right off the bat.
Yeah, you pick up this Eve to have a better time against the Kimi in lane, and you're already having trouble because you know that the Kalia is going to help the clear. So the EXO right now, they are winning this mid priority, and that's going to be pretty good for them moving towards the turtle.
Yeah, but that's the thing about the Kalia, right? Unless you're able to steal a buff, unless you can guarantee something on the opposite side, Kalia's going to be like, it's okay. You can make as many mistakes as you want. I will top you up. I help you with a Lethal Wander. We have Prio over the top side. Now Skyzed is like, I got to chill.
Oh, it looks like they found the horse though. Rassi in some trouble in the Tri-Brush. Pop the Revitalize, Virgie and Lazier steal on top of him. They're looking for it. Soul Sever secures first blood for Lazier.
Yeah, the thing is, I kind of feel like he could have gone out of there much earlier. It looks like Lazier did not get that camp. He didn't hit level 4. Came in and just going to tap him a bit.
Yep, again, speed of which they are clearing these camps. Mistakes that were made, all right, sure, it gets compensated. And DX Soul now taking the full brunt of the damage. On bottom side, nothing's pretty much happening, but as the mid gets cleared out, they're trying to keep Kimin in check.
Something interesting to note here, it looks like Stone, he does want to be the carry in this game, picking up the weakness finder. So maybe we do have to see Stone being the main damage dealer and Keemin as well as SkyZ just cleaning it up, where SkyZ has that Sky Piercer.
Over titles, right? Connects. Blade Surge doesn't quite though. Ogi Shadow Kill not gonna be committed just yet, but they're already gonna lose one. Ziska pops the flicker, tries to get away. Verzi on top of him. Eventually gets the last hit, though it sure took a while.
Yeah, but this early game is basically done for, with Team Ray securing the very first turtle of the game, as well as picking up 2 kills. Look, Eevee, he's right in the middle of his fight.
Yeah.
Ooh, they secure the turtle, almost steals the buff, but they force Keemin back.
This is unfortunate. DxO already lost a lot of priority here. Losing mid, honestly, the jungle is losing a bit as well. Team Raid not having the biggest leads, only going up to about 1,000 gold lead. The thing is, I kind of feel like DxO, the devs, were definitely avoidable.
Just give up the priority, right? At most, walk up into the lane to deny a potential dive. But let's see how Keemin is going to recover from this, because so far, Lazir has an EXP lead over him. They know he's going to be on that purple buff, and I'm expecting that after forcing out bot side to bring Gatot over here, that they might want to start pushing in.
Yeah, I expect that as well. So far, this is pretty classic Team Ray. They have some of the tightest early game rotations in the entire league, actually. So they want to go for really aggressive early ganks. DxO can actually afford to wait it out a little bit. Their late game scaling's not bad.
Yeah, honestly, really not bad. But my slight worry is that they don't really have any true lockdown against that Harry. And that's going to be a problem. To the point where you see Trap not even bother with the Purify. He just went straight for the Flicker. So I'm just worried that if Team Ray is given the time, Trap is just going to take over the game. Trap is going to aim for that MVP slot.
Oh yeah, he definitely is. I mean, you mentioned it already and put it in the best way possible. Not enough CC, I don't need to bring Purify. I'm just gonna outplay you, right? Rossi, I can keep my distance, I can definitely outplay Siska, but now top side.
Unforced and real world manipulation. Purify already used by SkyZ. He's gonna get escorted out with the Revitalize. It's a 4-man gank top. Team Ray won't find much, but they'll start securing turtle.
But I would say that's enough.
They've chunked him up. They've forced him to recall. They've got the Purify out of him as well.
And the Revitalize.
And the Revitalize coming in from Rossi. So this next turtle should fall into the hands of Team Ray. They've got more battle spells. I mean, yes, they're not going to have the real world manipulation, but so far, it's not like we've seen DxO actually get successful initiations.
I feel like it's fine. The world is pretty fake anyways.
That's true. Still living in the Matrix right now. Good God, when is Neo going to save us? Storm, now with the glowing wand. That's going to deny at least some healing from the side of Team Ray.
And right now, it looks like DxO, they're pretty confident. They're leashing this turtle. You just got to worry because both Eevee and Vergi, they can force an engage, and they can put you in a very bad spot.
Yeah, that is definitely possible. Even though Team Ray were able to get Prio up top initially, they had to go and respond to various parts of the map. So DxO still with control over the turtle. 3-man stun pulled forward by Ziska, but he's getting taunted in. AOG cuts out the rest of the team. Keemin secures the turtle. Verzi gonna get traded over. In the meantime, Ziska still alive, flickers out to safety. Rasi gonna sacrifice himself as the front line, and Keemin gonna finish off Dinesh in the mid lane as well. Eevee, the final one left over in the turtle pit, tries to go for it, but gets grabbed. Double kill to Keemin.
That was good and bad, where we saw the DxO has the confidence, and it looks like they're just telling themselves, like, we can outplay this. Mechanically, we're better, and they definitely showed it there. Good coordination coming in from DxO. When they say go in, no hesitation from the squad. And Team Ray, I kind of feel like they just could have executed it much better.
I mean, they should have had position over the neutral objective in the first place.
He's gonna get chased down by Keemin. He wants it, Lazir! The turnaround under the tower.
Keemin did not want to waste his ult. He thought he could pick it up without having to utilize it. Oh,
Razir is gonna look for it again. Gets taunted under the tower. Glorious Pathway comes out. SkyZ eventually gets the shutdown. Rasi barely surviving with the Revitalize, but that was close.
Eevee, good.
Okay. He's not gonna catch him. He's not gonna catch him yet.
All right.
But now they might catch Eevee, actually. He gets done with the Starling Beam. AOG defensive. He's out.
Get in. Listen, you didn't come yesterday, right? So today this is a starter.
Hey man, I am
the appetizer.
Hey man, I'm just donating blood right now. I'm just donating every single bit, every little drop I've got. Man, I don't get it though. Why was Team Ray so late on the rotation? Why did they not want to have first position over the turtle? A lot of questions that need to be answered, because again, that's how the comp needs to work. They need to have position more than anything else.
More importantly, like you say, yeah, they should have gotten priority. And the thing is, they could have gotten it even though DxO was still there. Rasi, his HP was low enough that I feel like if Virgin just catch anyone, they could have capitalized because the thing is, DxO started the fight and Team Ray weren't ready, right?
Yep.
Team Ray could have done the same thing. They started the fight and DxO, they're not ready. So missed opportunity definitely from Team Ray.
Definitely feels that way, but the next turtle is now up. DxO once again in control of it. Lazier making his way over. Team Ray pops the conceal. Not really gonna be able to find anything with it though. Only the title strike on Rasi, and he just eats it. Gets the stun back. Eevee is eating so much damage from Storm. Traction Pulse pulls him back into the stun. Glorious Pathway as well. Tsunami Slam pulls one backwards, but Rasi's already zoning out the rest. Virgie will go down. Eevee gonna be traded as well. All of DxO is still alive as Teamian picks up the turtle. Rasi eventually falls, but SkyZ already gets the double kill as Lazier will also fall. It is a 1-for-3 trade.
Team Ray, they're getting played.
I mean, I don't
They're
know.
getting played, man.
Prod, pull up the instant replay.
I saw. Here's the thing. Teamian baited everything from Team Ray. Like, oh, look at this. I'm starting turtle. And then conceal. They hurt the conceal. Virgie shows his face. Teamian just exit out and then be like, okay, where are you going to jump? Nowhere. And then Team Ray, they just committed a lot before the fight even starts. And then DxO, they can just commit. Once you know that there's no more Tsunami Slam, Kimi doesn't care. He can go in and he can deal the damage.
I think at this point, they just need Dinesh to drop down the RWM.
Yeah.
Just throw it down.
Someone start something.
Exactly.
Someone got 100 assists, I think.
I mean, we're getting to that point because now Team Ray is forced in a really awkward spot. They had the early lead. Now DxO has been able to outplay two neutral objectives in these two significant team fights, finding themselves 2 extra kills, but more importantly, a 3.5k lead, which technically shouldn't have happened in the first place. So I think that Team Ray, now that they're forced to kind of group up, they need to stick as 5.
Yeah, this is a really awkward spot and unusual as well. Traction Pulse, look at Lazier. Half HP already just from Storm alone. That all damage nerf did not hurt Kimi much, but it sure does hurt Lazier.
Let me just say, if Trap cannot carry on this Harif when he has 3 items completed, I think we can't glaze him anymore. You know, like at this point, like you got a good comp for you to do something, you know?
Oh yeah, you've got a comp designed around you. You've got the kill zone, you've got the extra utility, you've got CC, you've got Peel. Like what?
You got heal.
You got heal. What doesn't his team have? We'll see how this is going to play out because now we look at the items, right? So far, as much as we've said, third item not yet complete coming in from...
Oh, they do find Kimin. Tsunami Slam pulls back the Hayabusa. Oki Shadow kill. Can he keep himself alive? But he's in the middle. 4 members. Lazier gets the kill.
In front of the Lord.
Right in front of the Lord.
They're trying to commit. Glorious Pathway. Somehow, Eevee's able to recall back home. But they're just zoning. They get the mid-tier 1.
Okay, that's still not bad at the end of the day.
Good.
Because now DxO kind of buys that the extra bit of time, right? They're like, okay, we get the position. We can actually, like, you know, drag this Lord fight out if necessary. We already see Lazier down on that bot side, so let's take it chill.
Yeah. Honestly, that was very good. Like, you prevent Team Ray from capitalizing where your jungler died. Is Team Ray going to commit here?
Yeah, they're trying to commit. They know Kimin's still down. He only just respawned. They get the taunt in on the front line. RWM and Zaman Force drops down Ray. Trying to force the Lord down. Lazier will secure it. Virgie jumps in front though. Eats all the damage coming out of SkyZ. So he picks up the mega kill on Eevee. And Siska also finishes off Virgie at the same time. Rasi just walking in front, making sure SkyZ can pelt as much as possible, sacrificing his own life in return. And the EXO still trade 1 for 3.
Trap, no mana, can't keep on fighting. He's already used everything that he's had to hit that front line, but unfortunately doesn't have that Holy Crystal to make it work. Despite DxO losing out on that Lord, it's still a pretty worth it trade. Their composition does need a little bit of time to actually get to that dangerous level. Trap just giving us a bit of a taste and teaser of what he's capable of.
I would say Team Ray had the right idea, just wrong timing, right? The moment you see Kimin die, you should probably force that Lord much earlier. They waited a little bit. DxO, they forced it to be a bit slower because they're taking the mid lane turret. So overall, I would say Team Ray definitely made a mistake, but big shout out to DxO for actually capitalizing and got a good team fight out of it.
I think that Team Ray are feeling a little pressured right now because usually you would expect them to make these decisive movements much earlier in the game. You could say that they want to play without making too many mistakes, right? Rather than playing to win and rolling the dice.
Just worry if they're being too scared.
I think they
I
are.
agree, yeah. Because normally we know Team Ray to be a team that's very good at getting early leads and then snowballing it to end the game fast. But there's a certain bit too much care being put into their movement to the point where their rotations are slow.
Oh, so far, in terms of the goal laners here, rather interesting. Looks like our API might not have corrected it.
Oh.
Maybe a little bit wrong, just a little bit.
Just a wee bit, but at least we can rely on the goal per minute as well as damage.
This score's too high, they can't process it.
It's just 9. It's just 9.
You can only
Maybe
count 4, dude.
It only goes up to 4.
Yeah.
Both goal leaders haven't died. Let's just put it that.
Yeah, they haven't died. They haven't died, and I think this guy's. I'm curious to know how many stacks he has. 4 assists, 5. I'll do the quick math in just a little bit.
I think he has 30 stacks.
Around 30-ish. I think it's like 32 or 36, one or the other. Trapped now with the Holy Crystal. That is the big item power spike they've been waiting for.
So just, you know, make a big play. Actually, it doesn't even have to be that big. As long as Eevee gets someone with the Unbreakable, just 1 or 2 people, that should make it so that Trap be like, okay, you know what, I got it. If we get at least 2 kills, that's it. We don't have to commit for much anymore.
And now they're forcing a movement to the top side of the map as they look to trade tier 2s, top and bottom, but no commitment from Team Ray to actually secure the T2 on bot side. Good play from DX Soul.
Storm now having that Holy Crystal, Sky Zed with the Sea Halberd. Honestly, big power spikes coming in from DX Soul here. Team Ray is going to have a harder time actually maintaining their presence in the fight because that Kalia ain't going to stay alive very, very long.
This is the point of the game where overall team fight damage peaks in the mid game for both teams actually. Even though DX have a 4K lead, it doesn't matter if they end up losing a team fight here. Team Ray are not out of the game yet.
Yeah, I think the real question is how efficiently can Team Ray use their ults to get profit out of DX? Oh, God. Virgie getting chunked out pretty hard. I mean, you're right, LaFell. He's not going to be able to stick in the fight for too long.
They instantly conceal. They see Eevee all by himself. Rasi goes in for the stun. Siska keeping his distance, making sure his backline is still defended in case Ray goes for a dive.
Yeah, Virgie right now, he should try to get some procs to heal.
Ooh, the flicker forward. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Rasi back into the team. Here comes the OG Shadow Kill. Revitalize keeping Rasi alive, but he will eventually fall. Virgie gonna get traded over. OG comes down inside the Tri-Brush. RWM gonna cancel straight away. SkyZ is a monster in the backline. Picks off Dinesh. And now Team Ray is cut off from their escape route. We can see the glue just on top of them. Storm with the killing spree. SkyZ with the double kill. And Travel get picked up as well. It's a triple. A wipeout for DX Soul.
That was very iffy. Out of all the targets, you went for that high loss on a choke point where you yourself can't run away. Like, I feel like that's the end. That's GG. DX Soul saw a mistake coming in from Team Ray, and now they're ending it.
Yep, it's over. Tsunami Slam is going to come through. Storm is like, don't care. Got minions. Got this big Starlium gun. Gonna do my job. Well done. Very decisive game coming in from DX Soul. Those new jerseys giving them a new perspective on the game, but they don't seem to miss a beat when it comes down to opportunities.
You could tell there was a focus. There was a direct goal that the team was playing around, as well as the initiative to take and create those opportunities on the map, forcing Team Ray to pay for more careful gameplay. DX Soul is showing that they have put their weeks on the MPL stage to good use.
Let me just say, if DX Soul can do the impossible of winning 2-0, who would have thunk? After 5 weeks, they get a 2-0. If they do that, 3 organizations will be sad.
Oof.
The first one is Team Ray, of course.
Yep.
The second one is Vamos.
Oh, no.
The third one is Todak.
Oh,
That
boy.
can't possibly be.
How with one match, you upset 3 different organizations, and 2 being the veterans here in MPL MY.
Hey, maybe that's just the MAL difference here. That's all they've been needing this entire time. People have been looking down on them as just the rookie squad, but so far, with the help of their veterans and also the amount of growth that we have seen, it is good that even when push comes to shove, they're not playing as scared in comparison to Team Ray. They look like they don't want to make any mistakes, man. They're like, guys, we have to stick to 5. We can't get picked off too soon. We can't seem to be holding these positions this early on.
Dude, like, it's sad. He even got the Holy Crystal, but then what was the decision there? Going for that high loss, using everything on him, and then having nothing left for everyone else?
Well, I mean, I mentioned it before. They need to be really efficient with their ult. However, there is also the question about where are we kiting to? Why are we kiting down to the lane? And why are we chasing him in? Even though we didn't lock him down, he's got quad shadows as well. It's not like we're one-shotting him any soon. So, well, what? Huh?
They didn't position themselves correctly in the first place. This is a front-to-back lineup. You control a zone, but if you leave your backside vulnerable, that's what happens. You'll just have SkyZ walking in from the flank in your own jungle and getting MVP for game number 1.
He really took advantage of anybody who was out of position. You don't follow that front to back. You try to go left and right. Oh, that's perfect, right? That means nobody's in that front blocking the damage coming in from your death. Sonata. DxSoul has found some reliability in SkyZed on this Granger. He puts himself in safe positions. He doesn't miss too many shots. And more importantly, he really works well with the initial damage that we see from Stoem.
I would say I was a bit worried, DxSoul playing yesterday against Todak and then being the first match for today, like where they get gassed out, because that's the problem with DxSoul. But I don't know, man. Looks like the warm-up really helped them out, because in game number 1, not only did they make minimal mistakes, but they capitalized so well onto Team Ray, where usually we talk about this with more veteran teams. Don't make a mistake in front of them. They will capitalize. And DxSoul looking like a veteran team here.
I love it. I love it. I love it. But the question really remains, is it going to be enough to get that 2-0? Because now Team Ray, they're probably going back to the drawing board. They're like, guys, we built this entire comp around Trap. He gets his 3 items. We still can't do anything. What are we doing wrong here?
I feel like one of them, maybe you got to respect that Kimi, man, because that Kimi, the fight hasn't started.
Yeah.
And the Kimi already does a lot of damage.
She pokes you out very efficiently.
In Virgie and Eevee were both eating half their HP before most fights even started. That's why this Kimi is getting banned by other teams now. I think, unfortunately as well, Team Ray is not just a momentum-based team in the Land of Dawn, they're a momentum-based team outside the Land of Dawn. They really need to have that energy behind their games to push for quick victories. And they were not able to get that this time. I believe they mentioned previously, they're gonna try and focus on their own style, not really shift up anything. But I'm worried they may have paid too much attention to sticking to their own style.
And you mentioned it. Yesterday we saw Kalia Hare, abysmal win rate. Like this combination, maybe it will work for higher level teams in terms of their chemistry. I don't know.
Great vocab. I'm loving the vocab.
Thank you. I'm like, how do I say this without sounding mean? You know?
I mean, I think that unfortunately for Team Ray's side, there's actually a lot of things they could have done in the game. Like, there was a lot of advantages that they have that they didn't really hold on to. Their read on the map was especially weak, right? Oh, we could take position over the turtle right now. You know what? Let's chill. Let's actually help out our jungler, clear his jungle faster so that we can get that position first. No, you don't need that. He's already playing Suyo. He already, even if he does use his retribution early, you can just stall out the fight, which is entirely what Team Ray wants to do.
I'm still confused why they didn't take more aggressive positioning after their first gold lane gank, right? They already forced out resources from SkyZed and Rasi. No more battle spells. They were in position in the gold lane, already controlling the river. They just back off.
What about the turtle?
And then suddenly the turtle is not 50-50. DxSoul has control of it instead.
That was so weird.
It really was. That's why I felt like Team Ray is just playing not to make mistakes, rather to not even lose, right?
Yeah.
Very passive. I think that at least this is a wake-up call. Team Ray, I'm hoping that coach is looking at them. It's like, guys, why are we playing like, you know, a fox with a tail between its legs? We got to be brave.
The bad thing is here, Gideon. Let's say Team Ray woke up, and then they reverse sweep this, and it becomes a 2-1. Their points right now is 7. So even if they win, they get 9 points. Nowhere near enough to actually contest for that playoff spot. They needed a 2-0 here, Gideon. That's the big problem. That even if they win, they can't feel that good. Like they can keep their slot for sure, but
Team Ray has been in this position so many seasons.
Right?
Just that 7th, 8th, 9th place hover.
I mean, as long as, I mean, they can hope, right? They can give themselves the best shot. If they just 2-1 DxSoul here, they just fingers crossed, hoping that the team just above them.
Yeah, just 2-0 SRG.
Yeah, just 2-0 SRG, no big deal.
Yeah, that's their last game too.
Yeah, so, you know, they kind of needed to win this one.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Maybe SRG's kind that,
Wait.
you know, like, here's a 3-pointer for you.
Let me just say, Trap did say that he wanted to solo kill Innocent.
You're sure?
I mean, SkyZed didn't die.
He didn't die.
So, I don't know about Innocent, you know?
Nah, that's because it wasn't a solo kill, you know? They were playing 5v5 lineups.
Maybe SkyZed is better than Innocent, you know?
I mean, to be fair, the solo, I mean, even in the laning phase, it's not like he got that much of an advantage anyways.
Yeah.
I think he chunked them out at like, what, level 2? And then afterwards, it's like, oh no, what's going to happen?
That's true.
Regenerate.
The only time SkyZed got pushed out of lane was that gank.
Yeah.
And that was 4 members from Team Ray.
Yeah.
Cut to revitalize. Rossi's just like, you okay, dude? It's like, I'm fine now.
At that point, I I'm like, they already used a lot. Like, there's no revitalize. There's no reason for DxO to be holding that turtle. There's no revitalize.
And even if they don't want to go for the initial dive, at least they can pick up on that high loss again. Just keep on punishing Rossi.
Yeah.
Like, Rossi has already died twice. Well, why not a third time?
They're doing such a good job of pressuring the horse all throughout the first 2 minutes, and then they just suddenly decide, we don't want to anymore. I don't want to play with you.
Animal abuse is pretty bad. Animal abuse is pretty bad.
That's true.
It is pretty bad.
That's true.
But is high loss really an animal?
Well,
Half animal.
He might have that dog in him, but he might not be that animal.
hey, look. No matter what, whether it's domestic or whether it's animal, abuse is abuse, man. Doesn't matter which side of the horse you're going to be beating on, it's still the amount of damage
Look
you
at this.
take.
Dude,
Dude,
like
so-
DxO, they just kited everything, and then Team Ray, they just made bad decisions.
They just keep on making bad decisions, dude. I think that Dinesh, honestly, he could have just sat in the traction pulse, ripped his ult. Just ripped his ult.
Yeah.
Slow down the initial attack, and then afterwards, if he's about to die, that's when he drops it and flickers out of the way. I mean, there's a lot of things that could have been done very, very differently, but a lot of it just boils down to, I have first position, and Storm was like, no, artillery. I'm going to make you dig those trenches deeper.
Yeah, I feel like there's nothing wrong with positioning more safely because the front-to-back lineup is kind of meant to wait for counter-engage in the first place. When you have Eve and Gatot, you want your opponent to make the first move and then you act on it. But the act was a bit slow. And even in this spot, the tri-bush ambush onto the tank, leaving your backside exposed, using the AOG to try and hard CC Rasi out of all people. A lot of bad decisions.
You know what? Here's the thing. I want to help out all teams here in MPL MY.
I respect that.
By explaining one thing. All right? Kalia is a support. Kalia is not a tank.
No.
Like, just play it that way. Because the problem is, too many people think that Kalia is a tank. You think Kalia is something like a Hylos. No, Kalia is not even a Cho. Kalia is a support. If you guys don't believe me, open up your game and it will say fighter/support. Her stats are the same as a support. Who else is a support? Minotaur. Minotaur ain't a front line. He heals people. And then if someone dives in, you jump back in. People are playing this Kalia like she's
Esme.
Sure, the tankiest B word around, but she ain't. She ain't. And that's just not how Virgie plays it. Like, he needs something tankier, and it's not Kalia. I feel like the Jawhead was open. He could have just, like, if they really said, like, oh, we're just going to keep on using what has worked. Jawhead has worked. Why didn't you pick it up? If you really wanted leash for your CEO, hey, that would have been pretty fast.
Like, we're starting to see this trend, right? Because when the season started, Kalea first pick was the big thing.
Yeah.
Everyone was first picking Kalea on blue side. Why aren't we seeing as much of that anymore? Why is she being let open on the red side? Why do so many of the top teams just ignore her in general?
She's draft specific. Trust me when I say she's not a Swiss Army knife. She is draft specific.
Oh, yeah. And not to mention that there's two big counters. Gatot, Zushin, Gatot being the major one here, which again, they tried to deny, but even so, it's like, what are you exactly forcing out if you're not using it to get neutral objectives? Regardless, it's really, really tough to say, but we want to thank the official Mobile Legends Esports watch Fairy, made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather, and it comes in 3 colorways of green, black, and as well as blue. So if you want to feel a little special, treat yourself to a little gamer gear, a watch, or maybe some extra jewelry, which you can check out at Fairy World. Go on to it and follow their TikTok. They promoted all of their stuff. They've done collaborations already, and they were also part with us during M6. So you can check out all of that and more.
Let me just say, no Yuzong was hurt in the making of this watch. Probably.
Maybe.
Probably.
Maybe they kill a few Yuzong.
Maybe it's just the black one, man.
It's genuine dragon leather, though. I mean,
maybe Yuzong's not a genuine dragon.
True.
Maybe he's just a
true. That's true.
You're right.
If you
about
watch
that.
One Piece, he might be a fish.
He could.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair. That's
If you guys don't watch One Piece, you guys will not understand it, right? It might be a fish.
Chat's just having zero fun. They're like, I don't know these One Piece references. I'm all about Naruto, man.
Do you know Staffa?
Come on.
I'm doubting myself a bit.
You know, we'll get into it later. We'll get into it
I
later.
can tell you, but then spoilers, you know?
Yeah.
I probably know it. I'm just not 100% sure.
For sure. Now, let's look at our MPL Insider. With Team Ray, with only 3 matches left, it's do or die to get into the playoffs. How's the team feeling? Lazier says, we don't feel any pressure. We're just enjoying the process and playing like how we do in scrims. And AV's like, we're quite comfortable. We can get a 2-1 against the X and MV, but if we get 2-0'd, that would be a bonus for us.
Well, they did say they can get a 2-1 against DX, so maybe this is part of the plan. Lose game number 1, come back game number 2. There we go.
No mention of SRG in any of that.
They just like...
Don't worry about that one.
That's rap.
That's a different league. That's next season.
We'll think about that at a different time. So far, based on what we've seen, despite Team Ray actually getting access to the red side, it just wasn't enough.
Yep.
I think that there is too much commitment in their drafts to be like deny pick, counter pick, and making sure that their comp isn't overall just, well, hard countered.
I kind of feel like for both teams, honestly, in the draft, I feel like both of you guys felt it as well, but the priority is not where it's supposed to be, right? Because I kind of feel like that's who you didn't look good. If Lazier knows how to use the Hayabusa can do with the Kimi, get that first. The Harif, sure. Kalia, you could have delayed it much later.
I mean, they could have, but let's talk with our glue player, Siska. How did it feel beating Todak, especially with that triple kill? And he says, I'm happy because we scrimmed or met them in tournaments before. They always destroyed us. We never even got a point off of them. As for the triple kill, it was luck that I could buy immortality. Right after I got the kill, my gold was suddenly enough. Ngam Ngam can buy emo.
Did he actually say ngam ngam?
I think he said ngam ngam, and then you just don't know how to translate it into English.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, you know what?
It's just enough. Just there.
Okay, that's the direct
Just
translation.
good.
It's just ngam ngam.
Just good enough. I just saved up enough of my pocket money to buy myself a second life.
Yeah. Just had to.
But he did actually buy that more like midway through that fight. That's actually insane. Like, it is true that up until now, Todak would have been such a huge hurdle for most newer teams, for most MAL lineups. And DX just kind of ran them over.
Yeah, just got a savage.
Yeah.
Just got a savage. No big deal.
The second goal leader to get a savage this season.
Oh,
right?
that's a fun stat.
Innocent has 2 savages, and Skyzet has... And Skyzet... Wait, it was Ruff. I think Ruff is the second marksman to get a win on a Moscow.
Yeah. Absolutely butchering global win rate.
It was against OB though, but you know. Yeah.
Hey, small wins go a long way as we get into our second game. The drafting phase has begun. Let's see where these teams are going to end up, because I'm expecting DXS going to be on the red side. Second pick, Team Ray, blue side first pick.
All right, DXS, Kalia Hari first pick.
Please
and then watch this go to game 3.
No, it's not going to go that way. I trust in Coach Theo. He's been really intelligent with the way that he's been drafting for the second half of the season.
But that's legitimately what they did yesterday, though.
Look, they've learned their lesson. They've learned their lesson. I swear. I promise you. He won't do that, right?
Gideon, have you felt disappointment in your life?
Every day.
Well, today's a new day. You haven't gotten disappointed just yet. We got to start things fresh. Me?
Has Gideon gotten disappointed yet today?
Every morning, baby.
It's like 1 something.
Every morning, I get up, I change my underwear, and I'm like, I'm sad. Now, Sinhan means heartbroken in Chinese.
Oh.
Curious if the IGN came from a player or a painful moment.
So
that was very...
So have you felt Sinhan today, Gideon?
Don't say that you felt Sinhan. That's like legally not okay.
Hey, I don't know. We sleep in the same bed. It's crazy.
Maybe that's where he got the name.
Folks.
Hey, we love it.
Sinhan, don't say you love Sinhan, all right?
I love that heartbreak.
Stop.
I'm just a masochist that way.
All right, don't first pick the Kalia.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
What else is open here?
Kimmy is banned.
Kimmy is banned this time round. Howarth could be the first pick for Team Ray if they want to do it again. They're like, Trap's like, guys. Jokes on me. That was me that round. I'm going to turn it around. Blocking that Howarth, dear God, please.
No, I mean, like, he could do good with the 1-1 because he opened up the 1. Like, he was the one that was the first one to use it. All right, Kalia first pick. There we go. Second pick is going to be the Harry.
Hey, DXS, we're not going to get Howarth Kalia anymore. I told you so.
Hey, you're right.
Yeah,
I told you.
You're not in the way we were expecting.
You're not Sinhan, man. You're not Sinhan.
Still with a full heart. Let's see, Theo, where are we gonna go with this? Are we gonna immediately get the Gatot here?
Gatot Haya,
Yeah, I think Gatot higher.
right?
Gatot, no,
Or Harif, whatever.
you know what? You know
I
what?
don't think you have the prio Harif, actually.
You don't have to, but considering how SkyZ has been playing, it's like, you know what? Dunk on him. Dunk on him real quick. Break his confidence right here, right now, and let's 2-0 him.
But if you leave the Harif open, it's a very high chance that Team Ray will want it.
Yep.
And then you have Moskov or Granger or Claude. You know?
It's all right. Just dunk on him in lane. I mean, he didn't die the last time. He might as well just keep on doing it this time. Oh,
Haya glue.
They
So
just like glue.
Ooh.
no one has picked up the Faramis against the glue. Let me just say that. No one has done it so far. Harif Faramis.
Please don't. Please don't. Don't do this.
Admittedly, it would be kind of funny.
It will be pretty funny.
It'd be kind of funny.
It will be the funniest thing that
You could,
happened
if you're
this year.
gonna go Harif, you may as well grab Gatot now. Then you have Kalea
is true.
Gatot again.
Faramis Gatot might be okay.
I think, yeah. Either or would be all right. Fairness Gatot, Vexana Gatot.
Although, at that point, I kind of want the Gatot to be Roam and the Kalia to be EXP.
Yeah,
Like, 'cause
I
you need
agree.
Some kind of like front.
I actually agree.
Chose me to
Fight
vanquish
for the
the shadow.
ultimate
We'll see.
Oh, Hilda, right? Okay.
Okay. At least you have a proper front line here.
I feel like they're just going back to the basics, right? They're just thinking about it and they're like, all right, guys, last game, we kind of sucked. We can all admit that. We played like we wanted to lose. Now let's play to win.
And
There's
there's
the 1-1.
the savage 1-1 from yesterday. I still do question the Suyo. Like, yes, he's a Swiss Army knife, but there are stronger junglers, right? You still have Lucas, you still
Maybe
have
you need a
Joy
cannon.
around.
Right? A knife is not enough.
Yeah, maybe
when you're
a
going
knife
up
is
against a
not
guy
enough.
that has lightning.
At this point, Team Ray has put Sakura and Sasuke together more than I've seen them in Bordeaux.
Hey.
Hey.
They're trying to, this is a statement. This is a statement. It's like, we need more of this couple action.
We
We're
ship
not
them.
getting it, so we're going to do it here.
Actually, I feel like on board though, it's enough. I feel like I want more of Sasuke, Sakura, enough.
Really? I feel like we've had a lot of Sasuke.
Although I like one where Sakura dunked on her daughter, Sarada, and I feel like that was cool. Because I feel like that really shows how Asians raise their children to be stronger.
You didn't get A's? Whoop! Just the quick pow, leave the ground.
If you don't get A's, I'm going to destroy your school with my fists.
Just with one.
And then I'll heal myself back up, probably.
Because why not,
Yeah.
right? Just a flex on him. All right, the second phase, once again, we're seeing the farm is banned out. We'll see whether or not they're also going to get rid of the
Time
Vexana
and
alongside it,
tide
but
wait
no,
for
they're
no
going to
one.
leave that open,
Is
get rid of the
not
Beatrix instead.
They're like, hey, you want that Harem again? bro, you want to Harem again?
Do it one more time.
Just do it. We don't have catch, you know?
You don't have catch. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What are you nervous about? Mobius is already banned out, so you can't really punish our dashes, but you can have serious lockdown.
Yeah. I wonder what else does Team Ray want to ban out. They ban out the Franco. I mean, like, to be fair, they did use it yesterday.
Basically, they're getting rid of heroes that can keep someone in one spot long enough for the crossbow of Tang, but is this a bit too hard-handed, you think? Like, is it too much to ban?
I don't know, just lock in the Gatot. I think they've already got a winning draft at this point.
Oh, yeah.
There's
That's
like literally
still open.
nothing they can do.
Oh yeah,
It
it's
is still open.
Yep.
Oh,
wow.
man.
Ooh.
Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed?
It might be the first time for DX to get a 2-0.
Yeah.
Might be. I don't want to
Okay.
jinx it.
I think the only way that TR is going to be able to make this is it. Oh man, I'm asking for so much. Dinesh, he's going to play the game of a lifetime, right? At this point, if he plays Farsa, it's going to get punished. If you're going to play Eve, you're also going to get punished.
Agree.
At this point, just go for the Vexana. You have direct counter to Siska if he decides to do something crazy. I mean, all right, sure, play Farsa.
Look, Farsa isn't really that counter. You're only worried about the Hayabusa, the Glue, and the Gato Kacha. That's only 3 out of 5 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, like you open your feathered airstrike and then Gato jumps on you, just dodge. You use your feathered airstrike and then Glue use your second skill on you.
Oh, no! Now they've all
Okay, 4 people. No big deal. Only
4 out of 5 people.
Only 80% of your opponents can deal with you. That's it.
We'll take a 20% chance.
You know,
At this point, you want 1-1, 100%.
You know, the worst part about this is Dinesh is going to be left alone in the mid lane by himself with no supports to help him out because Virgie is most likely going to do the same thing and help leash Lazir's jungle in the first
Sasuke don't need that support.
He don't need that.
It's fine.
Sasuke prefers being alone. You're his wife. You should know this.
He'd rather hang out with other people's kids than you.
He'd rather get milk.
He's been getting that milk for a long time.
Oh, yeah, he has. He calls them travels. Now, DX currently 1-0 against TR, but the composition is looking so good. Theo has done a phenomenal job as we start making our way into game number 2, the deciding factor here for DX to ruin the chances of 3 other teams. As we get into it, TR going to be playing on blue side first pick, starting on that purple buff. In comparison, DX Soul, red side second pick on orange buff. LaFell, talk me through these comps.
Actually, I'm just wondering what if this teammate just wins this one. And then we're like, you know what? It's just the start of the day. Because right now, Danish is actually having a better laning phase against Storm. But just don't stand too far ahead. This time, Virgie not actually helping out. Suyo maybe is like, you know what? You're a big, strong man. You can deal with the buff yourself.
So the thing here is, even though Team Ray does get countered somewhat with some of their heroes, Kalea, Hilda, Farsa is a very strong early game comp. Never mind, ignore what I said. Eevee has the use flicker already. DxSoul chasing him down. Revitalize coming out. He's still alive. Lazier's coming back in. Virgie gonna chase him down. Eevee gonna fall as the first blood, but Storm ends up traded as well. Rasi now stuck between a rock and a hard place as Virgie picks up the double kill. Siska drags himself back over the wall. Virgie wants him, but it's one hit away. It's still a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Ray, though.
What do we say about this game, man? What do we say? I mean, like, there's a chance. Team Ray has 2 kills to 1. It's on the roamer. If I was the XO, yo, give Virgie 1 more kill.
Yeah.
So that when we kill him, we get shut down gold.
I would say, hey, you know, Jago, you know, just gotta
He almost had it, actually.
Woo!
He almost had it. They're like
did.
thinking, this guy, you should have died to him too.
Honestly, they really should. I think that regardless, Team Ray is walking out of the situation as the victors, right? The majority of the kills unfortunately landed on Virgie, but kind of so what, right? Nish didn't end up dying. The fact that we did see only Eevee die is not that bad because he's still going to hit level 4 on time.
Yeah. The thing is, for Team Ray, Dinesh, Lazier, and Eevee all got assists. So a lot of assists is already gone on to Team Ray.
Wait a minute.
Are you surprised that DxSoul has control of the turtle?
They have 6 assists from 2 kills.
They have 6 assists from 2 kills, but I love the fact that Eevee is like, I'm going to take 1 minion. Dinesh takes 2 minions. We both don't hit level 4 at the right time, and we still have to drag this out so that Virgie hits 4.
All right, now.
Pistol arrow connects with Eevee. Oh, Tidal Strike connects with him, and he gets dragged back in with the Tsunami Slam. Thunder Strike bursts him down. Team Ray now fully in control of the turtle. Abyssal Arrow actually connects with Lazier. Storm tries to go for it. Can they find him? He's still alive for now. Storm's gonna get picked up, finished off. Lazier picks him up as well as the turtle. And now Siska is abandoned. 1v4. That's a double kill for Suyo.
Welcome to MPL MY, folks. This is the league where stuff does happen. Let me just say, Gideon, Husky would have completed that Selena combo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Husky would have done it.
I was wondering what happened to Storm. He
was out of range.
He was just out of range?
Was
that it?
Yeah. Like, okay, so his second skill dash in, and he used the first skill for the claw.
Yeah.
And
then he trapped after.
Yeah, you know the animation was like, front back, like, bro, commit.
Exactly. It was a little awkward, right?
It was awkward.
I think it's just the wrong order of things. Misexecution coming in from the side of DxSoul, and so far Team Ray just loving the extra gold. 2.3k so far, a much better showing. Oh, a much better showing compared to game number 1. But let's see if they can maintain this lead.
Oh, yeah.
This is looking better. Like I was about to say that the Kalea, Hilda, Farsa combination early game should allow Ray to build up a snowball if they play it correctly. But rather than them playing correctly, I feel like DxSoul is making mistakes, so who knows?
Hey, I think it's still a bit of a dice roll at this point of time. We don't see that the lead being converted into anything. No jungle camp steals. So far, the laning phase is still pretty even overall between both Trappin as well as SkyZ. Their lane is pretty much unaffected entirely. The most we see is that there is an EXP lane when it comes down to both Eevee alongside Siska. Came in as well as Lazier. Yes, also a level lead going in for Lazier. The last interaction got him 3 extra kills, which is great.
And right now, looking at Team Ray with 2,000 gold lead. Dinesh, by the way, has 100% kill participation. I don't think they can get a kill onto Siska here, but I feel like if you can take that flicker away, it should 100% be your turtle. Or, you know, don't get a flicker. It's okay.
Or just don't contest with the turtle and just run down bot side, right? Again, it's not like the EXO don't have options, and they don't necessarily have to be here if they're not prepared for it.
Looks like they're still gonna try and contest. EV's in the flank though. They find Rasi inside the bush, gonna get knocked up with the title strike. Feathered airstrike zones away Siska. Lazier will secure the turtle for Team Ray.
Much cleaner for sure.
Yeah, much cleaner for sure. They didn't know where Keemin was.
Keemin?
Oh!
I don't even have any words to describe that. The gank succeeds. They find Keemin, who still had his ult, by the way.
I mean, there would be no time to channel it. Oh, here we go, AOG.
Now they're gonna try and connect. Instead, Tidal Strike gonna pull Rasi up. Revitalize comes in though. They're chasing him down. Trap finishes off the tower. And there's just no way for them to follow up. Lazier gets the mega kill on Rasi.
This comp does not have the wave clear necessary to make these types of plays actually work. Do they have burst? Yeah, sure, but only if you land all of your abilities. If you want to defend these towers, it's gonna be really, really tough.
Say what you want, DxO is showing consistency. What other team gets 3 games off of everyone except SRG? That's my boy. Consistency. 2-0, too much to ask for.
That's fair. That's fair. I will not deny that. But at this point, Team Ray seems like they are back, back into the early game gas.
Because right now they got burst and they got very good DPS coming in from Trap, right? So you have ways to deal with squishies. You have ways to deal with the with the tankier guys. So the draft does look okay. The only worry was that DxO was able to punish this Pharsa. But if the Pharsa is not punished, legit doesn't matter.
Yep. I think that Keemin even recognizes that even if he does get on top of Danish, there's no guarantee, considering how Team Ray has always been able to make the first move every single time. If he makes a mistake and falls into the hands of Virgie, it's basically over. Not to mention that Eevee is making sure that his every movement is going to be tracked.
And there's a reason this Hilda was banned out in the second phase of Game 1. It just messes with these assassin junglers so hard. And now Keemin finds himself consistently at an EXP deficit compared to Lazier.
Right now for Team Ray, a lot of control here. Looking at DxO, really not sure in terms of the items, what do they really need at this point? Because I kind of feel like they just need to execute the draft well. And, God thought and the glue has to be that guy. You got to stop the main damage dealers. And then after that, it's going to be easier for DxO to do what they want to do. Because as of right now, that's the problem.
I think we're already at the worst case scenario possible, right? Because even if Siska is already fallen behind. Oh, wait, hold on.
As he tries to get caught, he just gets pulled back with the Tsunami Slam. Genius bursts him instantly. Siska tries to follow up, but the Feathered Airstrike is bursting down Sky's head. He just barely gets away from Eevee, which means Keemin can commit the old Shadow Kill and get the Hilda. Finally, a bit of revenge. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Siska, though, dropping real low. They're diving the tower for it. Trap doing a good amount of damage. Siska still alive. Gets the grab, pulls Virgie back under the tower. And Storm picks one up for himself.
Finally, a mistake coming out from the side of Team Ray. DxO is able to get a little bit back here, which is actually great for SkyZ. He gets 1 assist off of it. Keemin actually gets a kill finally, and even Siska getting 2 assists off of it. It's definitely going to help their economy for now and actually alleviate the pressure, but no conversion at all.
I feel like Team Ray, in terms of mistakes, they're just not playing with the cooldowns well, because we saw Virgie getting absolutely anyone and then Trap just dealing the damage. No matter who you're going to get, they are going to die. So I kind of feel like that's already a good way to start the fight. But then as you continue with the fight, you kind of wait for those cooldowns for Trap to be able to have easy access to go in.
Well, speaking of easy access, right now, if we're talking about item power spikes, Trinity is almost complete for the side of Trap. You see that SkyZ is already looking to get the Malefic Gun, very close to it as well. Actually, he might switch things up. We'll see in just a little bit. Even so, first item coming in from Rasi, going to be the Antique, and
this is interesting. Storm went for the Starium Sight.
Yeah.
Right, usually on Aslina, we see the Enchanted Talisman into a glowing wand. So this is very interesting.
Storm dropping real low. They're not able to commit on Eevee thanks to the Feathered Airstrike, but they don't even find Storm actually.
Yeah, but also DxO has no anti-heal just yet.
Yeah.
Hold their Trap, trying to get the tower.
I really don't know, like, if you really want that. If you really want that Starium Scythe, because I would assume having the 1-1 and the Hayabusa, not the greatest of damage, but it should be okay, because what you want to do is just spam your traps and then spam your arrows. So, just a bit of question mark for me. I could be wrong, but I feel like Enchanted Talisman in MPL is a bit better.
Yeah, I think a little more consistent. Oh,
Oh, they find one. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Rasi forward, but the flank is exposed. Rasi will go down first. Oh, Shadow Kill comes out, cancels out the Feathered Airstrike. But Team Ray is so tanky. They only lose Virgie so far. Trap gonna work on Siska in the meanwhile. Takes him out. It's a 1-for-3 right now as DX dismantle SkyZ. Not able to find the last hit as well. Kimin looking to re-enter, but there's no more cooldown. Oh, Kimin with the killing spree. Trades his own shutdown for it.
All right. I mean, it's worth dying for.
Yeah, I
kind of
feel like it's worth, yeah.
I think that Trappy knew he was going to die. It's like, okay, he's got Sky Piercer. Eventually, if he does have Sky Piercer, I'm basically dead anyways. And Eevee's like, don't worry, I'll get the trade back. Sky's it. He just needs to live.
All right.
So close.
Well, he didn't live. So that's kind of bad now.
Yikes. You can't give people praise here in MPL MY.
Not in MPL MY. Although, to be fair, when we go international, kind of the same thing.
The caster's curse is so real.
Pretty much. You just gotta learn to expect the unexpected. For now, DX Solar only 3-man strong. Kimin only just respawned, so Team Ray will get this Lord for free.
Let me just say, Gideon, like, we have many compilation of us saying nice things and then bad things happen. I find it weird when organizations, like, they don't like us saying mean things.
I mean, they don't clip us saying nice things.
But they know.
They know.
They know when we say nice things, bad things happen. So I don't know why they don't encourage us to say bad things.
You know what? You make a good point.
Right? I kind of feel like they should encourage us. Like, yo, my team sucks. Don't you think so too? And I'll be like, yes, maybe.
Everybody sarcastically going, no. Sorry, yeah. Yes. And then we see the next super play.
You just need to get us on camera saying it.
It's going to be a little tough here because we want to keep our eyes on the game. For now, at least finally, we see the Golden Bomb being purchased by Stoem. Now, the big issue is applying that damage, right? Yep. You see a lot of time that these traps are going to be spread out. Trap even getting, wow, oh my goodness. He's already got a Wind of Nature here. I don't know. Next fight's not looking very good for DX.
The problem with DX is they always have to sacrifice one guy. I feel like Rasi, what he needs, oh, hold on.
The flicker, Tsunami Slam gonna pull one forward. This guy is exploded instantly with the Feathered Airstrike. Rasi trying to hold the front line, but it's just too much damage from Trap and Lazer at this point. He gets melted down. Ogi Shadow Kill going on Dinis, but he just flies away. And the Hayabusa gonna get knocked off straight out of the Ogi Shadow Kill. He goes down. Crossbow Tang does nothing. SkyZ just doesn't have enough items, and Eevee's just running them down. Killing spree for Dinis, and the crystal is exposed. Team Ray brings it to game number 3.
Nicely done by Team Ray. Now they're looking back into what they've wanted to do this whole time. Play that early game strategy, hold that lead, and hold your opponents hostage. The chokehold complete this time, but it's not over yet. It's 1-1, an equalization by Team Ray.
And we saw the WhatsApp. They say that they are confident they can get a 2-1. It might go that way. It might go that way. And now we have to see that Trap on that carry is the perfect combination for the Kalia. So yeah, maybe the Harif, like as surprising as it is to say, the Harif was the problem in draft.
Yeah, it just apparently it takes too long. You know, go for the Trinity. It's a lot cheaper to achieve compared to a Holy Crystal.
I'm thinking, should we stand up? Should we sit down? Let's just take a break, you know?
I'm gonna sit down for this one because honestly, it really just boils down to who makes more mistakes.
Oh yeah.
Like, it is pretty crazy to see that 5 weeks in, we are still seeing these suboptimal plays.
Welcome to MPL MY, man.
Hey,
this is where you develop yourself.
Name a better match than DX on losing game 2.
DX and Todak.
DX as well as Todak, yeah.
That's an amazing match.
Because again, it's not like DXS had a bad draft. They actually had a lot of things going well for them. Unfortunately, they just didn't line up with where they wanted to attack on the map.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that carry was the reason why they won. But we have to see whether Trap actually got that MVP or someone else. Could be Virgie.
Could be Lazer.
Could be Virgie. Or Trap.
Or
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I feel like my brain's turned off after that one.
Give something to Eevee.
Yeah, let's give it to Eevee. Why not? He did a lot of work on that Hilda tracking down the Hayabusa for the most part of the game. Let's give it up for our MVP. Oh! It's actually Dinesh!
How did we name everyone but him?
Huh?
We actually named every player except Dinesh.
Hey, look, we're just following the script, okay? You know, we're setting it up for the boy 3-0-11 with a 588 GPM with an 82% kill participation, though.
Yeah.
We talked about how this Farsa might have difficulty because there's a lot of heroes that threaten him, but he does reach a spike in damage earlier than almost anyone else on the map.
This is why teams need to pay us to be mean to their players. Look, we said this Farsa was a bad pick and they got an MVP.
I will put my offer up there for roasting sessions. Yes, I will roast your team for money. Put that on a shirt.
Professional comedian does it all the time.
Honestly, I want that on the shirt.
I want a shirt.
I want a shirt. That'd be great. Honestly, I mean, you got to give it to Dinesh. He was actually really synergized with this team. Every single pickoff, he was there with a feather airstrike each and every time. And this time, it was actually smart of him to go straight for the Lightning Truncheon. It's like, our team is already snowballing out of control. This is going to tip us over the edge.
Yeah, the Farsa was a huge problem for the side of the EXO because they really didn't have a way of jumping into the backline, especially after that early snowball and Kimin getting caught out time after time. This Hayabusa was no longer a threat that Dinesh needed to worry about, which meant that the Feather Airstrike could just come out whenever he wanted.
Now I just want to touch on the itemization of Storm on this Selena, right? Like, hindsight, now that the game is done, we can say that it might not be a good pick. In case you guys don't know how Stardom Scythe works, it's basically like an endless battle. You use a skill, your basic attack is going to do a lot of damage, heal, and stuff like that. But Stone didn't actually have a lot of opportunities, and the one time he was able to get a stun onto Lazier, he didn't even connect his full combo. So that makes the item look kind of bad. I kind of feel like in MPL, where the Selena is mostly about utility, setting something up for your team, zone control, poking people out from the Lord just to make sure that they don't have full control of that neutral objective, maybe something like an Enchanted Talisman would be better. In fact, I think it's even cheaper.
It is a lot cheaper, in a matter of fact. One of the cheaper magic items overall. Although, it's not like it's a non-viable item. I think that Storm
viable.
It's viable. He was looking to one-shot his targets. He was looking to, deal some early game damage. Unfortunately, that just doesn't necessarily work when your front line is Eevee, playing on that Hilda is like, I take the damage, whatever. Virgie has healing inbuilt into the kit, so you probably need to think of that first.
Yeah, I think also DX will challenge Team Ray a bit too early in that initial Little Wonder exchange where they just threw 4 bodies against each other in the mid lane. There's a Hilda Kalea on the opposite side and a Suyo. He's already at his peak at level 3. You are playing at a disadvantage. And note, Team Ray didn't even have a Revitalize, and they all survived.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, Eevee still died at the very end of it. He survived a lot longer than he probably should overall. But I think that the DX will get much off of that. I mean, technically they got the Little Water, but even then it's not like that big of a deal.
Yeah, unfortunately, Stone didn't even do that much damage.
Oh, yeah.
Starlium. Right? So I kind of feel like it's bad judgment. I feel like after game 1, the EXO feels like they can smash Team Ray, especially because they got a good draft. They're like, you know what? A bit of disrespect goes a long way. Like, I can punish these fools, but no.
Maybe that's what sets Team Ray off. It's like, all right, if you play better than us, that's shame on us for not doing better. But if you disrespect us, nah, that's where we draw the line.
Yeah, that's where we draw the line, yeah.
Eevee ate almost as much damage as the entire output of the EXO.
He knew what he was doing, man. He likes to be that sandbag.
That's actually ridiculous. Like, when you look at the damage numbers as well, Kimin actually ended up doing the highest DPS on his team side. And this Hayabusa was the first one dead in multiple fights. Think about that. How does he have the most damage?
You don't take damage in Ogi Shadow Kill, so free damage,
But he was getting caught out so often.
He was caught out so often, but it's not even like it's his fault, right? It's like Eevee is in your face, tracking your every single motion. Because I think that at the end of it, the only way that they lose is if they don't see him coming.
So right now, looking at the highlighted players here, Rich Guy as well as the carry is going over to Lazier. Eevee, no surprise, is the sandbag. And Dinesh, best wingman, 11 highest assists. So for game number 3, honestly, if Team Ray gets that Kalia, now DXWell has an idea, right? I kind of feel like the one that you really need to respect is that carry and Beatrix, because both marksmen can do the same thing. They can blow you up really, really fast. But the problem with that draft is if DXO picks up that glue early, so you have to ban out that Fire Mist, you're trapping yourself, right? You're trapping yourself. I feel like early picking glue is a big mistake in the draft when you have very obvious problems that you're trying to avoid, like the carry and the Beatrix.
I totally agree with you. I think it's definitely more red 4 worthy than anything else. Maybe even a red 5, but that's highly dependent on the scenario. So again, they could start off their initial flex pick, but it's really, really tough to say. Having to commit 2 bans in that second phase just to protect it, especially when you're looking looking to kind of play around Keemin to be as your main your main damage dealer, the main way you start to snowball, that Moskov does end up being a bit of a problem.
And we have to consider, like, you're protecting who? Your EXP. I mean, like, to be fair, the fairness, because of your EXP is going to damage the entire team, yes, but you're basically sacrificing a ban just to make sure your EXP doesn't hurt you.
The EXO could have started with Haya Hilda, by the way.
Yeah. And Siska likes that Hilda.
Like they banned it in the second phase specifically to make sure, hey, Hayabusa gets the farm. Then you just leave it open in favor of the glue, which you have to waste a ban on.
And not to mention that at least for Stolam, he can comfortably play a Vixana. He can comfortably play a Farmus. It's not like we haven't seen him do it before. It's really tough to say how this could get any better from the current scenario. But I think that Team Ray going to be happy with at least taking away 1 game. They are looking to 2-1 this against their opponents. But at the same time, I think that DXS, they're looking at that as like, guys, that wasn't us.
That was definitely...
No, that was them.
That was the out-of-body experience.
No, it was them.
That was their ego.
They've done this so many times.
They've done this so many times, actually.
It's like, you want to praise them, but then you're like, but... we have this thing.
I have so much respect for DxSoul for what they've achieved this season. But then there's games like this. And a lot of that respect like just goes out the window for a moment.
We gotta see those egos. We gotta see them devour each other on the field, dude. That's what I'm expecting. I need to see, you know, the different change in eye color or something.
Personalities, right?
But yeah.
You're watching Blue Lock now?
Yeah, basically, dude. I'm tired of seeing teams be a little nervous to make plays. I don't mind the risky plays, but at the end of it, they need to have the forethinking of what happens afterwards. I think that teams don't think within, hey, we do this play in the next minute or so, but they need to start thinking about the 3 to 5 minute section of what happens after if we do get a successful attempt, and if it fails, where else are we going to kind of buffer it in case our opponents look to attack? That's the lack of foresight is pretty painful.
I feel that. Like, I feel like that's the kind of advice that I usually get, because people ask me, like, when you make decisions, you got to think twice. I don't even think once.
You just initiate.
Yeah.
You're just like, let's go. Let's roll the dice.
In my head, there's only one sentence. What's the worst that can happen?
I see.
Honestly, a lot can happen.
A lot can happen, guys. If there's anything that you need to worry about, it's about getting these new items right now because it's already time. It started on the 2nd of May, but we need to get these items for free. It's all listed down here. You see it in-game. You've given all your opportunities, and don't forget, you can speed up that process as well. So pick it up while you still can.
I think it started today where you can get the, what you call it?
The quiz?
Like the tickets? The tickets for the Naruto or Sasuke
loading bar,
Yeah,
yes.
the loading bar.
I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah. Today they already that. And the Gara one, right?
Gara.
In case you haven't gotten Gara yet, like, you can complete tasks to just accelerate that.
Ooh. Okay, I want to go do that. I've been a little bit lax with doing those tasks. I have to get caught up.
You need
I've been pretty relaxed as well. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't even hit Jonin level. That's the problem. I'm seeing some people.
I haven't hit Chunin.
You haven't hit Chunin? Oh man.
Oh man.
You missed out last week, didn't you? The weekend speed ups.
I was working.
Ah, that's fair.
I was working.
It's okay. You can take the tune-in exams again. You know, you can take it as many times as you want.
You can do it another time.
I mean, Naruto. He finished the entire season without being a Chunin.
Man just missed the exam dates, honestly. He's fully qualified,
hey, my boys
actually.
are here. My boys are here.
The boys are here?
Yeah.
The boys are here?
Boys
All right. Before we get into that, we still have 35 seconds. We need to talk about adjustments. Now, based on blue side, red side, it feels like it doesn't really matter when it comes down to the raw execution. I feel like they need a simpler composition to pull off.
Yeah. I feel like for DxSoul, they just got to be careful of any combination that makes sense with the Kalia instead of the Harif. And you got to respect when Eevee has the Hilda. I feel like for both teams, you got to respect that Hilda because it is a game changer. If it not really a game changer in the sense that makes a big play, but it's about stopping that big play.
Yeah, not to mention that like both of our games, we've seen that Frederick has been consistently banned out, and no team wants to become alpha right now, because especially with these assassins, half the time your backline dies before you can get anything going.
Yeah, I think early game is the big question mark for this particular matchup, because if Team Ray wins early hard enough, they just end the game before you can really do anything about it. And that's what DXS needs to prevent. They gave them too many early game tools last round. In game 1, they did not have that. So if they go back to that same style, it shouldn't be too difficult for them, logically.
Ban Kimi here. You got to ban on the Kimi. You don't want to give Stove that Kimi again.
You know what? Let him have Kimi. Ban out the Kalia, make things really honest. They're like, there's too many things that we've seen, like Gato and Farsa. Sure.
Hey, Kimi got banned.
Kimi makes more sense.
Yeah,
It is
what it is. I'm fine with it.
You know what? Frederick.
As a first pick,
oh yeah, he's not banned.
Not banned. If you're
you don't have to first pick it.
If you're really confident Team Ray ain't gonna pick it up, then yeah, pick up something like what is a prio mid right now? All right, you pick up the Kalia, fine, fair.
Like basically, you either go Kalea or Zeusin first pick, because if Team Ray steals Fredrin, then you already counter him.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they don't pick Fredrin, because that's not really Team Ray's style, then you get him in your second phase.
Yeah. I feel like for DXS, like Fredrin not let through. Maybe pick up like carry Fredrin, because carry could also deal with the Fredrin,
that's
right?
what I'm thinking as well. I was thinking Matilda Fred, but then the problem is going to be the carry anyways.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is a difficult.
And carry, like we just saw in the previous game, such a good combo with the Kalia.
Really, really good combination, especially if you're looking to set up for a tank jump anyways. Gatot going to be the immediate answer to the Kalia. They're going to be pairing it up this time with the Harith, denying it off of DXS.
At least it's not Harith Kalia.
I'm sure, but it makes it very clear that DXS can go for a carry or even the Moskov, both of which are pretty okay. Ideally, the carry to kind of work alongside the Kalia. If they go for Moskov, they're also worried about TR maybe getting an assassin on their hands.
If they really want Fredrin, they're gonna need to lock him in now, because it will get banned later on.
They pick up the 1-1. I don't think it's the most amount of damage to be pairing up with the Kalia, but there is that Fredrin. Maybe they're just like, there's no carry anyway, so why do we have to be afraid?
Yeah, that's true.
I guess. The 1-1 does actually work somewhat well with Fredrin. He's very good at locking someone in place anyway, so alright. I can see where...
Oh, but that's the loop.
Alright.
No.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine. At least DXS has a way to kind of try and sustain through that damage, has somebody to make contact against Lucas.
Ban Benedetta.
Yes.
You gotta ban that Benedetta, man.
Yeah, that's gonna be a bit. That's gonna be a big problem, actually. Mid laners that could be available. Do they actually care about getting a Valentina this time round?
DXS might get the Farsa.
They could. Other than Lucas ults, they could get the AOG, but that's only for neutral objectives. They most likely want the Lucas ult anyways. If TR decides to try and deny and fourth pick the Valentina anyways, they get rid of the Benedetta. All right, I'm totally fine with this.
Yep, I like that. I like that. Honestly, while Valentina would normally be banned when you have a Lucas, I don't actually think Team Ray needs to be as afraid of it as before, because Valentina does not pair well with Kalea. You do not have that mid lane burst to work together with the hero, and you have a Fredrin as well, so you would be really lacking damage.
Yeah, let me ask you, Gideon. Like, Lucas in the jungle, what is he really afraid of?
What is he really afraid of? Well, really prolonged fights. Because I think that if you're not, especially with the emblems that you take, really making the difference, you're not as sustainable as most people. You must play like an assassin. You always want to come in a little bit later. You need to make sure that your flash step actually connects to the right targets, because if you're stuck on that front line and you don't one-shot them anyways, everything else is going to melt you down until you get your ult. And yes, you do want to make contact with your opponents to build up that ult charge, but at the same time, you don't want to lose like 60 to 70% of your HP just cause.
So honestly, at this point, Team Ray, they just gotta be careful of the front line. But DXS, kind of honest in the front line here, because you already see the Fredrin, you already see the Kalia. At this point, you know DXS, there's gonna be some kind of damage dealer coming in from the EXP.
Let's hear from the crowd.
They even ban out the CC. I was thinking of the CC. Other than the CC, the other damage dealer that I can think of is Lapu Lapu, Paquito,
Masha?
Masha!
Haven't seen her in a while.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think Masha probably would be the best bet after the season.
Okay, wait, what are the chances this is Fredrin EXP though?
There is a chance. I mean, Vel is the only guy that has brought into the EXP, but Vel brought up the Masha, and then Siska brought out the Masha. So maybe this is just like looking at Vel's like, Vel-sama, onegai shimasu. Please let me, you know?
Yeah, that's a very good idea. Maybe I'll take that.
Goddamn Valentina gets locked in. Thank God, Coach Rush. I was thinking about the Valentina as a means of a pick because, again, it does pretty well, right? You have some pretty decent ultimates that actually steal, especially when Kalia on the battlefield, and it does pretty well into the Fredrin as well as a mid-range style of mage. I mean, especially after Theo decided to get rid of that Varsa, it made it very clear that the Valentina was going to get picked up. But now we see the Masha locked in. Good call, boys. As the final comp is here, Lo Yi has been left open the entire time.
Send Masha to the back line, and then kill Gatot. What if the Gatot is behind and traps the one in front? You know what I mean?
Get him, Cisco! Punch Virgie out of it! Just punch him out of it. Don't worry about it. Oh, PR.
But this does look like a good team fight comp. Fredrin stays in the front, and then Louis just yin-yang reactions to everyone.
Yeah.
It looks like very good, you know.
It's very all in though. There's like no disengage from DxO.
Yeah, I mean, DxO may not have disengage, but if they're going to just ult up somebody, at least there are some good options for the side of TR. And again, all of their abilities are all cooldown based, of course. But once that cycle is finished, there is a huge window for DXS to actually go in and make that pick happen. So we'll see the battle spells in just a little bit as the last changes start to come through. I think that right now, DXS, compared to TR, both comps are actually pretty hard to pull off. It's not like an easy just pick somebody up and makes things happen.
Mustafa, don't be a coward. Move forward. That's the DXS lineup. Either I go down or you go down. You know what? This Fredrin, bring him to AOT, right? Like, let Erwin tell the team, torch!
My soldiers rage! That's what they want to see this game. Looking for that 2-1 victory for either side could mean just moving ever so close to staying away from relegation. Let's jump in back into the Land of Dawn one more time for this first best of 3. God.
Does the YouTube have any interesting comments, you know? Like, well, we're having a pause.
Some guy earlier said, man, my crush just broke my heart.
Who's his crush?
I don't know.
Sinhan?
Oh, we love having fun here in MPL.
Also, a genuine question, why Benedetta ban?
Oh, because yesterday...
Because this guy, yeah.
Yeah, yesterday, that Benedetta pick destroyed Todak. Just watch that game. You will be entertained. Skip game 1, and then it will be a good game.
All right, looks like it's a type 1 issue. It's not that big of a deal. We'll get it resolved as soon as possible. Got to get some verification from both sides before we get back into it. But overall, looks like a pretty quick fix.
Also, by the way, when you said that the comp is like Erwin yelling charge, I also have to note to you, he died right after saying that.
Yeah, well, you know what? Levi, man. Levi's survived, right? Someone has to be that Levi. Yo, Skyzet! You got Sky in your name! You got Sky in your name! Sora Z, you know Sora Z.
Alright.
Let me get all these Titans, and then you just...
Maybe it's correct. Maybe it is correct, right? The jungler is there to sacrifice themselves for the gold lane.
And the Masha is like Armin. Okay, maybe not Armin.
What?
Who's the
Armin?
Who's the jaw thing? The jaw type?
There were multiple of them across the series.
The jaw thing isn't like could bite it's got the jaw line?
Yeah, no. Like
the jaw titan, right?
Yeah, the jaw titan.
Multiple holders throughout the series.
That one is more like Masha. Actually, you know what? Give it over to Barats. Barats could be a jaw titan.
That's fair. I would take that. I would take that. Now, coming into this game, let's see how they're going to play it out in terms of battle spells. We're seeing Purifies from both Trappin as well as Dinesh this time around. Pretty good all across the board. In terms of emblems, we are seeing a lot more pull yourself togethers, of course.
Yep, and Siska having that Master Assassin as well, trying to get an advantage over Eevee here in lane. So far, yeah, everything is looking good, but this is those kind of comps that you kind of don't do anything until you hit level 4 anyways.
Yep, it's going to be a Bing chillin' for both of these teams.
Okay, seriously, this is a babysit EXP lane now?
I mean, they're trying to deny EV, EXP initially. They're trying to get this good lane freeze. Oh, Storm.
Storm's just kind of standing there. Does get the ENG reaction though. Man's just manning up, just eating the damage to take the minions.
Yeah, he doesn't mind. As long as he's not dead, it's not like he's losing much.
He's gonna find the initial to push as well, but again, before level 4, nothing's really going to happen in this game.
Yeah, and honestly, the amount of harassment that Team Brave applies on the DXS can be taken away, mainly because of the Kalia, able to top even stow him up. He's already used his regenerate, so it's totally fine, right? It looks like nothing happened to him, and he didn't need to recall anyways.
Looks like the gold lane is going to be the weak side of the map, where both teams, they are putting a lot of eggs onto the EXP lane basket. They're really trusting each other gold laners and being like, you know what? Who dies? You suck. All right, we're going to leave you guys alone. At least that's what I assume they said.
I mean, that's they're probably saying each other, talking to each other. Hold up. Let's calm down, Dinesh. Let's not die here because the turtle is already up.
Now Keemin controlling it for now. The flicker Saturn misses, but we're gonna see the Sacred Beast that pops up. Revitalize gonna heal a lot as Yin reaction melts them down. Siska comes in, Thunderclap, first blood secured. On Lazir, the Appraiser's Wrath connected to as well. Eevee will fall. Rossi will be traded away, but it's a 1 for 3 as Virgie will follow to the grave.
Dude, Keeman dodged that one so good. Like, he saw that Edith coming in. It's like, yeah, nah, man. I'm not going to get fooled. I'm Irwin.
Yeah, he saw it miles away. Really was prepared to dodge it. I think that, unfortunately, I don't know why. I don't know why Team Ray like doing this. They're like, okay, we need to all hit the floor at the same time. Prior to that, we just need to wait for, I don't know, like 10 to 15 more seconds. What do we do instead? Let's just throw it. Let's try. If I land the Surge Shatter, we win, right?
Probably not the fight you want to get your milestone off of. Yeah, diversion. They're gonna just go to mid lane, make sure Stone can clear that. But yeah, a bit of an unfortunate fight to hit 300 assists off of.
Don't worry, he can come back from this. It's not like we've seen Eevee actually, not survive or maybe even find an opportunity to turn things around. He's been in the league for a while. He's just waiting for that opportunity. Once that flicker comes back, he'll redeem himself.
Yeah. So far, Keeman on this Fredrin has 100% win rate. He's used it twice.
Okay, I couldn't remember if he used it more than once.
Yeah. Twice is like enough for you to have a win rate.
Yeah. That's why I was wondering, was it more than once? Because once definitely isn't enough.
Yeah. Hey, it's better than 0, right? At this point.
Now, if you have one game, you're literally 100 or 0.
I think you're still on.
Fredrin overall has 88.89% win rate.
Wow.
Overall in MPL MY. We love our Fredrin.
Apparently.
That's impressive.
This is...
And it's not all from the jungle.
Yeah.
Alright, Keeman already using the Retribution, try to get Dinesh. Dinesh is able to dodge out of it. At this point, DxSoul looks like they're not pushing their advantage. So they have this idea where they want Team Ray to be clumped up, and you're just basically waiting for turn. Because you know at that point, Team Ray will clump up. And I feel like that's a good idea where DxSoul, they understand how they work this draft. So they're not making unnecessary engages just because they can.
Oh yeah, I think, especially when you're playing Fredrin jungle, his means of playing the game is literally all about taking it slow, right? Slow, small, incremental advantages, right? He's already got a level lead on Lazir. He wants to eventually starve him out slowly.
Yeah, right now Keeman honestly has been dodging so much. Oh, I see that diversion.
Siska, he's being sent to the flank. Team Ray is not aware of this. Lord dropping low to 30%. Tidal Strike going to miss as the Sacred Beast form comes out. Keeman secures the turtle. AOG comes in as well. Tsunami Slam pulls Stone forward though. Eevee picks up the kill on the Loi. But Lazir gonna be trapped between 3 members. Siska lands the final hit. Earthshatter actually hits Keeman for the first time ever, but it actually does not matter because Rafi's there to back him up. Now Siska rejoins the fight. Eevee has no more resources, and the Appraiser's Wrath crushes Eevee to dust.
Nicely done by DxSoul, playing it perfectly, right? They can take the damage. They know that Keeman can guarantee this unless raw CC is able to hit, able to be applied to raw CC in time. But even then, right? Timing just slightly off.
Yeah, and honestly, it's very good that Siska understands when to go in and out of the fight because we see him basically hiding all the way through, even though he's a melee hero. Goes out, gets some HP back, and then jumps back in. Siska is playing this Masha very, very well.
Really taking into account the momentum And not to mention, at least the cooldowns coming in for the side of Team Ray. He can't just walk in at an awkward time to start zoning zoning at a time where the neutral objective isn't below at least a quarter, if not a third of its health. If not, that means Team Ray has the opportunity to completely back away and then look to reset, forcing his timings in a more awkward position.
I do also feel like Masha as a hero is actually quite effective against Team Ray. They have a tendency to tunnel vision when a fight has already started and not really think about where the flanks could be. Just like right now as the turn clap comes in, Trap disappears in an instant, killing spree for Siska, and the AOG is too late. Eevee even getting wailed on by Kimin and Storm, forced to use the Primal Wrath. Kimin, he's trying to chase it. Does he have his dash? Nope, he won't commit too far. The job's already done.
Yep, and now on the bottom side, we do see that at least Lazier trying to kind of keep up with Kimin. As again, wherever Kimin goes, just dominance follows it. He's just an absolute brick wall that Team Ray can't break through just yet.
Dude, this feels bad. That one game you let the Fredrin go, and then this happens. In your head, it's like, oh, they can only play Benedetta. I was like, no, man, that Masha is nasty as well.
Masha is really, really nasty. It feels good that at least Siska isn't just, oh no, I'm forced to play a tank this time. I have to be utility. Whenever I get the only damage, quote-unquote damage early game style of hero that's still a tank is going to be Hilda. It's great to see that the pool is definitely expanded and exploited by the side of DX Soul.
Well, another turtle will now officially go over to DX Soul's side. SkyZ gonna show himself mid, maybe trying to bait Team Ray in, but they're a little bit smarter than that. Though it's clear they've lost a lot of their map control. Came in very comfortable to just walk up and contest buffs now.
Two will end up falling down on bottom side. Siska putting a lot of pressure on this map. And the rest of DX Soul don't mind playing his 4. This is like the perfect way of playing it, right? Because they know that Siska can get out a lot of situations, not to mention that he's got 3 health bars. While DX Soul still have that TP to work with in case he needs help for a fast emergency exit or reinforcements on the entry.
The question I have right now is that Didish keeps on taking that Tsunami Slam. The question is, who is going to be his target? Unless you get Storm, everyone else is a bad target. Because if you pull in Kimin, he wants to get multiple taunts anyways. And if you try to get Siska, when you drop his HP low enough, it's a free purify anyways.
Siska commits Thunderclap onto Dinesh. Gonna get surrounded though, down to his last HP bar already. Tsunami Slam gonna be stolen away, used by Rafty actually. Pulls Reggie in, AOG cancelled. Lazier is too far forward. He sets up the crossbow of Tang. As SkyZ jumps back in. Praises Raf does not manage to connect. Fredrin will go down first. But the rest of the Maniac. It is another savage for SkyZ.
Dude, SkyZ is tied with Innocent. And the crazy thing is, he did it in 1 week.
All in the same week. A huge wipeout here as DX Soul. This Savage, it just goes to show, right? They're keeping it clean as possible. And guys, I feel like that was handed to him. He had to work a little bit harder for those last 2, but let's look at the instant replay because the way that this fight started didn't exactly work in their favor. Trap already having to use his Zaman Force in a pretty awkward position, but then gets stunned up by Kimin. Didn't use his Purify immediately. And that's when you see the Tsunami Slam come out from the stolen Tsunami Slam from Dinesh to pull back that front line underneath the turret.
Dude,
what a statistic this season with our Savages.
Like, people be like, I wonder what SkyZ's hero, like, what does he like to use? Like, you just wonder, is he a Granger kind of guy? You know?
He's a 1-1 kind of guy.
He's a 1-1 kind of guy, because that's the X, because most games goes 1-1 anyway.
Another into the top lane. Eevee gets a 3-man Earth Shatter, but SkyZ, he's got his eyes on the prize. He goes for Trap instead. Eevee's already gone. And the rest of the EXO come in for the follow-up. That's going to be 2 kills in an instant.
Oh man, the DX Soul fans are going wild here as things are amping up here at Stadium Juara. DX Soul with a 7.5k lead, 13-4. They're going to get one more.
Dinesh dropping so low. SkyZ's just chasing it down. He just barely is able to get away. But the goal lead now going out of control for DX Soul.
Yup, things are not looking good for Team Ray. This lead might just be too... Oh my god.
Oh my god! Oh my goodness!
Up.
Oh! The 1v1 victory! Guess what, Naruto? You're not the protagonist anymore! Siska finishes him off.
That was a combo. You could see him just... Oh wait, hold on. They're still going forward. They're underneath the turret. They don't care.
Kimin's just walking up there with his abs in full view. Tsunami Slam pulls him in. He survives with the crown. Crossbow of Tang. Eevee alive inside the base.
No!
Kimin is out! He's alive! try and finally find him trapped. Picks off the last hit, and Ziska just comes in from flank, killing spree on top of Virgie. Ziska doesn't even care about the crystal, he's going for kills. Eventually gets shut down. Maybe a bit unnecessary, but at this point, why not?
Maybe he's like, wait, there's no minions?
My bad. But guys, my bad.
bad.
Overheat. Too much fuel in the engine. You know, somebody switched out that 95 and put a 97 in me. Just, let's calm down for a moment, because right now, after that Savage coming in from SkyZ, everybody was so amped to make a play. Came in, obviously, he went a little deep there. He probably zoned them out a little too far, some may say. But even afterwards, we see that Ziska ends up losing his flicker. Regardless, there is no conversion for the side of Team Ray, and we still see a maintained 7K lead for DX Soul.
All right, folks, keep this note, all right? Fredrin's second item is going to be that Winter Crown.
Winter Crown, second item.
That's the new way to build a Fredrin, right? Build one primary defensive item, and then go for a Winter Crown.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See all the soldiers in chat like, yes, this is the go-to build. This is how we need to play it. So far, things have been going extremely well for DX Soul. And I think that Team Ray, the fact that they're missing 2 inhibitors at this point, is going to be a little awkward, right? At least, no. The inhibitor is still missing on the long lane. DX Soul basically can hold Team Ray accountable.
Yeah, at this point, we can vote for our MVP, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you can guess.
I think we all know who it's going to be at this point, right?
If anyone's surprised, bro,
I can't believe Storm got it.
Those were great diversions.
Oh man.
Oh, speaking of,
Oh, Tsunami Slam, Eevee, you're in the wrong place, buddy. Keeman picks up another kill. Team Ray cannot walk out of their base at all.
I would argue there's no right place to be at this point.
Nope, yep. Especially when you're up against a Kalia, you get picked off, you're basically dead, especially if there's follow-up. Lazir even taking a Winter Crown to be like, I can't deal with this. Crossbow of tanks, the pickoffs, the follow-up damage. No. Let's defend. We're going to be expecting a Lord. We need to hold them off. They've got some okay wave clear. Not the best, definitely not the worst.
Wait, we have to put this statistic, right? Teams that has got savaged OB, JP, Team Ray, and Todak. four teams this season has gotten savaged on. That's gonna be a
and all by 2 players.
That's gonna be a statistic, man.
That's gonna be quite the statistic, and hopefully we get to see them go to the internationals to show that off.
If HomeBois and SRG does another savage, dude, MPL MY is the MPL to watch.
It's the MPL of savage plays.
Well, here comes the Lord, though. The final push potentially for DX Soul. Final inhibitor will fall. Virgie melts so fast, you can't even AOG out. And now Keeman's jumping forward. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Eevee back. Sacred Beast Form pushes them away, but look at how much damage he's eating. Winter Crown keeps him alive, but Crossbow of Tang follows up on it. Lazir just barely able to escape. Currently a 1-for-1 trade, but actually a good defense by Team Ray. Here comes another minion wave, though. Can they hold on even longer? SkyZ looking for another opportunity. DX Soul not gonna try and push this.
Yeah, Rossi's a little too low to try and frontline for the team, try to keep everybody topped up. While TR, at least they've got their fountain to walk into that spawn, heal back up, refight again and again and again. The Winter Crowns are starting to come through big time for Team Ray to deny this crossbow of Tang. Pretty sure that SkyZ not going to be able to get this ult off as easily or find value in it.
This is huge by both teams, because Team Ray, the fact that you're still in the game, that's amazing, right? Like, every minute passes by, there's more opportunities for you to make a comeback. And for DX Soul, like, there's no inhibitors. You can just play with the Lord and let your minions do the work.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Trap should be able to scale into the later stages of the game, despite the lead, right? If they survive this next Lord, or if Team Ray is able to steal this Lord away without losing too many members, I think they've got a real shot at coming back into this game, despite the Savage happening.
Right now, we can see that DX Soul still have an 8,000 gold lead. I feel like, in terms of wave clear, if they can get Eevee, maybe it become easier. Because other than Eevee, Trap with the Zaman Force sure can clear the minions. But yeah, I kind of feel like they definitely can do it. Because if we're looking at the items here, Trap is just one item off. At this point, maybe he's going for that Divine Glaive to have more damage to deal with Kimin. I would argue maybe even think about a Wishing Lantern to deal with DX Soul. Wishing Lantern, Divine Glaive, honestly, it doesn't matter. Either or should be fine.
Yeah, either or should be okay. I mean, there is a slight argument for concentrated energy, but that's probably... I think At this point, the Blood Wings is probably going to be more value considering how much damage Siska has been able to apply to him. Either way, though, he needs to survive in these fights. This next Lord is about to spawn at Team Ray. They've got a lot of housekeeping to do.
And I gotta say, SkyZ so far, he's been getting these savages because he has been very disciplined on when he actually hold on, conceal.
They're trying to find it, but Eevee and Virgie are just both disengaged from now. Tidal Strike gonna pull Eevee back into the rest of the team. The EXO come in. Meanwhile, in the back line, Tsunami Slam stolen away. Siska gonna be the first one bursted. He got lifted up into the air. Meanwhile, it's a 1v4. SkyZ alive with the window trap with the Beast Bomb. Shut down by Lazir. Rossi will be found as well. Team Ray mounting the counter attack. Abrasive Wrap comes out, finishes off Virgie. He's looking for Lazir with the Winter Crown. Keeman loses immortality, and he is now stuck. Winter Crown only delays the inevitable. Team Ray finds the 1-for-4 trade.
Why did he go back in? The minions are in the base of Team Ray. If Lazir can clear this, they should be fine. And this is, I was about to say, Eevee and Lazir can outplay it because SkyZ has been very disciplined when he uses his ult. But if the Lucas as well as the Edith forces it out and then just winters out of it, they can actually win the fight. And that's exactly what they did.
Yep, they found the opportunities, and I think unfortunately for SkyZ, as disciplined as he is, he doesn't scale as hard. And not to mention the Lazir is playing full damage. Even just the scratch from Lazir is going to chunk out at least 60% of your health bar.
In a single fight, Team Ray has reversed the entire gold lead. It is now even.
From 8,000.
Yeah.
That's huge. That is absolutely huge. And now the EXO, they gotta respect this because that engage from Team Ray, one of the best engages we've seen so far, that legit turned an 8,000 gold lead back to nothing.
200 gold up. We're in the late stages of the game, and then we're coming to the ultra late stages where they just need the extra econ for item swaps and the final few items for the supports. Even so, Trap, he's basically one-shotting targets from the side of DXO, two-tapping them, some might even say. But with Lord on their side, Team Ray ideally want to look for the endgame scenario. In terms of wave clear, it's not too bad for the side of DX Soul, but that's only whether Storm has the charges and whether Keeman is able to hold that wave. Everybody else, it's just too dangerous to walk up right now. And Team Ray need to make sure that these waves start collapsing roughly about the same time.
Siska needs to one-tap Trap, man. Once Trap's out, then you can start winning the fight.
Gonna try and hold their mid-tier 2 if possible. The consolation for DX Soul is they have a lot of towers standing. So a lot of structures to cushion the blows. This guy can be sent into the flank once again in the bush behind the top lane. And maybe look for Trap if possible. The Lord still alive up top. Conceal play comes in. Team Ray looking for the engage once again. They're taking it slow. Rasi jumps in with Tidal Strike. Slam gets purified away. Still alive. This guy coming in from the back line. The rest of his team trying to stay alive as long as possible. Thunderclap commits on Eevee, and he's blown up straight away. But this guy's gonna... Oh, he's somehow alive? But Storm not gonna be quite as lucky. Killing spree going over to Lazir. They're still 4-man strong. But so is the X-Soul. They have held the line, and now this guy's going back in with the Thunderclap. He finds Trap. They've turned it around. It's a double kill for the Masha! And now the Winter Crown comes in. Lazir keeping himself alive for a short while, but it's now 2v4. Crossbow tag finishes off Virgie, and Rossi finds the shutdown. It is a team wipe for DX Soul.
They were looking for a street fight. Siska goes into the flank, was spotted out by the wave, and Team Ray just didn't react fast enough. Chunks out Eevee, walks away from the fight, reheals, gets back into the fight, and takes out 4 people afterwards. That's GG, well played, as DX Soul score a 2-1 against Team Ray.
I gotta say, with those final moments coming in from both teams, the only thing that I can say is whoever won that one, they deserve it.
Oh man, what? I did not think today was going to start like this. We said that we were going to have good games today. We got some good games, but there was definitely a little bit of sus going on.
Hey,
Team
games were
Ray
good.
Team Ray had a good chance. They did actually fight back pretty well with that last one, but maybe got a bit too desperate with that Lord push.
I'm not gonna lie, at least for game 3, we saw forced errors from both of these teams, right? We saw a cleaner side of execution, really good decision-making coming all around, and honestly, a very hefty gamble coming in from DXS as well as Team Ray in some of those scenarios.
And the thing is, Kimin and Siska, the rookies coming in,
Yeah.
both did work. I mean, sure, Kimin doesn't deal damage like Siska, but the front line, man, the way that he controlled the map is absolutely amazing. Both rookies being number 1, number 3, I would say now it's number 1, number 2, man. Like, they're both looking very good.
They're looking extremely good. Oh my goodness. From DXS side, they're just happy that they're able to get these wins. Every single one matters. Oh, with that being said though, we're gonna be throwing it up to Rose to have our interview with DXS.
2-0 kemenangan atas. Oh sorry, kemenangan untuk pasukan DXOL atas Team Ray. Dan sebelah Rose kita ada SkyZ dan juga Siska. First of all guys, that was a very crazy game. So, Siska, I nak tanya, kenapa korang macam susah sangat nak end ya? Ada 2 kali korang dah dekat base mereka pun tak boleh end lagi.
Mungkin tak nak cakap. Orang macam apa? Hype kan macam dah menang. Ingat boleh end awal. Tu ada yang berlaku blunder sikit.
Ada yang termasuk sorang-sorang, tak ada minion.
Betul?
So, adakah ini satu benda yang korang masih lagi tengah work on, tengah cuba improvekan decision making in game? Is that something yang korang tengah try improve kalau korang layak ke playoff?
Kita orang kena perbaikikan lah decision making dan kita kena lebih santai lah main tu. Jangan
santai lah.
Call tu jadi serabut lah.
Semalam kan, I nampak korang punya mic check. Lepas menang tu, memang hentam meja, jerit-jerit. Tadi macam tu ke?
Tadi macam tu.
Patutlah.
Betul.
Lain kali end dulu.
Kena nasihat diorang dulu kan.
Nasihat dulu, sabar, santai. Okay, now, I nak tanya. So, EV pernah kata dalam satu interview that dorang actually boleh menang korang 2-1. Tapi, yang jadi is korang yang menang 2-1. Kenapa 2-1, kenapa tak 2-0?
Kenapa 2-1
Kenapa? Macam kita boleh nampak satu pattern kan bila DXO tengah main. Selalu bagi satu point.
Mungkin sebab kesah kita orang memang banyak kalau menang 2-1, kalah pun 2-1. Tahu kesah kat saya.
Kes ke korang yang tak disiplin?
Tu betul juga.
Betul
Betul.
Also, I'm just gonna say, you are really, really good. Tadi tu, play tu, kalau you tak buat kerja macam tu, I rasa Team Ray yang dapat menang. Bila macam game yang sangat intense ataupun fight yang sangat intense, apa yang you tengah fikir sebelum you masuk macam tu?
Sebenarnya Stom yang bagi idea macam saya plan belakang. Dia hantar saya kat belakang. So, saya buat aja sebab kerja saya. Cari backline dia. So, punya idea.
Okay, alright, okay. So, you know what guys? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada siapa?
Z.
SkyZ ke Rasi ke? SkyZ! Okay, SkyZ. Sebelum I interview SkyZ kan, I just nak bagi tahu that SkyZ adalah the first Malaysian player dalam sejarah MPL MY untuk mendapatkan 2 Savage dalam 1 minggu.
Oh, ya.
Ya?
Tu luck je.
Luck je?
Betul.
Tadi tu macam mana? You tembak-tembak je ke apa?
Confident je lah.
Confident je. Okay, now Coach Tio pernah kata that SkyZ actually satu player yang ada mekanik yang sangat-sangat tinggi. Macam mana you make sure you boleh tunjuk mekanik ni masa tengah main game? Ataupun masa tengah lawan opponent yang close game macam tu?
Bagi saya rasa main dengan santai. Lepas tu dengan sabarlah supaya boleh fikir jenis. Supaya boleh fikir ke depan lah.
Ya ke sabar?
Betul.
Ya ke santai?
Betul. Itulah kunci saya.
Okay. Also, kita dengar that actually you pernah kata that Coach Tio banyak bagi nasihat, advice, you know, ilmu. Apa yang satu benda yang dia pernah bagi tahu lepas tu you ingat sampai sekarang?
Dia kata, Z, I trust you lah. You can carry us.
Malu pula. Hi Coach. Lepas tu, you cuba yang buat yang terbaik ah.
Betul, untuk team.
Okay. Now, kita tak ada Rasi kat sini kan? Ada Rasi ke?
Rasi ke?
I just want one question. Sebab next game kan JP Niners.
Betul.
Rasi?
Tu Rasi sini.
Rasi kan? Sini.
Lari
Last
juga.
question. Rasi selalunya last question.
Betul.
Okay. Sebab I rasa korang tak cukup wakil lah untuk dia. Betul kan? Rasi, next match korang akan jumpa JP Niners, your old team.
Ha.
Ready ke?
Tak tahu lah. Ready.
Is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada JP Niners?
Apa? Anca kerja. Anca kerja please.
Tengok kamera.
Anca? Mana Anca? Kerja please. Jangan tidur terus. Okay Anca? Nanti kena marah bos.
Alright, terima kasih Rasi. You know what? I nampak tadi family member pun jalan ke depan masa tengah menang tu. Is there anything you guys nak cakap kepada family yang datang sokong korang?
Kepada semua fans DS dan fans Team Ray, terima kasih datang support kita orang semua walaupun kita orang tim baru, ada juga yang masih datang support. Terima kasih semua. Dan untuk Team Ray, good luck next game. Okay.
Oh,
Thank you, support.
Chomelian. Congratulations, you know. Amazing game. Congratulations. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you.
Woo! Thanks, Ray, Team Ray, for showing us what we needed to see. A win for DXS, and more importantly, our MVP, SkyZ. 2 savages within the week itself.
In 2 days.
In 2 days!
He got it yesterday.
Not
and
even
he got
a week, 2 days.
In 2 days.
Oh,
In 2 matches
Back to back.
back to back.
With the same hero.
With the same hero. He's clearly got the mechanics. I definitely thought, you know, I was leaning more forward towards like maybe Siska getting MVP, but I'll take it. The Savage, regardless, was still an impressive play coming in, especially when you're on a 1-1.
Yeah. I mean, like, people have been talking about in the Malaysian scene, not many local Malaysian players are showing up. Now we have SkyZ. Now we have Mel Cutie, the ordinary marksman. Sometimes rough, but you know. Like, they still really have been showing up.
They really have. They really have. And it's great to see that, you know, the next generation is starting to pick up steam here at the MPL MY. Because I think the long-standing players really needed a challenge, and this time around, at least it started to diversify rather than just a power monopoly.
DX Zone continues to show us that they are a team worth fearing, that they are willing to stay composed, to take initiative. While they're not perfect, we have to remember that this is still their debut season in the MPL. There's going to be so many growing pains to work through on their way to become that much stronger of a competitor, but it's already an amazing start. And SkyZ, while he's definitely got that savage to make a splash in the last game, was pretty consistent throughout this whole series.
No, I mean, if we're talking about consistency, Games 1 and Game 2 really just depended on raw execution and to a degree, the draft. But coming into Game 3, we really got to see, you know, the full extent of both sides, how they were thinking about the game and how they needed to actually take a gamble to make certain things happen. Because again, technically, Team Ray were pretty close to actually go for that endgame scenario.
Now we got to talk about the items here. The important items for Team Ray is number 1, that Winter Crown by Eevee as well as Lazier. Lazier sold off his Winter Crown and picked up the Rose Gold Meteor, but that did help the team out. And we do see that Trap, once he got that Divine Glaive, the front lines of DX Soul just shut down. But that's where we see the adjustments where Siska just feels like, okay, you know what? Kill Keeman. He's a good friend, but he deserves to die. Once he gets taken down, I'm going to chase after Tribe, because at that point, you can't keep dashing. You can't keep generating your shields, and I can't keep clawing on you, right?
Literally.
Masha is that crazy ex with those eyes that you just know, like, she's hot, but get out of there.
It's literally Erwin as Fredrin laying down his life so that Masha, as the Levi, can go in and slay the Beast Titan, you know?
Oh,
there we go.
We've got the whole narrative here. We've got the whole Shonen universe encompassed into one. I think that Siska, he played a strong game, but I don't know. I was nervous because you could see him like hesitate. Do I go in now? Do I go in later? And the wave is getting closer and closer. As soon as he's revealed on the map, that's when the flank it just becomes a no-go. We saw that at the very least Keeman, he got melted in that fight before Siska even got there. And that's when I was, this is a coin toss. If he gets the right targets, he gets the right targets. I'm glad he survived.
Yeah, I was getting really worried when the Lord and the Wave was pushing in with all of Team Ray and Siska was still trying to catch up. I thought, ooh, they might not last, right? Especially with Keeman dropping low so quickly. But Siska made it in time and somehow got out of the fight to heal back up and re-enter to punish Team Ray for overextending.
And it's crazy. I don't know whether it's Kimin or Rossi. Someone blocked the tail beast blast from Lazier. If that blast, no one was in front of it, it would hit onto Siska. He would have died, and he would not have been able to rejoin the fight and kill Trap. Like, we gotta look back into the highlights. Whoever was the one that body blocked that shot saved the game.
Really saved the game. Again, very small moments here. Despite 23, the kill score of 23-12, it looks like an overwhelming victory for DXS. That was only to a certain point. Team Ray were clawing back into this game step by step, and having two Lords on their side really helped their cause. In terms of our key players here, we're looking at our Rich Guy, Skyzed, Stone as the carry, Eevee as the sandbag, and Stone once again as the best wingman.
My question really is, we saw that fight around the Lord Pit that allowed Team Ray to claw their way back into this game initially. Then they get the Lord, then they can push in. The question is, did they need to commit to a crystal end with that particular Lord, or would it have been safer for them to delay the game and wait?
I kind of feel like with no inhibitors, you gotta end it there. Because a longer game, like, the EXO is just gonna play the map, and then you will eventually lose out. So I kind of feel like they actually had to.
And I think that to a certain degree, it's worthwhile, right? You're almost guaranteed a pick knowing that you only have one frontliner on their side, and their wave clear honestly isn't that great. If you can get resources out of that Loi, that means there's less yin-yang reactions to occur during those fights. So get those out. If you need to clear the wave, that's totally fine. The second wave, we can almost guarantee to get ourselves in there.
Yep, and this is the 100+ highlight of the day. And it's good because I do want to see who body blocked that one for Siska, because Siska went in, hit on to Eevee, run, and...
It was Rossi and Stone, actually.
Yeah, both, yeah.
I don't think they were intending to block it. They just so happened to be between.
If I was them, I would have told them, like, hey, I blocked it for you, buddy.
Oh! He gets it twice. Honestly, was that a mistake from Trap? Should he just not have autoed or, like, thrown an ability at Siska to get that Thunderclap reset?
Oh. Hard to say. At that point, you just have to try and get away. And there is going to be that subconscious autopilot to maybe if I can kill them first, I can do something. But at this stage, you've already lost the fight.
Full rewind, by the way. Full rewind. My only question at this point, would you rather face the Benedetta or the Masha?
Honestly, that's a tough one.
Right? Both seem nasty.
Both seem really, really nasty here. Yeah, the unintentional block coming in from Rossi. But even so, this is such a dangerous moment. It's not like they did anything wrong. Lazier came in from the right angle. Trap, as well as Dinesh, was actually doing really, really well against Cayman as well. As yeah, just a little unlucky. AOG in a good spot.
Yeah, this was taken correctly by Team Ray, actually. The diversion Masha was already kind of not working as well as they'd hoped. If they actually managed to kill Siska there, Team Ray would have won this fight.
Bang.
Yeah.
Bang.
But yeah, legit, it was good that, unintentional or not, if Rossi did not charge in and stop that Lucas, I legit feel like Team Ray would have won. I legit feel like Team Ray, with Siska out of the picture, they would have won. Because who else is going to kill Trap? Who else?
Yep. Really?
That was that close. That was that close.
Very tight margins between the teams overall. I think, well done for both sides. We got to see the full extent. However, two Savages in one match. DXS climbed to 4th place off of that and have ruined a couple of odds. There's still plenty of games to play before we get to the end of the season, though, so we'll see by the end of today where they're going to be standing.
That's how close, Tafa. That's how close.
Wow.
DX has lost majority of their matches and got 4th.
I know we're only halfway through week 5, but the fact that an MAL team is in 4th place this late into the season is a statement right there. And I imagine that Todak and Vamos were both watching that game as really big fans of Team Ray. And they got close, but not quite enough. Now they're going to be sweating a little bit.
It's a nerve-wracking moment in general. I think that at least we can start getting excited for the next couple of games, because now the stakes are even higher as of yet.
HomeBois, SRG after this.
That's the big one. That's a really big one. We heard it from Azoroveki himself. He was like, hey, up against HomeBois, this is going to be a great match. Trust.
I believe.
I believe.
Let's go.
Hey, look, we're here for the doctrine. We're here for our hands up. But even so, well done to both DXS and as well as Team Ray. They put on a great show. DXS walking away with at least 2 points. At the moment, before we go to our big highlight game, we're going to have to breathe. We're going to take a short break. Guys, keep in mind, you're watching the MPL MY Season 15. We're going to a short break and we'll come back. More MLBB action.
Ada Pokemon orang sini kan?
Gak ada ya?
Kan ada ya kan? Dapat 3 leg letah ya guys, ayo target. Jaga shadow. Kasih ke kanan. Mati. Ganti dulu. Golo. Hari tim. Ya, tengok. If. Dah blink. Tarik. Suyo.
Ya.
Ai pun suyo. Jangan kontan. Kanan mid guys. Mid. Let's go! Mid.
Kalian
Block tower guys. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Pokok lagi.
Fokus lagi ya.
Ya, pokok lagi.
Nice try. Aman. Nice game. Nih, dapat. Baris. Mati selera rata tuh amat pecah. Aman. Ada shadow. Wawang ada tuh ya. Pelan-pelan. Goman. Oh, ada shadow lagi. Udah ada lagi. Ada shadow lagi. Gatot. Nice. Dekat gua. Hayo shadow. Lihat shadownya guys, dekat ini. Aku aman. Tuh, gua angkat. Nice. Next up guys, bisa guys. Bisa. Udah terbang guys. Bisa. Turret. Bisa. Nice. Tor.
Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Alhamdulillah ya Allah. Anjing biasa ya. Ada one. Oh, nice try. Emang ke ya. Si.
Ya, udah.
Tako. Edit guys. Pecah. Blokas. Aku dapat one. Nice. Bantai. Aku hilang. Habis again. Tapi again. Chill.
Pokok.
Almost. Habis lagi tuh. Aman.
Dapat tuan kata. Boleh. Aku reach. Jom. Nice Siska.
Lukas.
Nice one Siska. Boleh.
Nice call. Flow mid.
Mati tak? TB. Kalau macam menang awal, dah kurang tak nak menang. Tipu ya. Saya kurang kan. Sorry.
glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら。背中合わせでいくわよ。 Tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Kau never akan harimu dengan 100 + 0. Coba, try, taste 100 + 0. Hey. 俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 ずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When HomeBois won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because HomeBois has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara.
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Raka Muda, MESF, PSM.
MPL, mana suaranya? Selangor Red Giant OG Esport dan juga HomeBois Esport. 2 pasukan teratas, 2 gaya permainan berbeza. Hanya 1 matlamat tahta Raja Regular Season MPL Season ke-15 ini. Dan saya, Popo Poci, kita nak tengok macam mana keadaan dekat dalam Stadium Juara hari ini. Saya jerit SRG, korang sebut OG, boleh? SRG! SRG! Nice. Sebelah sini pula. Stay true, HomeBois, boleh? Stay true! Stay true! Sama-sama bertenaga, sama-sama bersemangat. Tapi hanya satu sahaja pembuktian di pentas Land of Dawn. Sebelum kita bermula ke dalam pertembungan epik ini, jangan lupa untuk scan QR dekat bawah untuk dapatkan pelbagai info dan juga hadiah menarik daripada Mountain MLBB kita. Saya rasa pemain-pemain dah pun bersedia. Saya rasa peminat-peminat dah tak sabar nak tengok apa yang bakal terjadi. Caster dah pun bersedia. Tanpa kita melengahkan masa, let's go to the game. Sekarang MPL, make some noise!
Thank you, Poji. Today, we witnessed two teams, again, a rivalry we were not expecting. HomeBois have built this roster from the ground up. They've changed their style, and now they're looking to take the top spot away from the current MPL MY champions, SRGOG Esports. My name is Getting Q. This is Defy, and as well as LaFell here at the desk. A best of three that people have been anticipating for the past 2 weeks. This season's biggest clash on who's the king of the regular season. Welcome everybody to the MPL MY. I know you guys are just as excited.
Oh,
as
I am.
The atmosphere is electric.
This battle has been brewing up, really been brewing up. Last time we thought, okay, maybe this is, you know, the SRG OG Esports against the Vamos. That's going to be the highlight of the season. But HomeBois has risen up to the top to honestly show us that, hey, they can't be counted out just yet.
Dude, my boy Izanami alongside with Amal, they took a stand and then they're like, we're going to make HomeBois great again. And then they did. They really did.
Wow. They did. They really did.
You know how to break me. You know how to break me. I'm very close to it. But guys, keep in mind our official shampoo partner, up to 100% dandruff-free plus itch protection. Guys, Head and Shoulders is here to save the day. Dermatologically tested, goes up 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff. And by the way, you can get yours right now. It's in stores everywhere across Malaysia. Keep yourself dandruff-free and itch-free today. As we get into this game, you got to stay concentrated on every move that these teams are going to make. They are the cleanest so far, and we've seen that HomeBois have the length and the breadth to take on SRG.
They've stayed clean, they've remained undefeated, and both these teams stand head and shoulders above the rest here in MPL Malaysia. It is not often you see two squads maintain an undefeated record all the way to week 5 of the regular season. But SRGOG and HomeBois have done it, and now these two unstoppable forces will collide.
Look at those stats, man. Oh, it's looking so very good. 66 to 61% total control rate, 86 to 96 Lord control rate, and finally the damage dealt, where we see the numbers 2.7 million to 2.6 with the unique hero pools of 31 to 26 in favor of the HomeBois. Based on what we've witnessed so far, I feel like HomeBois is one of the few teams that's looking at Coach Arcadia as like, we've got an international worthy draft ready for you.
Here's the thing, man. Arcadia doesn't have to change much. People keep opening up the heroes, and I gotta say, looking at this poster, this is a hype matchup where every lane matters. The ordinary marksman going up against half man, half beast, Innocent, Ivan, the brains of HomeBois, the macro guy going up against Humes, the highlight maker, Sakai's the Sky Prince going up against Amal. And before this, Amal got a game of a Skies. That's gonna be intense. And my boys, both my boys, the Prince of Mage going up against the Mage Prodigy. Like, how am I gonna compare it? And Velenkram, that's crazy.
Absolute pillars in their own marks. But now it's a battle of the best mid lanes. The Mage Prodigy versus the Prince of Mage. The Gathering Storm versus the man who is looking to be taller than the rest, Izanami.
Look at this reversal, man. Look at Season 9. 8.31 KDA for Stormy. 4.33 for Izanami. But this season, man, Season 15, Izanami coming in with 10.71 against Stormy, 5.34, around double, like just on the KDA, man. Izanami this season, he has something to prove.
They really have. I mean, Izanami this time around is finally having a team that's saying, yes, we want you on damage dealers. We want you to be a secondary carry to the cause, even if you're playing a post 4 position. Stormy, we all know he has accolades under his belt. He is an absolutely new standard for mid lanes to try and achieve.
These are both players that made massive impacts when they first debuted in MPL MY so many seasons ago. Izanami winning out the championship on his debut Season 7, and Stormy immediately standing out as a regular season MVP. Both eager to continue their legacy here in MPL Malaysia, and now they are the closest they have ever been. A battle that determines which team maintains an unstoppable streak and who will become the true kings of the regular season in MPL MY.
You can hear the crowd, man, because I'm seeing people coming in, and
There's more?
I think
There's
the screen
more?
was for the players. Like, they saw the players, and they're like, yo, this is hype. Like, out of all the matches, everyone's like, oh, we have to win for playoffs. In this game, honestly,
I'm
it doesn't
recording
matter.
this.
But
There's so
for
many
both
people.
teams, this is a statement. This is when it shows that winning is more important than standings.
Exactly, because regardless, they are in first and second position. They will get that bye once they head on over into the playoffs anyways. They're just creating more of a buffer for everybody else who honestly doesn't seem very catchable at this point. With 0 losses, only one of these teams are going to be walking away with a stained record. Woo! With a crowd already here and an electrifying atmosphere with more people still pouring in. I think that the Supers,
many
we don't have enough
here.
seats.
the Flame Boys are in the house as well. Let's look at the lineup. Let me introduce to you our MSC 2024 champions, the holders of the current record and the champions of MPL MY. For the two-peat, it's Innocent, Yum, Stormy, Sakai, Scram representing Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
What further introduction does this team need? A squad that has dominated MPL Malaysia for multiple seasons, who has made a lasting impact on the global MLBB ecosystem, and who have maintained a tight leash upon the throne of MPL MY for multiple legacies with the exact same 5 faces. Every single player on this lineup has left a splash upon that stage, and they are eager to continue doing so. But this may be the toughest challenge they've ever faced.
Their competitors on the opposite side to challenge that spot is the HomeBois, with Melcuti, Ivan, Izanami, Amal, and Vel on the front lines.
Let me tell you, Gideon, you give me all day, I'll talk about all the players, but I'm actually going to talk about the ones that's not on screen. My boys, Erpang, Jasmine, what were they teaching these kids that now, like, they look like an international team? Vel didn't look that good before. Ivan didn't look that good before. Heck, everyone here didn't look as good as this season. I don't know what the coaching staff did behind the scenes, but they made it work, man. Like, this team looks absolutely terrifying.
Players that were labeled as wash, players who had to play, some having to go down to the MAL just to show, no, I deserve that first seat here on the HomeBois lineup to prove to the world that we can that we can hold our own. With that being said, before this match starts, let the video play.
What do people call Milk Cutie? Marksman biasa-biasa? HomeBois, leap of faith. They changed their entire roster. And then they literally managed to beat almost everybody.
Dengan adanya zone, dengan shotgun tapi Melcuti daripada HomeBois.
Now we will see if we're number 1 or if they're number 1 lah. That's the final showdown.
Lawan Innocent tu memang salah satu main target lah. Kalau kita mau pergi ke international MSC ke, macam mana saya nak lawan Kera kalau saya lawan Innocent pun tak lepas.
I don't really care that much with the other gold laners because ML is a 5v5 game and you only need to focus on how you can help your team win.
SRG pun tim orang kata the last boss. Mungkin saya tak boleh lah nak bantai, tapi saya akan cuba untuk menangkan lawan Innocent.
Melcuti, let's find out if you're really a marksman biasa-biasa.
Dominating every opponent, they enter the arena as the reigning champions, guided by the courage and sovereignty of red and yellow, the colors of pride. With the heart of a champion and the mentality of a warrior, they crush every threat in their path. With the red and yellow on their chest, the symbol of glory, bow down before your champions, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports!
silencing all doubts and conquering every opponent in their path. They've crushed every enemy and remain undefeated. With victory after victory, the throne of the regular season is now within reach. Now they set their sights on the reigning kings, ready to strike them down. Stay true, the undefeated challengers, HomeBois!
Introducing the coaching staff of the two teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From the side of the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, it is Coach Arcadia and Ozora Becky. From HomeBois, it's Erpang and Jesved. It is time to get this battle on its way. Fist bumps to keep it going between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. The armbands will be worn by both team captains, who will always lead the team's movements and strategies in-game. For the final time, as they last make physical contact, they will start their battle in the land of Dawn. Good luck to both of our competitors.
If I'm not mistaken, looks like the captains for this one is going to be Cram and Ivan. And again, Ivan, the leader that we don't talk about that much, because he's the one that gives the orders, but the execution, man, from everyone around him. Ivan has a good squad where he can depend on.
With first pick selection going over to SRG OG Esports, the win rate is currently looking at a shocking 86%. But that's no surprises between both of these squads who've continuously won up to this point.
In fact, we have to remember SRG OG has only dropped one game this entire series, so that one singular loss was them on the blue side as well. Perhaps that's a sign, perhaps that's something they need to work on. We will have to see, because this is going to be a tough drafting matchup between the coaches.
Honestly, you brought up the captains, LaFell, and on the opposite end, Cram is the one who keeps everybody in check. Don't overheat. And we even heard the words from the man who literally 1v5 scenarios. I think that right now, as much as it's 5v5, this draft is going to set the tone for the entire match. We go to Coach Arcadia for his quote. We don't focus too much on the standings. Retaining our top spot would be a bonus, but the ultimate goal is to still defend our championship title and become the first team to achieve a three-peat.
And here's the thing, going into this match, SRGOG cannot be afraid to lose. In fact, even if they do lose, they gotta embrace it. Same goes for HomeBois. Whoever loses this match, they're not really losers, man, because they learn a lot, and we can already set up for that revenge match going into the playoffs. Because SRGOG, just to remind you guys, going up against AERO Esports, game number 3, they let go of the Hayabusa going over to Hazel, because they have this mentality, if we want to get better, we need you, the opponent, on your top form. So I want to see if Arcadia, when it's down to just one more match, will he do that? Will he let HomeBois get the best that they can have and see if they can outplay it?
That's a great point here, because again, you mentioned it, from AERO's POV, it's like, why would they give us our signature hero on Hayabusa on Hazel? Let's see whether HomeBois can actually stretch Coach Arcadia, whether or not Arcadia is going to be like, let's try it out, or is he going to draw a line? We need to win this. We need to push further.
It's a true test of their capabilities, because will HomeBois be able to push SRG OG into a position where they simply cannot afford to allow comfort picks through? There are very few teams that have been able to shove them into a corner like that, especially from MPL MY itself.
All right, it looks like we have an MPL insider here. It's Mel QT. Mel QT's playstyle fits the current meta perfectly and has been simply outstanding. My predictions is SRG wins 2-1 because they have Innocent, the king of gold laners, on their side. These are the words taken currently from the gold lane god himself, Kelra.
I would say that he is the best player in the world, period. Doesn't matter which lane. But this does show that Kelra still feels like Innocent is a better player overall compared to Mel QT. But here's the test, man. If Mel QT, the ordinary marksman, is able to take down the half-man, half-beast, half his job is done. Afterwards, he got to take down all the other players. So this is as much of a testing ground for SRG, it's a big testing ground for HomeBois. Like, I feel like this is the kind of match you have to have before going to internationals, just to know what else do you need to do to make yourself stronger.
They got to get pushed, they got to get pulled, but most importantly, let's see how far they're going to get stretched apart. As much as it's a 5v5 lane, the laning phase is so important for both sides. We've seen that SRG OG Esports early game, sure, if things don't go well, they can recover. HomeBois, it is a steady advance.
Yeah, they've always been solid, and they've been able to create opportunities and openings for themselves through early game snowballs. And we haven't really seen the HomeBois push too far into a corner just yet this season, which means this is going to be another point where we really want to look at what they're capable of against the strongest team MPL Malaysia has ever known.
Look at that head-to-head.
The closest we've seen so far.
Yeah, the closest. A majority of the stats actually on the side of the HomeBois, with the two main stats that stand out for the side of SRG OG Esports is total team kills and damage dealt.
Here's the thing. This is showing how identical both teams are. They've played 6 matches each and 13 games each. HomeBois only going to 3 games against DxSoul. SRG OG going to 3 games against AERO. And the thing about the hero pool, usually we'll be like, oh, this team is great, their hero pool is big. But SRG OG is different. They haven't changed their draft because there's no reason to. No one has made any picks that SRG has look bad. No one has made the Phobias look bad. No one has ever made the Kimi look bad. Someone has made the Joy look bad, but that's Hazel on the Hayabusa.
And he's the only one who made the difference here. If we take out average KDA out of the picture, because SRG have been closing out their games pretty decisively, HomeBois, that first blood rate is actually pretty shocking, going up to the 12% differential here, which goes to show that HomeBois probably is going to play an early game strategy that leads into the mid game, something of which SRG OG has been known to come back from.
That's definitely the biggest point of contention in terms of which part of the game we need to keep an eye on, because up until now, we have repeatedly emphasized that SRG OG is the weakest in the early few minutes. That's why their first blood rate is so much lower than the HomeBois. So if they play for that side of the draft, maybe we could see them eke out an early advantage.
I like that we have to add more seats here, Gideon.
Yep, they're bringing in the disposable bleachers for everybody else to watch this match as we head on over into the drafting phase of this best of 3. Let the battles begin here. First with the brains and then the brawn. Coach Arcadia going to be working on SRG OG's side. Blue side first pick, Erpang for HomeBois. Red side second pick.
I like the opening draft here, the opening bans, because both teams showing respect. Because HomeBois betting out that Phobias. Every single time Cram has been able to get that Phobias, they're banning out the fan. He's still respecting Skies, and SRG OG Arcadia does not want to give that Fredrin over. And the thing is, you don't even know where the Fredrin could be going. It could go jungle, it could go EXP. Arcadia doesn't want to deal with that.
Yeah, he doesn't want to sandbag in the EXP. He wants somebody to either have priority and able to join these fights early on. But talking about rotations, we're not going to be able to see global plays from the side of the HomeBois or even SRG OG.
You got to ban on the Kimi here because Stormy is insane on that Kimi. Unless you're really confident with Amal on that Hayabusa, there's something you got to trade. Kimi, Jushin, both are open.
One thing to note is that if you don't ban Kimi here, you almost know 100% SRG OG is going to go for it first. That instantly gives you information to decide how you want to open up your draft as well. While Kimi is a very powerful, flexible opening pick, it is not without its weaknesses, and a good coach will find ways of flexing their players to have a better position against it.
Well, here's the thing. Now that we don't see that Fredrin, what is the trade back that Erpang is trying to set up? He bans out the Joy. He wants something really volatile for SRG OG. If that first pick does happen to be Kimi, I'm expecting a Hayabusa, maybe arguably even a Suyo, but more into the Hayabusa as that first 2.
Since this is my boys, man, I know that Stormy will be using that Kimi if they pick it up. I want to see Izanami, what do you have? What can actually fight against a Kimi? Because I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want both mid laners to have the best of heroes, but they actually first picked that Kalia.
I think the trade is much better this way. By taking this Kalia, it now forces HomeBois to immediately take an answer. They can still take the Hayabusa for sure, and even if they are looking for the Kimi as well, that would probably be better off for the HomeBois, forcing SRG to play more towards a gold lane strategy.
But if HomeBois goes for a Kimi Hayabusa opening, it reveals a lot of their core straight away. And SRG OG can start stealing away tankier front lines to make sure that they're able to set up team fights better.
This is unprecedented. Usually when you see the Kimi, SRG OG will pick that right up. Picking up the Kalia here, you know Coach Arcadia and Coach Ozarabeki, they have a plan for the entire draft. And it looks like they're not picking up the Kimi just yet. They do pick up the Hayabusa to potentially answer a Kimi pick after this, but they early picked the Harif. And just to remind everyone, this is Mel Cutie's Harif that 1v5 against Vamos and even got a kill.
Interesting. I really thought that this game was going to boil down to mid lanes and EXP matchups just in general, right? Especially within this first phase. But instead, Erpang is now offering a different question. By having Hayabusa on your side, sure, you got the Kalia, but it also makes the mid lane hard to play. It also makes the gold lane slightly harder to play, but we're also doubling down on the strategy of saying we want to scale. As long as we have Harith, it's very difficult for SRG OG to get a guaranteed winning lane.
But I feel like there's still good options in the draft that you can rely on. The Moskov especially is a common ban when you have a Harif and is one of Innocent's signatures.
Yo!
But whoa!
Yo!
The direct challenge! The Kimi and the Ling!
This is the hero that got Skies, the Sky Prince name. The Ling during MSC. Not the best of picks right now, but if they are willing to second pick here, it should be good. It should be good.
This is quite the deterrent. And now we see the bot gets locked in for the side of the HomeBois.
Dude, this is already a good opening to the draft where both teams are like, screw it, no need to hide strats. We're just gonna pick what's good right now. But the question is, Baxia, where you're going? Are you going to be the roamer or are you going to be the EXP laner?
I think we're going to have to wait until the very, very end, right? Because again, Kalia can go into both positions, both of which I'm hoping that Erpang is saying, with this Baxia, we're going to make sure that Kalia is going to be obsolete in the early few phases of the game.
Yeah, I think this Baxia is a flex pick that's specifically meant to match the lane that Kalia goes into. If you go EXP, we'll put Baxia over there. If you go roam, we'll put Baxia there as well. It gives you a lot of early pressure if it's in the roam position, outpacing the Kalia, and even provides some invade potential against a Ling.
And now I like that HomeBois, they can ban out the Beatrix, possibly ban out either the Moskov, the carry. Honestly, a lot of good picks here, not just in lane, but the one that can really go well with the Kalia. You might even consider a Claude. So if I was SRG OG, I'm really not that worried because we even saw Innocent piloting a Clint. So legit, I feel like HomeBois just take out the most dangerous thing and then you're fine. And I gotta say, HomeBois, if they make this draft work, Erpang has the best players to be able to make this kind of drafts.
Yeah, I feel like right now, Coach Arcadia, I think he needs to get rid of that Masha, right? I think Masha is going to cause them too many problems in the later stages of the game, and especially even if they do have like a winning matchup. Ooh, Valentina ban here.
What if this Kimi is going gold lane? Is there something that they're worried about that the Valentina can steal away? Like, are they going for like a Faramis pick?
To be fair, Lucas is still on the table for either side.
That's true.
And I think that if we're talking about early game to try and kind of compensate, a winning lane for Cram doesn't sound too bad. Yeah. But we're still rolling the dice on what this could be.
Yeah, this is interesting because Valentina is only ever banned if you're intending to play Lucas or Faramis. There isn't really anyone else notable enough with their ultimate for it to be worth a ban. And while SRG does have 3 good ultimates for Valentina to steal right now, it still wouldn't be the obvious choice unless there's something being hidden in the backline.
I like the carry ban, by the way. Because not only is it good with Kalia, but it's good against the Baxia. Yeah, the Valentina, that is weird, right?
Because usually you would want the Moskov instead, because there's more scenarios where the Moskov can actually do. They both use the Trinity build. Yes, Carrie is more inclined to blowing up tanks because of her passive, but at least Moskov in these teamfights and global presence, we've seen time and time again that Innocent is just reliable on it. So I'm guessing that now they're realizing, all right, we might get Masha. If we don't get Masha, that's totally fine. As long as they slow down that Trinity build, we can get a tank that could sandbag the lane.
Maybe Mel wants a good fight.
Could be.
Right?
Could be. And yeah, if HomeBois is still thinking of pulling that Masha out, then carry would be a direct answer to it. Last ban from SRG, going to be the Zeus Sin. So now we finally enter the second phase of picks.
Yeah, honestly, like when you fight against Kimi in lane, at least you want something with rage. I heard that people have been countering this, if I'm not mistaken, in the Philippines by using a veil.
Yes.
Against the Kimi. So I'm wondering if HomeBois will go that far.
I think that safest pick, they go for Farsa.
Yeah.
Dangerous pick, they go for Veil. Because again, it's like Vexana, you just gotta hit spells. There's no way around it.
I gotta say, honestly, the Veil might even be, you know, safer compared to the Farsa, because Farsa, you're a standing target against the Kalia and the Ling. With Veil, if you see them coming, you can blow them away.
Oh, it looks
It's
like we got a
possible.
hype train going on in the front with the
Oh my
boys.
goodness.
The crowd is hype right now. The stadium is literally fuller than I have ever seen the entire season. Everyone
It's
here
mostly
knows
girls.
this is the highlight. Is it actually?
Yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah.
We need to get a survey ratio. Guys, start scanning that QR code right now. Farsa, the next lock-in for the side of the HomeBois. They're holding until the very end to figure out who is going into that EXP. Now, SRG, they've got to gamba this right now.
Yeah. Honestly, HomeBois, if they want to go crazy, they can pick up a very tanky front line. I'm even thinking of something like the Terizla, where it becomes a situation, okay, Kalia, do you take in the Baxia? Do you take in that Terizla? Either way is going to be bad. And if you want this Baxia to go to the EXP, you can consider something like the Tigreal.
I think it's going to be about Peel. There's an argument for Gatot here, but let's see. It's Glue and as well as Xavier.
Kimi Goldling. Kimi Goldling.
Wow.
Haven't seen a Xavier for a while. Look at this. Only game one. SRG OG, they don't use the traditional draft. They see HomeBois as a threat.
SRG have been holding back on their picks. That's why their hero pool has been lower than HomeBois up until now, but that's just all out the window. The lid has been removed. SRG OG is treating them with the proper respect they deserve.
Yeah, and now
I think you just go Lucas here, right?
Lucas might not be bad. Honestly, if you want something safe, Hylos is okay, but I do want a little bit more crowd control.
Yep.
Yeah, there
That's
you
the
go.
Lucas right there.
Yep, they've got the backline damage. They've got the backline damage for sure. They also don't have too bad of a laning phase, especially if you get a little bit of help from Farsa or even Baxia. I think that right now, it's boiling down to whether or not the side lanes can actually hold their own.
Melcutie is going to have a hard time because Kimi wins the lane basically against anyone. The Harif, you're going to have a hard time, and this is Innocent piloting the Kimi. So I kind of feel like if SRG OG is going to focus on either lane, actually, now to think about it, they could go either. Like, Lucas is going to be easier for them to gank, and that Harif is not going to have a good time against that Kimi anyways.
I think this is one of the more even drafts we've seen all season, but there are risks involved for both sides. What are you thinking about the overall drafts?
Honestly, when we're looking at the drafts here, both are very executional dependent because we see a lot of heavy micro heroes. The Harif, the Hayabusa, the Link, this Kimi on the goal lane. Anything can happen in this one, Gideon.
All right. It's time. The highlight match of the week of Sodu Saturday begins. A best of 3 with the champions of MPL MY. Accolades underneath their belt against the newly formed HomeBois. A rival that nobody expected.
Let me just say, you guys aren't here, but the game just started, and HomeBois, they all gave a standing ovation just by starting the match. Like, that's how hyped this one is.
It really is. Everyone has been looking forward to this game in particular for many, many weeks. The time when two unstoppable forces, undefeated in the regular season thus far, finally collide. Only one will be able to emerge still standing, and that is a very unfortunate pause. But if we're gonna get it out of the way, we may as well get it out of the way at the beginning of the series.
That's how you cut the tension.
Yeah.
By the way, something that I have to note. Melcutie, the ordinary marksman on this Hive, he picked up the Master Assassin. So he feels like he might actually win against Innocent. I really want to see how that lane shapes up.
There is a potential for him because, again, there are windows of punishment against the Kimi. Obviously, you can't win in that poking battle because eventually once she has her passive active, she's going to run at you. You just have to sacrifice the space. As soon as it's done, though, that's when we can potentially see a turnaround with the Diamond Force, but only at level 4. Up until then, we're just going to have to wait and see. Based on the matchups that we've seen so far, I'm most concerned about Stormy because this Xavier takes a really long time to actually scale and be relevant. And not to mention, getting priority over the mid lane isn't his strong suit.
In fact, if you extend that, a lot of SRG OG's draft requires time to really become relevant, right? Kimi, Ling, Xavier, all need their space to actually get farm up, which means that you're not going to have a lot of early bursts to work around this Kalea's pickoff with. allowing HomeBois to really get a lot of early mid-game advantage. Lane prio is the only thing SRG can hope to maintain.
All right, hats off to our marshals. Thank you for solving the issues as we go to the first interaction by Little Wanderer.
Oh, it looks like Sakai's, Sakai's was able to take that one. So he's level 4 before Amal. Amal really needs to start farming up because Sakai's, he's level ahead.
He's going to power farm as much as he can. In terms of who got there first, technically, Amal had position over the Little Wanderer, but it doesn't really matter, right? Ivan is making sure that he's on track to hitting his item power spikes on time. Regardless, we're seeing that Cram right now doing pretty well against Vel, but only until we see that first turtle are we really going to see the skew and the differences between the comps.
Yeah, right now, Ivan being an absolute bodyguard, moving around with Amal, making sure that he helps with the farm. And both teams are being quiet at this point. But this is just one of those situations where, you know, the calm before the storm. Like, what are you waiting for? Like, SRG, like you said, not a lot of strength in the early game. If they can actually get some kind of advantage, it's going to be hard for HomeBois.
Like they're going to look for Cram first, but he actually manages to land the stun on Izanami. So no follow-up from the Farsa.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vel was not able to land the combo correctly on towards Cram. But here comes Yums, he's nearby.
Goes in, misses the title strike actually. So Vel able to get away, and Vel Izanami gonna hit level 4 first.
Right now, both teams are scaling each other very differently. They're not taking the traditional path of like, oh, you're just a level 1 bot. No, we have to think beyond there very early on in the game.
Yums, level 3 story. Oh,
flicker forward. Cram gets 2-man stun right into the dawning light, and here comes Skies coming in from flank. He has purple buff, his energy is low. Meanwhile, the Sacred Beast form has come out. Revitalized used by Ivan. Fettered it for a cancel straight away, but Izanami still gets first blood on top of Yums. The grab gonna pull them into it. Izanami gonna be picked up by Skies eventually. HomeBois forced on the retreat by Cram.
Nicely done by Cram. See that Ivan is trying to body block him? No, flicker past him. Let's get right on top of Izanami.
Yeah, and the thing is, SRG Stormy on that Xavier, able to get that Mystic Field, so really a lot of interruption. So SRG OG, they're making sure that their timing is correct. The moment that Cram wants to expand his flicker, the rest of his team is ready to do something to make sure that it looks absolutely clean.
I think it's a matter of space right now, right? HomeBois understand that they need to make sure that the front lines stay on that front lines and to be able to hold down the aggression from SRG OG Esports. While SRG OG, interestingly enough, want to find little pockets of which they can play in enemy territory.
Yeah, unfortunately for just now, Izanami got a kill, which is great, but Sakai's got that kill as well. So right now, in terms of the jungle farm, Sakai's is much better than Amal, and that's not what you want to see, because between the Hayabusa as well as the Ling, you kind of want to see the Hayabusa ahead early.
Again, a lot of this is on very thin margins. You see that there's not much of a gold lead despite everything that's happened in this game. Only 50 gold, 46 gold now. The only real difference is that Sakai's was able to get one more Little Wanderer and one more Crab in the river.
He was able to get the turtle as well, which is not really what you'd expect. HomeBois should have the better early game positioning, so really gotta praise SRG OG for being very good at taking that fight. They knew where they needed the position. And now are just taking it slow once again, waiting for the next objective.
I would say the previous objective, it was Cram, man. Like, Cram made a good play, and the team was there to actually make sure that it looks as good as it is. Now, HomeBois, like, this is great. 4 minutes in, a lot of movements all across the map, but the goal doesn't change, man. This shows that both teams are being very careful, even in terms of the kill. It's trading 1-to-1.
I mean, look at this, right? They saw the movement coming in from SRG OG Esports. Instantly, we're seeing no time being wasted by Ivan. He doesn't need to be in the mid lane. It's not like he's going to contest it. They can give up that priority because there's nothing to fight over in the map. In terms of camps, right? Even the junglers are on their sides. They don't really care about invading at this point. There's just no reason to put yourself in that type of risk.
Oh, but look at here. They'll see Sky. Sky's going to get out of there. Now Cram back in.
Vel 1v2. Amal right behind him. Not sure if SRG wants to full commit to this, but they will poke Vel down pretty low. He's at half HP. And the turtle's coming up in 3 seconds.
They didn't want to waste their ultimates there. Cram, no guarantee that they can get the initial kill on to Vel, but now we go Turtle.
SRG's working on it. Title Strike picks up Ivan. Feathered Airstrike comes out as well, but Tempest Ablaze secures the Turtle for Skies.
Oh!
Tsunami Slam though, gonna pull them back. MLQT gonna be the first one picked off. Yoon's gonna be traded for it, and now Innocent picks up the double kill, finding Ivan in the front line. Grab gonna jump on top of Vel as well and pull him back into the iron sights of Stormy. And even the Flicker gonna be forced out. Innocent! torrid killing spree for the Kimmy.
Holy. All right, first item priorities. Innocent very happy that his team is able to chunk down the members of the HomeBois. That Sky Piercer getting major value.
Yeah, and first item from Innocent is that concentrated energy, so he can't keep on fighting for days, and it just makes his shots even stronger. And I would say HomeBois, in terms of mistakes, Melcutie, he is the hard, but he actually flanked from the back, basically making it easier for Slangray Giants to engage onto him. And then the Mystic Field, Stormy was able to hit it on Melcutie. That made him unable to move. So honestly, mistake from HomeBois, but better re-engage coming in from SRGOG.
Yeah, Umami Slam, they're gonna pull Ivan back. Bell is here for backup. Feathered Airstrike zoning out the rest of SRGOG, but they're splitting up so well. Dawning Light sets up the mega kill for Innocent. And now HomeBois are one man down. Sky's looking for it. Tempest to Blaze. Gets the two-man knockout. Revitalize cannot even keep Ivan alive. It's a double kill for Innocent. And Sky picks up Melcutie as well. Amal gonna look for some kind of counter, but his whole team is gone.
Beautifully played by SRGOG Esports. That guy's not missing a beat here. Able to hop over from where the Bear Bug was, and now is forced to move away. Two-pronged attack. Mid lane wants to fall, but Amal won't let it. However, top side, we see that Innocent 5-0-2 and another turret in his hands.
Dude, Sakai has been hiding this Ling for 5 weeks, man.
Waiting.
He's been waiting to give me an opponent that Coach Arcade will be like, yeah, use the Ling. Like, we've been waiting for this for 5 weeks now.
It's been too long. It's too long, but he still got it.
Oh. Bell once again trying to engage from the flank. Flicker comes out from Stormy. Feathered Airstrike canceled instantly by Cram. Meanwhile, Ivan gonna chase Stormy down. The Xavier will fall for the first time. Tsunami Slam from Yoon trying to pull Melcutie out of the Zaman Force, but he's not able to. Meanwhile, his guys is a 1v2. He's Shadow Kill. Picks him up in the mid lane. He's Tsunami gonna be jumped on by Cram in the back line though. Innocent with the monster kill, picking up the Baxia. Melcutie though, 1v2. Double kill for Innocent. It is a 3-for-2 trade in favor of SRGOG.
It was 3-for-3.
3-for-3? Wait, I didn't even notice.
It's too much. It's too much. Again, HomeBois don't want to play by the traditional rules anymore, especially when they are falling behind. You saw that Stormy was knocked out of position, was eventually picked up by Ivan. Yums as well. Nothing much he can do after his full rotation is done. I will give props to Bell, though.
Oh my God.
Splitting that fight in half. Full stacks coming in from Innocent.
Actually, one more, and then it'll be full. But yeah, 70 stacks here. Dude, this is insane. And the thing about Kimi is that you can fight forever. So he just waited for the Zaman Force to be down, and then he goes in, and now he even has the 400 kills milestone.
Wow. Building this up fast, and this game is starting to shape up very nicely for SRGOG Esports. Ivan does get the blade armor for himself. He needs to protect himself against the guys. He wants to get it in his face, but so far it's been really difficult because Cram has been an absolute rock for SRGOG.
And now we're even seeing Skies getting more farm down in the bot lane. So SRGOG, they're playing the macro so well. They're asking HomeBois, what are you going to do to stop this?
They got to keep it tight here, right? It's the only way to kind of keep HomeBois in check. They're going to leave Innocent by himself. He's able to leash this Lord for as long as he wants to. As we see that the Pitch Poise allowing Sakai's try and steal another purple.
Looks like Sky is not going to be able to get it, actually. Amal does still secure it. Sky's in some trouble. Ivan jumping a bit too deep here with the Revitalize. Innocent gets the legendary.
All right, to be fair, Amal,
Grab, flickering forward, finding the stun. Grab. He's looking for Amal. Here comes the title strike as well. Yums aiming for Melcutie. Drops the Summon Force down in time. Tempest Blaze comes out. Val gonna be punished before he can even fire the shockwave. Melcutie trying to dash away, but you cannot escape the Sky Prince. Oki Shadow Kill does nothing, and now Amal is left trapped. He cannot even fight Stormy. Triple kill for Skies.
Let me say, SRGOG has not looked this good this entire season.
Izanami, he's been found. He tried to go for the Feathered Airstrike, but he couldn't find a mega kill. This Ling is unstoppable.
Did not combo fast enough. Yums reacted just a little faster this time round. A 7.2k lead for SRGOG Esports.
10 minutes, the guy is already level 15.
He's farming really fast.
What in the world?
It's level 15.
It's just constant pressure from the side of SRGOG. And I think that right now, HomeBois, they have to take a back step. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna lie, Amal's getting a little unlucky on his rolls for the Oki Shadow kill. Like some of them are a little unfortunate.
Yeah. Looks like I have.
Oh, Yubes, look at him, he's chasing after him. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Ivan back. Bell trying to stop Cram, but look at the amount of damage Ivan takes just from Poke. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Skies targeting his Tsunami. Unstoppable streak for the jungler of SRG OG.
Sakai's is styling on him right now. He's got all the movement in the world, taunting them in their faces. If they can get an inhibitor here, that'd be great. And it looks like Innocent is not going to leave until he gets at least one.
They're just gonna rush it down. Bottom inhibitor already gone. Lord will eventually be cleared up. They found Bell. They stunned him under the tower. He has to use the Sacred Beast form just to escape.
And now, HomeBois, they're buying time. They're hoping with enough resources given over to Mel, maybe he can start carrying this again. But Sakai 7-1-5, looking absolutely unstoppable. Even Izanami has no place to breathe.
Predator strike used early to zone out. Cram caught under the tower, but he is just so tanky. There is no punish from the HomeBois. They are so far behind. It is a 9K net worth deficit before the 12-minute mark.
A genius wand purchase from Izanami. His targets are Innocent and as well as Stormy. If he's lucky enough to get Sakai's outside of that Bladed Tempest, then good luck for Sakai's. Up until then, so far, he has not been stopped. Backline access, he's got it all. Dodging the correct abilities and denying a Feathered Airstrike. Again, Sakai's the one to do it.
I feel like everyone will look at SRG OG, and then people will be like, yo, they've been holding back.
They have.
All this while, they're just like taking it easy. Like for people that doubted SRG OG, even I was like, okay, your gameplay isn't that clean compared to before. Now I'm looking at it, it's like, okay, they've been holding back.
SRG has not been using their Bankai the entire season. And now they've released it.
I don't even know if they use Chikai.
Honestly, it's looking that way.
Hey man, to them, all of this is just frog kumite. It's just practice, right? Capturing that physicality and that natural instinct in you. With a 9.3k lead, the checkmate angle is so close. HomeBois so devoid of farm. Every movement, oh, they know.
Izanami, you gotta be careful, man.
Izanami probably realizing at this, surely here, don't show yourself. Izanami, do not show yourself. Looks like he won't. He'll see Skies first.
We don't see him on the mid lane.
I'm holding my breath.
My God.
I'm holding my breath.
He saw him. Wings by wings, dawning light connects. Guys, he's just facing down. Tempest Blaze comes out. The rest of his team trying to defend him, and Cram is already back there with the split. They find him, and a Tsunami Slam brings Bell forward. He tries to flicker back to safety. Cram's already there. Ivan gonna throw his body forward with the Revitalize to keep the rest of his team alive. MelQG just cannot jump in. He cannot even play his Zaman Foot. Amal will eventually find Stormy, but that is a monster kill. That is unstoppable. SRG OG running down the HomeBois.
Beautifully played. Beautifully played by SRG. They did the mind sweep, right? They checked from bottom side river, walked into a purple buff enemy side, realized nothing's there, checked the important bushes, and then started to cut up and sweep towards that top side, almost guaranteeing they will find Izanami.
And Cram, with that kill onto Izanami, he has gotten 200 kills so far in his MPL MY career. Like, right now, SRG OG, they're racking up their stats here.
This glue is too much of a problem for them. HomeBois initially was probably thinking that they wanted to pick it up for themselves, but there's too much at stake, too much at risk. And SRG OG Esports, again, at least this time, Coach Arcadia has done his team good on the draft.
Up until now, it's a thing that people would have thought, people would have guessed. Have SRG OG been just messing around this regular season? Is there truly no match for them in MPL MY? And in this first game versus HomeBois, they have confirmed our fears. And now they are pushing into the base. Mid inhibitor. Oh my goodness, Izanami's just gone. Godlike streak for Skies. Legendary for Innocent. The HomeBois are falling like bowling pins. And SRG OG is a steamroller right through the alleyway. Because there is no chance the defending champions hold strong and take game number 1.
Clean game. Very clean game from SRG. Amazing reads in the draft, and they played the early to mid game perfectly.
You know, if this was an anime, you know what SRG would be saying to HomeBois?
What would they be saying?
I will show you true despair.
That's cold. That's so cold. But Vista 3 isn't over yet. And the fans waiting in anticipation. That was just a teaser of what
Get rid of that Kimmy, man.
Get rid of that Kimmy,
Get rid of that Kimmy, man.
It's too much to deal with.
Oh my God, it's not even Stormy. It was Innocent, and then like no one could get onto him. They tried, not for the lack of trying. They tried to get onto Innocent. They just can't.
They just can't. 2 missed executions here for the side of the HomeBois sealed the deal for them in this game. This is a really rough game so far, but I think HomeBois have some lessons they can take away from it.
There's a lot to learn here. HomeBois, this is the first time they have been humbled like this the entire regular season. They have made it this far without even a bump in their path, and now SRGOG appears as a mountain. We have known that this team is flexible, that they can adapt, that they can adjust. We have praised Coach Erpang and Jespen for their drafting. Now is the time to really put that to the test.
I just can't believe SRG has been hiding this.
Yeah, I think it's no surprise that the Kimmy could be flexed. I think we all were expecting this, but that Ling is still well-oiled, well-greased.
It's, dude.
How do you play around it, right?
We've seen Ling. We've seen Ling on MPL MY. No one was close as that.
Oh, yeah.
No one.
An absolute demolishing. That's something that's going to stick with Amal for a while, but don't worry. He still has a chance to try and equalize the score. That's what we're hoping for this next match.
Yeah.
They're just speechless, right?
I can't believe that SRG stocks will get higher after this.
Oh, yeah.
That is the defending champion. That is our MSC champ. Let's see who our MVP is going to be for game number 1, and this time it is our Sky Prince. Skies on his signature Ling once again after such a long time of not seeing this hero.
Holy cow, 10 minutes into the game, level 15, 3 items and a 4th item halfway there with 30 seconds left on the clock. He gets it. It's just not even close. 930 GPM. We haven't seen these numbers in a while.
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. People have been criticizing Skies, right? Saying like, he's not that good. He's washed. He lost a 1v1 against Hazel. And then I think he's like, bro, I've been holding back, man. I've been holding back. I haven't tried. Now that he tried, now I want him to hold back again. Let it go to game 3.
Put on the weights, Sakai, all right? Calm down. Calm down.
Yeah, this isn't even the weights, though. Like, normally this would be the Rock Lee taking off the training weight situation. No, this is literally Gara showing that he was still the strongest all along situation.
Brutal stuff coming out from SRGOG Esports. But let's talk about how they set this up to begin with. Number 1, a couple of missed opportunities for the side of the HomeBois. If they're able to chunk out Cram early on, I think that turtle fight would have been so much easier. Both sides technically missed, even arguably Yums, who tried to affect the lane afterwards, but also wasn't able to connect. From that point onwards, where do you kind of go? And the mid lane suddenly became obvious that Stormy making sure that they take advantage of the gates. Once that Mystic Field is out, that's when they go for it. Afterwards, oh, it's timed out. Let's chill for a second, wait until Stormy is able to come back into the fight.
The timing from SRGOG was so good. In every single fight, they know exactly when to go in. They know exactly when to hold their spells to cancel out ultimates, like the Feathered Airstrike, to the point where a team like HomeBois, who has had one of the most composed team fights of any MPL MY team, looked like rookies in front of them.
Really difficult to play. I think that Ivan did a pretty good job in the earlier stages of the game, allowing the 1-for-1 trades to actually work in their favor. But afterwards, that's when we saw a lot of the problems, right? That's when Yums is like, okay, we're done with the early game. As long as I pick you up, I have teammates that will blow you up.
Dude, this is one of those games that you just want to keep watching over and over. Like, from the side of HomeBois, just think like, where did it went wrong? And for everyone else that has to go up against SRGOG, they're like, we have a chance. And it's like, let me just remind you guys, Trapped said that he will solo kill Innocent. After that, I don't know, buddy. I don't know. Innocent got 71,000 damage. I believe Devlis, and got that Sky Piercer stack way early in the game.
Yeah, really early on. Man, this is really difficult, right? Because the way that the draft is designed is to also hurt the laning phases because of the battle spells. Oh, we got Kalia. That's great. Now Innocent has an opportunity to never get punished in the lane because MelQT must take Purify instead of Flicker, which is his only win con to beat this Kimmy.
But there's so many things that HomeBois has to think about here. And when you look at the draft as a whole, we already pointed this out during the game itself, right? They need to start making things happen in the early game. We've already mentioned before multiple times, SRG OG seems to be the weakest in the early game. That's where HomeBois can start creating an advantage. And then SRG just lock in. This is the cleanest early game I've seen from them the entire season, just not allowing any openings and controlling rotations as cleanly as you could.
Can I even say, I've never seen Farsa punished this bad.
Oh yeah.
Like we've seen drafts like, there's no way that Farsa can survive this. And then she survived. In this one, the guy's like, no, buddy, I'm the counter. I'm gonna let you know I'm the counter.
It wasn't even close, and I love having these multiple ways of getting in and out of the fight, whether it be Innocent, who is the carry, the rich guy as Sakai's, or even Yums as our best wingman. Vel, there's just too many things to handle if you're not having that traditional front to back, right? Even when Vel goes into that back line, you see the attention get split into two as Stormy on top of Innocent go in separate directions, just to say, hey, you get to pick one of us at max. That's it.
Yeah, the split, the positioning of SRG OG in their team fights is so good. If you want to learn how to team fight, this is the game to watch. Just see the way that SRGs scatter, but still remain in formation to back each other up so that AoE damage never affects more than one or two of them.
The best way to explain it is the push and pull. Just look, here in these first interactions, we're seeing that, oh yes, we may have overpushed and fell into the net of SRG, but afterwards, it doesn't mean that SRG doesn't have an opportunity. They can actually reach for more because they know HomeBois is an alt-based composition.
At this point, SRGOG is making every single hero look damn good, man. Like Xavier, we don't talk about him that much, but vision, control, damage, range. Like, Stormy doesn't make this hero look like he needed the skill. He just needed level 2, and then he can do something.
Yeah, honestly, I think that Stormy played an extremely strong Xavier. The biggest problem with Xavier is that if you just kind of like throw your abilities randomly, you're not going to have it up when it actually matters. Here, he's been a sniper, right? Wait till Vel gets here. Wait till Izanami is in the middle of his flight path.
Izanami is out of the map. He's not in the land of Dawn anymore. And Stormy still hit him.
He's still beaming him.
Dude, Mage Prodigy against the Sky Prince, man.
Cram is also doing so much work.
There's only praises to be given in this game.
Yeah.
There really is no downside to how SRG OG plays it. The question is, how does HomeBois get around this?
Yeah, I kind of feel like they gotta start respecting some things in the draft. Like, number one, actually I feel like this is the way. Just give winning lanes for gold and EXP. Because EXP, you kind of lost that lane, and gold, you lost that lane as well. Because I feel like in mid, it's pretty even. Only this one, we do see that Sakai's is a bit better compared to Amal in terms of farming. Because even in early game, he farmed faster. The side lane, man, they gotta win. They gotta win.
Yeah, I think this does mean that if you're in Erpang's position, he's probably going to start changing the relationship, right? Yeah. Again, as much as he believes that MelQT can win this out, it is just not enough when you have to think about the whole draft as a 5v5. Guys, refresh with the 0 sugar, 0 calories, and the same great taste. 100+. Oh man, you probably tried it when you were younger. We still drink it to this day. No matter the occasion, 100+ has got you covered. And that's what our athletes up on stage are drinking right now, because this game is quite the sweat.
Oh yeah, it is, and it's worth it, man. It's worth it. Like, game number 1, it's already worth the money.
Oh yeah.
We're just hoping that HomeBois can stretch this out to game 3, just so that we can see more of that.
It's gonna be a tall order, though.
Yeah, it is. It is.
SRGOG, yes, they pulled out more of their true power, but they have not been pushed against a corner. That was still them having a swell, chill time in the Land of Dawn, just with a little added pinch of respect to the HomeBois. So, I don't even know what to do, really.
Yeah, it's tough. I think that's something that we're going to have to think about for just a little bit when it comes down to the draft. A lot of intricate webbings and a couple of interactions that need to be discussed in the meantime. With that being said, it looks like Poji has a couple of special guests here in Stadium Juara to watch this matchup. It's Navi Malaysia.
thank you to our beloved caster. And now with me, Poji is our representative for MWI Navi Malaysia. Nampak unexpected speak English because why? Diorang akan mewakili negara kita nantilah untuk kejohanan dunia. Dan soalan yang pertama macam biasa, sebagai pasukan yang dah memang confirm pergi ke sana nanti, apa perasaannya nak main di peringkat dunia?
Perasaan of course bersyukur and gembira, tapi untuk qualifier tu kita memang dah expect lah tu slot kita orang.
Wow.
Kita just datang untuk ambil slot kita orang balik je, so tak ada pressure pun. Cumanya nak buat yang terbaik untuk dekat Riyadh nanti.
Okey. Dia dah cakap, dia dah confident. Maksudnya korang memang yakinlah dengan line up sedia ada, betul? Tapi sekarang lah soalan bila korang dah rasa yakin ke apa, tapi itu untuk qualifier. Persoalannya sekarang, setinggi manakah perjalanannya untuk korang carry untuk e-sport wanita tu sendiri dekat dalam negara kita? Sebab sedia kita tahu untuk tournament-tournament ladies tak begitu mendapat tempat. Tapi untuk korang sendiri, apakah pelan jangka panjangnya?
Kita orang plan untuk pergi AWC ni as champion contender.
Champion contender?
Tak ada nombor top 8, top 4. Kita orang just untuk top 3.
Kamera? Champion contender. Bukan normal-normal.
Betul?
Wow. Okey. Tepuk sikit lah sebab ini doa dan juga harapan daripada pemain kita. Tapi sekarang saya nak tanya Fafau sebenarnya. Sebab bagi anda yang mungkin tak fokus atau tak sedar, sebabnya Fafau sebelum ni pernah pergi main juga dekat MWI dan kali ni pergi lagi. Any kata pengalaman yang dah pun kumpul daripada season yang lepas dan bawa kali ni untuk persediaan?
Macam tahun lepas punya saya dapat top 8 and sejujurnya saya rasa sedih lah sebab tak mencapai ekspektasi saya tahun lepas. Tapi disebabkan kekalahan yang saya terima tahun lepas tu membangkitkan diri saya lagi untuk training lebih. And macam korang lihat, line up tahun ni berbeza seperti tahun lepas. And saya yakin yang line up tahun ni akan memberi yang lebih baik daripada tahun lepas. And insyaAllah champion. Amin.
Amin. Tapi saya difahamkan juga untuk line up korang ni ada pemain import, betul? Mana pemain importnya? Raimundo. Okey, mungkin untuk Raimundo boleh berkongsi sedikitlah dengan saya untuk sasaran dekat EWC ni kan, macam dia kata dah target champion, ini pun target champion. Tapi sebagai seorang pemain yang bawa bukan sahaja untuk orang kata pengalaman daripada tim, tapi pada negara yang lain kan dah bermain kan, rasa boleh tak cecah podium kali ni? Dapat nombor 3-2-1 ke anything?
Seperti yang Ais bilang, tetap target nomor 1.
Tetap target, mantap kali kan. Okey, sekali Coach, saya nak tanya sikit lah kan, bila kita dah cakap kan perjalanan ni kan, macam mana perasaannya? Kali ni korang bukannya menggunakan nama Arcane, sebab sebelum ni korang datang dengan nama Arcane, tapi sekarang menjadi nama Navi, nama satu organisasi besar yang ada tim lelaki dan juga tim perempuan. Adakah nama tu sedikit sebanyak menjadi orang kata satu bebanan untuk diri tu? Aku nak kena carry the brand, nak carry the nama tu.
Bagi saya tu bukan satu bebanan lah. Dia lebih kepada seperti yang semua tahu, Navi kelab besar. So kita orang punya confidence pun makin besar, ego pun makin besar, and rasa macam benda tu bukan pressure, benda tu advantage.
Ego pun tak besar. Bukan ego makin besar tadi. Oh, ego nak menang kan, ego semakin besar. Awal star syndrome, jangan. Okey, tapi sebelum kita back to the players dan juga caster lah, saya nak tanya soalan lah daripada korang. Anyone boleh jawab? Kita dah tengok match tadi 1-0. Selangor Red Giant dominate secara sepenuhnya. Korang rasa akankah HomeBois comeback ataupun Selangor Red Giant tutup game 2-0? Siapa yang menang sebenarnya? HomeBois ke Selangor Red Giant OG? Mungkin Rina boleh jawab.
Mungkin 2-0.
2-0.
Selangor Red Giant.
Aish berapa Aish?
Apa? 2-1 SRG sebab ada kawan saya.
Okey, kita tengok seorang-seorang. Okey, awak berapa?
Saya rasa 2-1 kalau HomeBois dapat belajar dari kesilapan diorang di match 1.
Alright, Fafau, orang yang berpengalaman, berapa?
Saya rasa 2-0 SRG bantai HomeBois lagi.
Wow. Hani, mana Hani? Cepat. Berapa Hani?
Bagi saya 2-1.
2-1, HomeBois SRG?
Berat lah.
Berat?
HomeBois lah.
Okey, nice. Raimundo. Ada player Indonesia tu. Sokong siapa?
Tapi aku dukung SRG.
Memang happy lah orang-orang dekat sana. Selangor Red Giant OG dan juga HomeBois. Dan tanpa kita melengahkan masa sekarang, kita nak kembali kepada caster untuk tengok apa yang bakal berlaku untuk game selepas ni. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Boji. That was our women's IESF representatives, Navi Malaysia. Great to have this large organization also look for representation here at MY. But now we're back to the game, back to this best of 3. First pick selection. Once again, SRG will get blue side. 88% so far. They're just farming that win rate.
Yeah, they want to get it back up after they lost that one game. Yeah.
They want to push it so hard they get it 100% again.
Oh,
I
man.
heard people say mathematically it's not possible, and for those people, shame on you.
Ever heard of rounding it up?
It's possible if you're bad at math.
If you believe, it will happen.
Hey, speaking of math, let's look at the head-to-head between the EXP laners, because right now, Cram on that glue is doing very well against Vel on the Lucas. Again, we're seeing the width and breadth of both of these players, but in terms of the numbers, it looks like so far Cram doing better in the average KDA and damage taken.
Dude, he's the captain, man. Like at this point, we were hyping up 2 of the best EXP leaders in the league. Cram didn't make it look close. He looked like #1 and #2, sure, but the gap is huge.
I don't know. I think he got a pretty good matchup here because, again, it's Glue into Lucas. Lucas has a time limit. Glue does not. He is timeless. He can do whatever he wants, and even in the later stages, he can still be a nuisance. Now, we're coming into game number 2. It is time for both of these teams to draft.
We want to witness a team draw blood once again from the Giants. We want to bear witness to the HomeBois showing us why they are an unstoppable force this season in MPL Malaysia. And that all starts from the draft once again, whether or not coaches Erpang and Jespen will be able to adjust and adapt to this brand new secret weapon of SRGOG.
I think right now, Erpang needs to ban out that Kimmy. He needs to get rid of that flexibility coming in from Innocent and as well as Stormy, and then leave Joy open, potentially into the hands of SRG.
They're still letting that Kimmy go.
They're willing to roll the dice.
I mean, like SRGOG, if they pick up the Kalia again, then HomeBois, they do have the chance to pick up Kimmy for themselves. But after what Sakai showed on that link, not gonna lie, even picking up a Kimmy is gonna look very dangerous unless you have a different option like a Fredrin that has a lot of mini stuns, something to stop any kind of assassins. But Fredrin is so unique, no one does what he does.
Again, he is an absolute stopper, right? Oh, the Viking clap coming out from the side of SRG to give them some extra spirit. And now we see that Kalia gets locked in. Ooh, a very honest answer this time from the side of the HomeBois. They lock in the Gathon. They're also going to be taking the Kimmy straight away. Erpang has decided to change things up.
If it makes sense, just pick it up.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense, really. If they did try to do something a little bit more unique in game number 1 to see if they could outperform SRGOG, but now they're just gonna go for the honest heal picks.
Yeah, Stormy has officially surpassed 1,800 total assists milestone, the 4th to achieve since MPL MY Season 6.
Wow.
And the thing is, one of the things that made Stormy able to get those kind of numbers, ever since his debut in MPL MY, he's always the top team of the regular season. And now what is going on? SRG, they pick up the Boxia.
They want to punish this Gathon.
Oh my goodness.
I think that right now, HomeBois need to make a decision here, right? We can expect this Kimmy to be flecked, but it's more likely to fall into the hands of Mel QT right now, knowing that that Boxia is going to punish Gathon in that roam, so it's better to put him into EXP.
The fact that SRGOG is just directly challenging the HomeBois here. They will no longer have the Kimmy this time to play around. So that is something that HomeBois has to worry about a little bit less, but this Ling continues to be an issue if you're not able to disrupt him early on. Picks like the Hilda could be worth considering, but Boxia is already a predetermined answer to that in a way. So we'll see what HomeBois decides to go for.
All right, they go for the Suyo. Dude, you know what's crazy? Todak can be like, we started this. SRG HomeBois, y'all aren't the trendsetters. Just Magma started first.
Y'all just followers, man. You're holding on to our tailcoats, man.
Oh my god. Like, imagine whoever wins, and then Todak be like, hey, it was us.
No, just wait for the post-game interview. They're like, we want to thank Magma for coming. We dedicate this game to Todak's Magma. He inspired us with his Boxia. Both sides, even the losers interview was like, Magma, man, thanks for that call.
Not gonna lie, we forgot it exists.
Yeah. It's just one of those options you don't think of. But now, into the second phase. First ban on the second phase from the side of Erpang. They get rid of the Jushin.
I kind of feel like HomeBois, this is the problem, right? You wanna win the matchup in gold. I kind of feel like it's impossible against Innocent, man. He always has some kind of pick to fight against you. Like, say even if you get the Harif, he might get the Granger and he'll stomp you. He might get the Moskov and then he'll stomp you. Like, Innocent gets the carry, he'll stomp you. At this point, I don't know what's in lane right now that there's a definite victory for HomeBois. I don't know how they can set it up.
Yeah. CC ban from the side of SRG.
Because I think Boxia is going to that EXP, so they just want to make sure that he doesn't lose, you know? Like, they can flex Boxia or Kalia, either or can go to the EXP. I think they're just respecting what Vel did, because he did have a very nasty CC game.
Yeah, I think regardless, it's still gonna... Oh no, even Hilda technically is
another one.
A bad matchup.
Like, CC can tie two people up, so that's gonna be a free ult for the Gaton. So that's also another angle.
That's true, that's true. Barca, next to get banned out for the side of HomeBois. Notice that both sides have not touched the major counters to glue just yet. For all intents and purposes, SRG could just be like, okay, let's just get rid of it in the first place and then look for like a tank buster later down the line.
I think HomeBois is taking the suggestion that LaFell previously posed of keeping Izanami's pick open until the very last, just in case that glue does get locked in a little bit later. SRG OG certainly does have a wide hero pool, and we've already seen Kalea and Baxia, so there's a possibility that it doesn't show up, but HomeBois wants to cover all their bases, because Cram really was a pain in the butt in Game 1.
Oh, they're like, now, show it now.
Like, HomeBois, if you don't pick up that glue, like, let me just say, Arcadia has been controlling the draft since Game 1. Like, he's looking at Erpang in the eyes and be like, your move. Oof. I'm 5 moves ahead. You're here in Malaysia, I'm all the way back in the Philippines, man.
Oh, dude, how do you play this out? There's two options right now for Erpang. Either he goes for a tank buster of his own in that carry, or locks in the glue and risks a potential bad matchup from SRG's side. It's a give and take right now.
Like, you know, SRG OG is setting it up.
Yeah.
There's no way they want to give a free glue. Unless they're like, yo, we need a fighting, you know.
You could go like a safe Vexana pick, you know, like maybe counter it in advance. But no, they will steal it away.
You know it's a trap, but you just gotta take it, man.
Gotta take it here. Now the question is whether or not SRG is going to be, hey, we've got the Vexana in our back pocket. It makes sense. It kind of fits, honestly, it really fits Stormy's playstyle very, very well. And it's not like we haven't seen him do it before in his previous seasons.
And then you see something insane.
Yeah.
I don't know, like a Valir, a Chang'e,
a Lucas EXP, just to be like, I'll show you how it's done, man.
Let it be Kalia mid.
Kalia mid.
Like, at this point, this is the only time where SRG OG really makes you like, what's gonna be next? Because before this, they're so predictable.
Yeah.
So hard to tell what is going to be popping out here. And even Innocent's pick, he's got so many choices left as well, right? Moskov, Beatrix, Harif, all wide open. Sounds like it's a Granger, the classic Innocent Granger, and the Xavier. It's another artillery comp from SRG OG.
Face value, not a lot of ways to handle the glue. The only is like Boxia, like controlling the heals, but face value, not a lot of ways to deal with the glue. So we do have to see how HomeBois can deal with this. And now the big question, Kimmy, mid or gold?
I think at this point, you're not too worried about the tank busters. You probably can just go with the Moskov. I think that Kimmy is going to go into the mid lane at this point, up against the Xavier. I think that would make the most sense. I'm thinking about this, Baxia kind of dunks on glue in lane. Even if his damage is, he's not sustaining as hard. This is actually pretty good for Cram.
This is how they set it up. We're banning the Pheromones, and then you just...
You have to take it into the counter pick.
Actually, now that I think about it, you don't have to take it, because you see the Boxia, you see the Kalia, what are the chances that they take a glue? Maybe HomeBois missed that as well, because there's very little chance for them to pick up the glue. If they do, that'd be insane.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, but they're just too afraid, you know, like too concerned that SRG somehow flexes a hero into another position.
I don't know. Either
That's the mind games.
Yeah, either or this Boxia pick is going to get value. Didn't matter whether it's Glue or the God thought he beats both of them in that lane. Regardless, I think it's time for game number 2. Well done as the Masterminds have to put down their headsets. It's up to their soldiers to ensure that they secure victory. It's either an equalization for the HomeBois or a 2-0 victory for SRG. Walk me through the comps.
Honestly, when we're talking about the comps here, I do feel like SRG OG has overall the better comp just with how they executed game number 1. Because I still don't see a clear way for HomeBois to stop the Sky Prince.
Let's see, because there's only one opportunity left to try to buy themselves one more game in this best-of-3 series. It's SRG on the blue side up against the HomeBois once again on the red side. We need to see how HomeBois wants to punish a couple, well, mistakes, maybe even a rotation, force an error out of SRG because they lost control over game number 1 after 2 interactions.
Izanami trying to give a little bit of pressure inside of the jungle, trying to slow down Sky. Sky still able to get that camp. And SRG OG, they're fine playing like this because it's really on to HomeBois. What are you going to do for this one? Before this, we did see Amal going full damage on the Suyo. I don't know if it won. Ooh, Stormy actually wins that trade.
Wins it out well, and Little Wanderer falls into the hands of the HomeBois. I'm surprised they didn't give it over to Izanami to try and rush his levels. In the meantime, though, let's see how Cram is going to play out this lane.
I think this could be a fairly 50-50 lane, depending on how well Cram dodges a lot of the globs coming out of Vel. And so far, he seems to be doing a great job of adapt with the shield unity. But SRG OG, they are a team that loves just delaying the early game, waiting until they're in fighting form. Scar, whoa, jumping in straight away on top of it. It is Zanami. Purify cannot save you as Skies treads the needle.
Beautiful priority. Dude. He saw both of them and is like, we're not going to go for the tank. Let's get Izanami.
He has one target in mind, and it's only Izanami. Mel, you know what? Everyone else can deal with you. I have one job, and that job is taking down Izanami.
Flicker forced out of Stormy. Tidal Strike connects. Lucky for Ivan. No Tsunami Slam yet.
See the fast rotations coming in from Cram as well to hit level 4 just on the time. Humes has an option of hitting level 4 himself. The next wave is not going to spawn. Reach in time yet, so this gives an opportunity for SRG to kind of hold them hostage.
Vel now in a bit of trouble, gonna take half his HP, but jumps in on top of Stormy. Purify comes out from the Xavier, Spirit of Destruction going to miss as well. Vel eventually finds the grab, pulls Stormy backwards, right into Vel, and that's going to be a kill onto the Xavier. Tidal Strike gets the 2-man knockup though, Tempest Blaze comes out, Skies picks off Izanami, gets the double kill on Ivan as well. Gonna jump back onto the wall, keep Amal away so that they can work on Vel. Amal gonna try and find a way to re-enter. The turtle has been reset, but HomeBois have dropped 2 members. Grab once again, this time on top of Humes, but he is pretty healthy. In was 1v1, Sky is gonna secure the turtle away. Slam comes out once again, it's a mega kill for the Ling. AOG as well, cutting them off. Once again, gets the 2-man knockup right into the Pulse, but Sky jumps away.
What? He didn't have spread in time. Vel just a second off.
No! He's looking for it.
Oh my god. Stormy dies, sure, whatever, but dude, look at everyone flexing the 1v1s. Like Mel Cutie. Innocent right now is showing off.
They are showing off. I can't believe it. This is going perfectly for SRG OG. They don't mind trading 1-for-1 as long as Innocent is winning his lane, which he is. He's frozen it on that top side. He's already made MelQT lose at least 1 minion in that interaction alone. And Zakai's with the Berserker Fury already purchased 3 minutes into the game.
We're honestly seeing classic Sky Prince behavior once again. Skies, I have to admit, even I was doubting his performance a little bit this season, but I take it all back. Man's just been waiting for the right time to strike.
We've all been fooled, man. We've all been fooled.
Yep.
We fell for it. We fell for it. So guys, up in gold so far. Probably why we're seeing the 1.5k gold lead in their favor. Now getting a slight EXP lead over Amal. 40 seconds until the next turtle, and so far, HomeBois need to make a decision.
I gotta ask, man, like, did did Stormy say something to Skies?
I don't know.
Did something happen behind the scenes where Sky's like, I don't care if you lose. I just want to make sure that that guy has a negative KDA.
He was given a secret goal, a secret conquest to conquer.
Like better KDA, buys dinner or something.
Innocent now having that Sky Piercer. So he's at 0 kills at this point. So it's going to be easier for us to track how much stack does he have. Hume's already used the flicker, but honestly, I kind of feel like it doesn't even really matter.
Yeah, it really doesn't, because again, they're just a little too fast.
Oh, Tsunami slammed it by Nemo! Blasted with the dawning light right to the face, and here comes Skies from the flank. He gets jumped on with the grab, but Tempest Blade's gonna cancel it away. Still gonna commit to the damage on Vel. SRG OG will back up. They already got a kill on the jungler.
Oh, hold on.
Wait, no.
Vel,
They're looking for
greedy.
MelQT. Dawning light snipes him. Skies jumps in. Tidal strike, not gonna connect, but it doesn't matter because Skies gets the unstoppable streak.
Innocent, just looking at Skies in the eyes like,
yo,
come on, dude.
Dude, I have 2 assists. What the hell?
Sky Piercer, bro. You know what it does? Sky's like, I'm 5-0. What are you gonna do about it?
Even if I was Skies, I'd be like, you have Sky Piercer and you didn't get the last hit. It's on you, bro. You have Sky Piercer. What's your excuse?
Come on, man.
And maybe Skies would be like, yo, I've been holding back this entire season. I don't care about you no more. I'm the MVP for this one.
They've traded tier 1s on the top side. MelQT needs to scale fast. His team needs an answer to that front line to make sure that Yums can't get too close and Sakai's doesn't get into that back.
Fraction Falls gonna come out, pulls Cram in, but he is pretty tanky at this point. Doesn't even need to use the Revitalize yet, and he's already chunking out Ivan. HomeBois have no control over the river.
Yeah, 3 winning lanes right now for the side of SRG, and now it's time for the oppression. From this point forward, so we're hoping that SRG is gonna walk into enemy territory to steal away farm, to starve them out early.
Dude, Stormy has been the gatekeeper, man.
Well, the connects, they get the stun! MelQT with the shutdown! He has knocked down the Sky Prince!
That was a good play, but that was too fast to be play of the day, man. But that was a good play.
That was perfect synchronization from HomeBois. At least they get one back here, but it's not over just yet. Oh, hold on. He's Cram might be in some trouble.
They're looking for him. Traction Pulse gonna pull him back in. He's 1v4, but Revitalize is keeping him topped up, and now here comes the rest of SRG OG. Despite everything, HomeBois just cannot find the kill.
Yep, now HomeBois have set up a really good push to guarantee themselves a T1 on bot side as they make their way towards the turtle. They're getting a little low though, which is a little uncomfortable. Vel doesn't mind it, but Izanami won't be here for the turtle fight.
Dude, Stormy is just a gatekeeper. No one can move forward. Like, you don't even need Cram at this point. You just need Stormy to stop them in their tracks.
Cram is just drawing circles in the sand.
MelQT, can he get away this time?
Oh,
we can already see Cram. He's rolling over. Can he kill him by himself? Maybe his goal is just the delay. Looks like he won't commit to it because in the mid lane, a fight is happening. AOG gets the taunt, pulls Hume back in the tower, but he pulls them back. Grim Destruction connects! MelQT with the double kill! He gets blasted in the face though. That's a shutdown for Innocent. Skies jumps back in. Izanami can be able to fly away. Vel can be chased down by Cram, but it is a 2-for-2 trade. Skies looking for a chance to re-enter. Vel very low, but no more resources. That's gonna be it.
2-for-2 trade, but right now, if SRG is able to collapse and get this T1, oh, Ema, he misses the surge. This T1 getting threatened.
Not gonna lie, I feel like Amal didn't want to hit that, because if you hit that Baxia, I legit feel like you could have died.
Yeah.
So legit, I feel like he dodged it on purpose.
He wants Innocent. He for sure wants Innocent so far, but he is scaling at an abysmal rate. He's got 6k gold in the bank. He's already got 3 items, and he hasn't died just yet, but he's slowly building up those Sky Piercer stacks.
Things are looking pretty tough for the HomeBois, but that play by MelQT keeps them in it for now. The network difference not that big yet, only about 3k at 8 minutes is still something you can overcome if they're able to get a couple more pickups.
I gotta say, right now MelQT makes me feel like I'm in my solo queue. It's like, I'm just gonna push. I'm just gonna push.
Yume's looking for it. He goes in. Tsunami Slam pulls Ivan back. Gets sniped. Executed in an instant by Innocent. Now Graham continuing to walk forward. He is flaunting his dominance. Double kill for Innocent. Dotting light connect with Izanami. He needs to jetpack himself out of there. But that means Amal, he has no savior. He's got no friends. He's trying to escape, but you cannot escape the iron law of the half man, half beast.
I mean, they're trying to buy as much time as possible. Ivan, he could have easily gone for the AOG. He allowed himself to get pulled, thinking that the Revitalize was going to be enough. But wait, SOD connects. Does he take it though?
No way, no way he takes it.
Who does he think he is? He's gonna be humble this time. He just got the Trinity build as well. There could have been an argument there, but it's totally okay.
You gotta remember, he's the ordinary marksman, man. Not much that he can do in that situation, especially when you see your entire team get stomped. Like Cram just goes in front and slows everyone down. And Innocent's like, hey, free targets, man.
Free targets all across the board. Despite everything that has happened so far, it is SRG who are taking the majority of these battle spells, despite majority of them having flickers as well. Now with this Lord, let's see how much they're going to get off of this.
Things are tough. We talked about how the net worth difference wasn't too big initially, but that last fight snowballed it even further for SRG OG. We can tell that there just isn't enough damage now for HomeBois to play around with, and now the Tsunami Slam pulling Vel backwards again, unstoppable for Innocent. That is a glue. That is the tank for the HomeBois. And he could barely survive against the artillery fire of the Red Giants.
Yeah, they're just not finding enough here. This poke comp coming in from SRG with pick off and poke, with great heal coming in from Cram, it's making it almost impossible for HomeBois to find an opportunity.
They try to go for another conceal. Amal will be able to disengage this time, but they will lose the bottom inhibitor in exchange.
The crazy thing here, Gideon, in MPL MY, I think only SRGOG can pull off this comp, right? So like, if people want to say the draft is good, it is good, yes. But I really feel like only SRG can pull it off. Like, you give this to DX, Todak, Vamos, I don't think they can execute it like this.
Yeah, no, the synergy has to be there, and I think the worst part is the level of execution to actually survive the early game. All three lanes are winning, and Stormy was supposed to be punished multiple times. To be fair, he did, but SRG were able to pull it back, winning the trades in general, getting a 2-for-1, maybe sometimes even a 1-for-1, but a mid-turret.
50 stacks for Innocent, not looking good, man. You gotta kill him somehow.
Another title strike, Tsunami Slam, this time pulling the glue back. AOG does defend a little bit. Innocent gonna be jumped on, Mel fights it, SOD comes in, Mel QT cutting out the backline, Amal fights the shutdown on Innocent. Meanwhile, Sky's in 1v1, Purify comes on Mel QT. He's slain, he wasn't able to take him down. And now the rest of HomeBois trying to escape from the Baxia. Dawning Light connects with Amal. He's gonna take all of his HP. It's a 1-for-1, but HomeBois looking worse for wear.
Called it, but damn, that was good.
That was really, really good. Mel QT was so close to winning out that fight against the guys. I think he should have taken the safer path. I think he should have hopped over the wall to regroup with the rest of his team. Either way, we're seeing that SRG OG Esports have to be careful, especially when Vel has his flicker. If he gets on top of Innocent, there's very little that Innocent can do if he doesn't have his flicker, or at the very least, an engagement coming in from Ivan.
I like that HomeBois is fighting back. They're not taking this. Like, if they see an opportunity, they're gonna go for it. And yes, I do agree that Mel should have played a little bit more safer. But you know what? I appreciate that he has the guts.
Yep, gotta have that guts. Especially when you're up against SRG OG Esports. VOD purchase from Amal.
The backdoor setting up here. Look at that, Cram and Skies. I don't think anyone from HomeBois can take them down 1v2.
No.
They're waiting for some kind of ambush. They're hoping that maybe Mel QT will show up to try and shove out the side lane, because that is what he's been doing throughout the early game. So, looks like Moskov gonna choose to play it safer. He knows his team needs him.
I think the HomeBois can smell this out. They're noticing that the Baxia isn't there to zone them.
Mel. Careful, Mel.
He's not gonna do it.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
You know?
He doesn't need to.
You gotta trust. He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna. Oh.
Okay. He saw Skies leave.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. They gotta keep this chill right now, because this is a tightrope of the battle, and the longer this drags out is actually more beneficial for the HomeBois to actually reach their next power spike.
Yeah, because more minions means more gold. More gold means more items. More items means it's fair game.
See how fair this game is going to be. Seeing that SRG have now started to leash the Lord. Innocent playing a dangerous game, but he's got Cram by his side.
Innocent gonna be pelting them with artillery fire. Cram holding the back line. Conceal comes out. Bell gonna be picked up once again with the standing slam. AOG on top of the Lord, but Sky still secures it. Cram is 1v2 in the back line. Bell gonna be the first one to fall. Ivan buying as much space as possible, but Innocent already getting the double kill. Dawning Light will miss, but it's more than enough because Cram all on his own with that blade armor, causing Izanami to nearly kill himself. But when the Maester comes out, he's able to fly away. Cram gets the snipe, but Ama will trade for Skies. Meanwhile, MelQT is in the orange buff jungle. 1v2, it's a killing spree for Innocent, but Ama finds his own double. He is the winner of the top skirmish.
Okay, Bell's gonna come back in time. Ivan's gonna come back in time for the fight. This trade may not look as bad as it seems. Although SRG are going to be walking down with the Lord, it's coming down to an inhibitor-less side of the map. Something which HomeBois can stall. So they need to focus on the top as well as middle waves.
Yeah, Vel doesn't have that flicker though. If he does, he may be able to catch out Innocent because with Stormy there, I don't see how HomeBois can actually get onto him.
Really tough so far. HomeCom's going to get some free damage. Wishing Lantern complete. Stormy, again, with these dawning lights, are going to slowly chunk out the HomeBois every single fight.
Every single fight, we again see the similar positioning from SRG OG from game 1. Cram alone is being such a huge nuisance, zoning out 2 or 3 players of HomeBois all by himself and not allowing them to take the 5v5 properly. It's actually just coming down to MelQT and Amal's micro to actually even get pickoffs.
Not gonna lie, whoever Cram gets his hands on, no matter what heroes, it feels like he has 10 item slots.
Yeah.
He's more tankier than I'm accustomed to.
Very tanky. He sold his boots to get a War Axe as well.
Oh, Bell is dead. Tsunami Slam pulls him back. AOG used very aggressively here. Ivan gonna be left alone in the lurch. Revitalize isn't gonna save you here, sir. Double kill for Innocent, and now Amal gonna be jumped on as well. Tempest Blaze comes out. Skies with the shutdown. MelQT gonna be chased down as well. Double kill for the Sky Prince. 4 members of HomeBois fall in an instant, and with that, their chances of taking down the defending champions dwindle before their eyes. Izanami pulls in Yunes with the direction pulse, but he is 1v5, gets caught. Monster kill, the beast wipes out the HomeBois, and the dominance of the Red Giants continues. The kings of the regular season continue their monarchy.
GG, well played. SRG sweep the game 2-0, showing that they still are the Giants of before. Titans in their roles in every aspect of the game. The HomeBois humbled this time. A 2-0 victory. Well done. Well done to the Slimer Red Giants OG Esports.
I'm speechless, man. Like, they maintain their unbeaten streak. They are the conquerors of MPL MY. No one can shut them down. No one can make them bow. Even HomeBois had an amazing season. They taste the real despair of going up against SRG OG.
It is just too much to handle. Overall, really great plays coming out from HomeBois, right? They didn't take it lying down. They didn't roll over and just die. They found opportunities to actually fight back and push, put some resistance against SRG OG, but so much to learn here. With that being said, we're throwing it up to Rose for the interview with SRG OG Esports.
Pasukan yang masih lagi mengekalkan win streak mereka. Stadium Juara, give it up for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Wow, what a crazy game. And Becky, ini adalah satu matchup yang actually sangat-sangat anticipated by everybody. I'm gonna ask you, just be honest with me, okay? Did you actually expect this kind of result?
I expected a victory, because we have been saving strats. We have been seeing that we have been playing the same hero and over again for this very day, because it's really hype match. Honestly, it's so hype. This is a match where 2 unbeatable teams gonna fight each other. So we make sure that we cook up strats that they have never seen before. And as you guys can see, the Sky Sprint is back and Xavier is also here. Yeah,
Ling is back. Oh my God. Looking tadi game pertama, the draft pick, and then we saw Ling. I think everybody was like, oh wow. Because I know there's like a lot of rumors pasal Ling gonna get a buff and all that. You know, people are like relating it back to our MSC win back then. But we don't even know when it's coming back. So maybe you can share with us just a little bit, why did you guys decide to pick Ling today?
So, because coach, he has been studying the meta, and then we all know that Skies is a Ling player, right? And then we have been waiting for the correct timing to actually place Ling and push the button. And then HomeBois is an opponent that we respect. And then we think this is a good time to show and press the button and just, it's time to show Ling.
It's time to show one of your hidden strat lah orang kata. Okay, maybe Coach Art. Now, Coach, we know that now you guys managed to secure #1 in the regular season. And it's been 5 weeks of actually going back and forth between you and HomeBois, right? What is your final goal? Is it getting #1 the regular season or claiming that three-peat doesn't matter win or lose today?
For sure, we're just taking the things, our goals step by step. First, actually, our first goal was to just qualify in playoffs. And then the second goal is to make sure that we are upper bracket. So being #1 is just a bonus. But we took it as an extra motivation also that we believe that it's, we need to work hard to make sure that there's only one #1.
Wow, itu dia. Satu je yang boleh jadi #1. And so far, as of today, SRG is still undefeated. Now, looking back at the draft in Game 1, where HomeBois side picked Baxia, and you guys actually ended up taking the win up against Baxia, may we know why you guys decided to pick Baxia on the second game, despite HomeBois losing with the Baxia on the first game?
It's part of our strategy because this meta, I believe, the coaching staff, Vicky, Winter, they did a lot of work when it comes to understanding the meta, and also the team. I think we had a lot of brainstorming, discussion, and we believe that this meta, we have a deep understanding. That's why we know what heroes to pick.
Okay, interesting. Now, Coach, maybe I could give this to Coach Ark, okay? Now, we know that you guys lost one game only this season, and it's up against AERO. In your opinion, who was the harder fight today? Was it HomeBois or AERO?
I think they're both good because I believe a lot of teams are really good because you see, right, now the EXO also win streak. So it's just a competitive league and we're very happy that we get to go up against these kind of teams giving us a good fight, and I think it's what the audience likes also. So it's very fun, I'll say. Yeah.
I think I asked the wrong coach. I think sebenarnya I tanya coach yang salah untuk jawapan yang macam tu. Tapi tak apa, thank you very much. Alright, Stadium Juara. Korang dah ready ke untuk MVP? Tak, full house kenapa macam tak semangat? Dah ready ke untuk MVP? Alright, so mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Siapa? Innocent! The half man, half beast. Okay, Innocent, come join us up on stage. Oh, you know, I feel like I know SRG's kryptonite. It's literally just interviews. Semua benda boleh menang. Masa nak pegang mic, semua tak nak. Semua malu-malu. Tak apa, it's okay. Guys, a round of applause. Berikan tepukan. Hello, Innocent. Why you? He's asking why I don't know. Casters. First of all, congratulations on becoming MVP of this match.
Thank you.
In a video just now that we saw, you said like, what? Marksman biasa-biasa. Right?
Yeah.
How is it like going up against the ordinary marksman of Malaysia? The answer's not on my face. Huh?
Again, sorry.
Ano pakiramdam makalaban ng normal marksman or the ordinary marksman of Malaysia?
Normal.
Yes, Innocent. Yes, I asked you a question. Sige, kaya mo yan. You got this.
Biasa-biasa.
Macam biasa-biasa. Okay, also one more question, ha? There's another rumor, actually, that aside from Ling getting a buff, I'm pretty sure korang pun nampak, Roger might be getting a buff. And when we say Roger, who else do we think of? Louder? Exactly. Now, we don't know when Roger will be getting a buff. If it's playoff, if it's MSC. What's your opinion on that? Do you like it?
Because that one we already talked about it because we saw it on Facebook, I think. We thought it's coming this May 14, but they remove it, so I don't know when. Hopefully we can get a buff so I can play again.
Do you want it to come for playoffs or for MSC?
I think just MSC.
Just MSC.
Yeah.
That's the full form.
Surprise
Pick. Okay, we like that. Now, is there anything that Innocent wants to say to all the fans? Look, full house today. Amazing audience.
Thank you guys for coming and help me pray that Roger will get buff so we can back-to-back MSC.
Itu dia. Harap Roger dapat buff untuk mendapatkan potential back-to-back this MSC. Congratulations on that amazing win. Thank you so much. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi up against the match with HomeBois. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. Our MVP of the game going over to Innocent this time. 11-0-7 in game 1, 11-1-4 in game 2. Showing that he can play not only Kimmy, but also kill it with Granger.
What can he not use?
Yeah, really.
He was like, okay, I don't know what to pick against AERO. I'm going to pick up a Clint and still destroy the opponents.
And there's a reason that Kelra himself called Innocent the king of the gold lane. And he continues to prove that every single time. MelQT has been doing a great job this season, and even he could not hold a candle to what Innocent was capable of. But even more so than Innocent, I think every member of SRG really popped off this game. Skies returning back to that Sky Prince form. Cram just constantly being up in your face. I would not want to play against that.
Personally for me, like, Innocent is amazing, but argument for Cram, argument for Sakai.
Yeah.
Yums played well, Stormy stopped everyone from moving. Like, my personal analysis, I feel like SRG OG overwhelmed HomeBois so much that Ivan, his computer brain can't compute, and we start seeing mistakes coming in from HomeBois where you pick up this Gatot, whenever you see a Tsunami Slam, you just alt where the Tsunami Slam is gonna land, and then you can potentially outplay that. But it came to a point where it's just you and Vel. There's nothing that you guys can do. No one is close enough to help you out. At that point, I'm like, okay, they've gone autopilot. Like, they got overwhelmed so much that they can't do manual controls anymore.
It's just too much to handle here, especially with how... I think the scary thing about SRG OG Esports in this particular game is how precise they are with the way that they're playing. Those Mystic Fields definitely huge game changer for the side of SRG OG Esports, and not a lot of people can take advantage of the Xavier like we saw Stormy do in this game.
My boy.
Chunking out the right targets, cutting off really key portions of the maps on disengages or even re-engages. It really limits the possibilities of how HomeBois actually excel moving around this quadrant of the map.
Man, this type of mid lane hero is how Stormy got the name of the Mage Prodigy in the first place, right? Being that secondary core, long-range artillery, controlling zones and sniping people out of mid-air. Oh, it's just like the good old days again.
In case you guys want to understand what the Prodigy means, it basically means that someone that is born talented to the point where you don't have to try as hard as everyone else, because Stormy is the kind of guy, you give him the hero. After 2 matches, he masters all the mechanics. That's insane. Like, that makes his hero pool kinda infinite.
I still remember when he played stuff like Amon, Grok, and Hellkurt mid in Season 10.
Yeah.
At that point, he was just flexing because he's like, I need a title for myself. I like the Prodigy, so you know what? I'm not even gonna use mages anymore. That's how much I'm gonna nerf myself.
That's how much he has to stoop down to make sure that he feels like he's somewhere on par with everybody else.
Just to feel something.
Just to feel something. But SRG OG Esports, just a different beast altogether. 22-8 in this 16-minute bout against the HomeBois. It did take a little longer this time, but overall, just the way that we've seen how they've played, it is just Dr. Scowl brain surgery. Precise.
They've been holding back on us, man.
Stormy's competing with Innocent.
Yeah.
Be like, I need to deal more damage than you. He almost got it too.
I put HomeBois and AERO in front of SRG in early game performance on my power ranking. And this whole time, SRG has been holding back on us.
Yeah, people can't blame you.
Like, what in the world?
Even the coach said on the interview, it's like, you know what, other games, they're okay, they're good, but against HomeBois, we know we gotta cook something up. And my God, they cooked.
They were just mucking around. They were just mucking around. I think that, again, a huge learning experience for the HomeBois at the very least. Let's look at our key players because it's innocent for both the rich guy as well as the carry. Best wingman goes over to Storm, but the sandbag being Vel. He ate so many shots from the side of SRGOG Esports, and it just wasn't enough.
If there's a humbling experience for HomeBois for this season, that's
this is
the
the
one.
true wake-up call. This is what is waiting for you out there in the world. Are you prepared for it?
At least tomorrow, HomeBois going up against Obi.
Yeah.
So you can, get back your,
rebuild that confidence. Oh boy.
I guess so.
I don't know. Either way, this has been one hell of a match here.
Oh yeah.
It's great to see that SRG still has it in them, looking for that 3-peat and then a 2-peat almost immediately after. Even so, there is still hope. HomeBois, they made a lot of good decisions in this game, and I gotta give it to MelQT. Despite the overwhelming odds, he was trying to pull it back for the HomeBois.
I gotta say, like, after seeing that, you're feeling a bit better for MSC. Winner, like, champion or not, I don't know, but you know that they will show some stuff.
Who goes undefeated for the whole regular season while hiding strats, man?
Oh, I don't know.
Now that's a statement.
That really is a statement here. They really are a cut above the rest at this point, and it's hard to see the rest of the competition to catch up to this point.
Yeah, after this, we are gonna have a loser interview with Poji, and honestly, that's gonna be very interesting as well. We want to hear the perspective of HomeBois, like, what went wrong? Like, was it just SRGOG is just too good?
Could be the synergy. I think definitely game one, it had to be draft, right?
I think so. Draft was the problem in game one. They improved it in game two, and SRG still outperformed.
With that being said, let's throw it over to Poji with the losers interview for the post-game.
Terima kasih kepada caster saya. Dan sekarang, kita berada di post-match highlight bersama dengan Jaswin dan juga Arpang. Di soalannya kita straightforward sahajalah kan kita nak tahu kan. Apa yang menjadi punca kekalahan ke dalam perlawanan pada hari ini di antara HomeBois dan juga SRG?
Kalau game 1 sih kita jelek lah turtle satunya. First turtle kita jelek, nggak sesuai plan. Kalau untuk game 2 sebenarnya itu udah draftnya sesuai yang ada di scrim ya. Cuman emang SRG ngeluarin hero-hero baru yang kita masih tak tahu lah gimana lawannya. Ya.
Faham. Jadi macam you sendiri cakap bila Coach Arcadia pun ada cakap tadi sebab dia keluarkan special pick, surprise pick kan dengan keluarnya Link, keluarnya Xavier tadi. Adakah itu sedikit sebanyak mengganggu HomeBois punya perancangan untuk execution, line up, draft, hero picking dan sebagainya?
Mungkin kalau secara drafting nggak mengganggu, tapi mengganggunya di eksekusinya. Eksekusinya ada beda lah dari biasa.
Baik. Pada pendapat Coach sendirilah kan, berdasarkan kekalahan HomeBois pada hari ini, apakah pengajaran terbesar sebenarnya?
Pengajaran, mari kita tanya Jaswin.
Okey, mungkin Jaswin boleh jawab.
Pengajaran mungkin yang boleh kita ambil lah. Mungkin yang pertama dari segi draft sebab sebelum ni aku tengok macam Coach Arcadia draft macam tak seperti match ini gitu. Jadi aku juga excited sebetulnya buat match ini. Sebab aku nak tengok juga Arcadia kalau draft yang betul lah hari ini lah gitu. Jadi menurut aku yang paling pertama draft. Terus yang kedua dari segi eksekusi di in game buat player.
Faham. Maksudnya dekat dalam game, pengajaran untuk yang ni saya boleh faham adalah persediaan mereka daripada SRGOG tu lebih bersedialah berbanding dengan HomeBois. Okey, faham. Tapi yang kita sedia tahu untuk Jasmine sendirilah kan, Jasmine ni yang pilih player daripada awal, pilih pemain-pemainnya tu sendiri kan. So macam mana untuk reset balik semua mental, sebab kalau kita tengok ada yang juga tim-tim yang sebelum ni bila berjumpa dengan SRG dia semakin jatuh. Adakah performa HomeBois lepas ni akan kurang konsisten disebabkan kekalahan selepas bertemu dengan SRG?
Okay. Sebetulnya buat kita hari ini sebelum match pun kita dah ingatkan lah player. Kalah menang kita belajar lah. Seperti Erpang bilang kita kalah menang belajar. So tadi pun Daddy cakap lah, macam ya udah kita belajar aja. Kita just reset lah. Kita bukan kalah tapi belajar lah.
Faham. Tapi okey, bila kita bercakap tentang kita lebih belajar dan sebagainya untuk pemain HomeBois, Jaswin adalah orang paling rapat dengan pemain, betul?
Betul.
Pada pemahaman Jaswin sendiri, sebenarnya apa yang belum lagi pemain-pemain daripada HomeBois ini nail down sebenarnya? Nak kena polish lagi supaya mereka lebih bersedia untuk bertemu seandainya boleh jumpa lagi dengan SRG di playoff.
Okey. Mungkin buat player mungkin lebih try hard lagi lah buat di scrim kan. Soalnya beberapa minggu ini kita scrim mungkin kurang efektif mungkin lah gitu, atau ada hal benda lain lah yang mungkin belum kita fix lah. Tapi ini insyaallah next week kita coba try fix ya semua ini ya. Sama-sama. Ya, buat ESO next week.
Baik, tapi kita pun sedia tahu HomeBois sekarang dah memang yakin playoff, memang confirm dah playoff. Persediaan menuju ke playoff. Mungkinkah akan keluar draft-draft yang pelik juga? Mungkin boleh keluar hero-hero special yang kita tak boleh nampak lagi HomeBois buat. Mungkin ada tak possibility itu?
Possibility selalu ada. Sebabnya kita juga di scrim try banyak hero. Actually, banyak hero kita try di scrim. Tapi ya memang belum waktunya aja. Belum waktunya buat keluar di turnamen lah. Jadi tunggu aja.
Faham. Maksudnya masih ada lagi rahsia yang disimpan oleh badan kejurulatihan daripada HomeBois. So mungkin soalan terakhirlah untuk Coach Erpan. Sini bukan soalan lah. Anything to say to all the fans and crowd yang datang semata-mata untuk HomeBois dan juga SRG hari ini. Pada semua peminat-peminat yang datang, ada tak kata-kata untuk mereka?
Untuk fans HomeBois dan SRG, thank you dah datang. Ini ramai full ya, mantap. Untuk Flame Boys, sorry kalah. Tapi kita bakal bounce back lah. Ya, jadi tunggu aja. Pertama kita bakal secure upper, nextnya kita bakal MSC.
Wow, it's a bold statement daripada coach kita. So apa-apa pun kita mendoakan yang terbaik daripada pasukan HomeBois dan juga SRG maupun kesemua tim yang bertanding di MPL season yang ke-15. Dan itu sahaja daripada kami. Mari kita kembali kepada caster untuk membincangkan lebih dalam apa yang berlaku. Let's go.
Hey. And there you have it, the post-match interview here. Really some good insights, I think, at least for both of them. Great coaching staff. At least they've given us some insight into what's going on, right? How does it feel to be in that position?
And the thing is, like, you know how some coaches, they give a reason why they lose, and then the fans be like, that's just them not knowing what to say. But this time they're like, yeah, they caught us by surprise. Well, yes.
Yeah,
we were surprised. The audience was surprised.
We can't even fault them.
Everyone was surprised. Like, you don't see that coming.
Like, SRG OG leaked answers to the exam and then based it on a different textbook.
Yeah,
and the thing is, I saw someone commenting like, what's wrong with HomeBois? Why don't they respect man? Hello!
It's a different draft even.
What are you gonna do? They already banned out the phobias. They banned out Joy, which, to be fair, Sakai has been using that. And the thing is, say you ban the Ling. Do you really think there's nothing else that Sakai can do?
Yeah, no, I think that regardless, there are a couple of switch arounds in terms of that jungle. I think that, key pointers really just boil down to how much poke do we have to make this comp actually work, whether it be Kimmy, whether it be Granger. The Xavier kind of ties that comp together. And I think there's even an argument to switch out the Xavier for even a Selena to a certain degree.
And there was still so much more that SRG probably hasn't shown us yet. And that's why they are still undisputedly at the top of the league. But I'm glad that the vibes are still good. The coaches don't seem too upset. The players still have good vibes about them. And even when the coach said sorry about losing, all the fans were like shouting, oh, it's okay, it's fine. They understand, right? It's just something else.
It's come to a point where it's just like, calm down, it's just SRG, It's fine.
Lose the Todak, then we have a problem.
Look, thank you to all of the fans who have been coming over to Stadium Draw to make this happen. You guys are watching the MPL MY Season 15. Things are only going to get more erupted and exciting. But first, a break.
Nih, Xavier tuh. Ganti Xavier ya. Oh, Xavier guys.
Oh, apa ya?
Aman gak guys?
Ini.
Tengok cekis. Lihat ya, Yum sini. Yum sekali. Nice, sudah balik ya. Aman Mel.
Aman gua.
Lihat. Tengok, saya dah ya. Dia punya di belakang.
Aku dah balik. Tengok aku.
Sini.
Dia balik Kimi. Kimi nak play ya?
Oke.
Ayo.
Aman. Pasal naik. Nak beli kan?
Agak.
Ada.
Nanti.
Ada guys.
Just do Lord dah. Shadow ayah.
Amat deh.
No retreat. No shadow.
Pasal missing some. Atas song.
Atas. Atas. Nak solo kill aku.
Nak solo kill kau.
Jadilah budak baik.
Si.
Kill first. Make them KDA ugly.
Nice.
Apa bu? Nice try.
Turtle 2 cok harus lepas quicknya itu.
Itu ada link. Tengok dulu linknya.
Angkat cok.
Ayo, Jason.
Ini. Mati nggak? Nice.
Ayo,
Atas.
Ambil atas.
Sini ya guys.
Tengok. Nice one.
Aman,
just play mid cok.
Belum nak pikir. Jadi.
Ada. Gimme ya.
Give me that.
Aman Moskov guys. Ini.
Situ.
I take mid guys.
Aman ya om.
Aman.
Boleh sini ya.
Dia outside. Ini.
Go. I can block cok.
Dia.
Aman.
Kata dulu. No, I cancel.
Garut.
Dia.
Di kat. No skill deh.
The orange slide. Kanan, ball.
Terbalik.
Sudah ada.
Terbalik.
Sini.
Aman cing.
Bye.
Bye HomeBois.
Selesai.
Tendek.
Terlalu gergasi cok.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。 力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっじゃあなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Harimu dengan 100 + 0. Coba try taste 100 + 0. Hey.
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。G will perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga.
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rafamuda, MESF, PSM.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 15. We're on our final best of 3 here on Seru Saturday. We already had a 2-0 victory for the side of SR.
There he is, there he is.
The jump
is back.
All right. He's on all fours. All right, we're poking fun at the BM broadcast, but don't worry. Here on the English side, we've seen all that we could possibly see, but this next BO3 is going to be an interesting test. It's AERO up against Todak Malaysia. This one, I mean, we'll see what's gonna happen here. We're not sure which coin flip.
Maybe Todak also cooked something.
I'm hoping they cooked something.
Maybe like, give me the link.
What? Oh,
let me show y'all how we do it.
Can't be worse than Fanny, right?
Put him on a Yi Shun Chin. You can't make mistakes when you can see what's happening on the map.
True. It would be funnier if you still do.
Hey, either or. My name's Gideon Q. This is LaFell as well, Mustafa, here on the English broadcast to bring you the very final best of 3 here today. Again, keep in mind that this is a very important match that both teams need to win if they want to try and qualify for the playoffs.
Especially Todak. Because right now, AERO, honestly looking much better.
Oh, yeah.
If Todak gets 0-2, Vamos will be cheering like crazy. If Todak gets 2-0, Vamos be crying.
Oh boy, I mean, the odds are not looking in their favor, especially after the fact that DXS was able to find a 2-1 victory.
Yeah.
Both teams are currently tied in points. They need a 2-0 to make it to playoffs.
They really need those clean 3 points here. Todak is in dire straits. And while AERO are certainly similar in terms of points, they're looking a lot more stable in terms of their gameplay. And we feel like it shouldn't be too difficult for them to continue getting points in their next couple of matches. But that becomes tested now. Can they remain consistent, right? Now that Hazel has joined the roster, will he still have the same impact he did with that first match? Or Was it a one-trick wonder?
I don't know. He's assimilated extremely well into the squad, and honestly, the influence is felt on every single side of the map. I mean, we've also integrated some of you who are watching from your couches at home live on television, because you don't miss a single moment of the MPL MY Season 15. Now you can catch all that live action on your TV screens only with Astro Arena. From epic clashes to highlight-worthy plays, experience the thrill of esports like never before, right from your living room. Thank you once again, Astro Arena, for broadcasting the MPL MY.
Or, you're welcome. Yeah, right? I have the mindset.
Way to twist the narrative right there.
Man's already thinking like a businessman.
That is active thinking right there, everyone.
So, against AERO, I actually do agree with Mustafa. What if the win against SRG was a fluke?
Oh.
I don't think so. I don't think so, but there's always that one.
It wasn't a fluke. They definitely caught SRG OG off guard. But we also see what happens when SRG OG actually locks in, right? So, very different performances from the same team.
Definitely. We're seeing a different side of AERO. We're seeing them, come out of the gate swinging with the help of Hazel. Now that they have this new aggressive jungler that has the mechanics and honestly some pretty great instincts, he has been making waves here at MPL MY. And also shout out to the Kingdom members coming out and showing their support, especially when MPL ID is on break.
Oh yeah, for sure. Honestly, like people do say that Hazel really hard carried the team, but I would argue that everyone did contribute, especially Kim. Yes, I do see mistakes coming in from the goal lane. Romer, I feel like Zeke did it very well, but Kim is that guy where I feel like he fits the role now as top 3 mid laner. The only reason why he's not higher is because Stormy and Izanami still exist.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen Kim adopt the carry style just yet. He's very utility. He's very like, oh, you lead the charge, I will support you in any way possible. But on the opposite end, we are seeing that unfortunately, Zyme Senpai is put in a really tough position, right? He wants to play that macro game. He wants to be able to fit in any type of role, especially when you are playing as that mid laner. And Magma has been kind of a hit or a miss.
I've been a fan of Zyme Senpai for a very long time, and I feel so bad for him. Straight up, it feels like Zyme is getting the short end of the stick a lot of the time here, and he is trying, but it's clear that it's affecting his gameplay as well. Even someone as hard as Momo, like the foundation of Todak for so long, is faltering this season, and this team really needs to pull it together.
Zyme is a punching bag.
Oh, I feel so sad.
Hey, wait.
And he just puts on a smile.
What can you do? What can you do?
It's my life, Like people say that life is a struggle, and look at me. Yeah.
Every season, it's just the hairline goes further.
You don't have to go that far.
Not like that.
Power to the people. Male pattern baldness is a thing.
Oh,
I feel you. I'm with my brother.
Zyme just needs to work out, grow a beard, shave the head. He'll look beefy as hell. He will look like Kratos.
I can do one of those things. Growing a beard, not one of them. Not in my control, unfortunately. Oh my goodness. This is going to be a really tough match, right? Because we're hoping that either side is going to be doing what it takes to win this game. Let's look at the AERO lineup first. Introducing AERO Esports with Kusei, Zeke, Kim, Hazel, and Reza.
Now this team made a big splash with the introduction of Hazel last week, being the only team to have taken a single game off of the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports up until now. It's up to them to prove whether or not they can remain consistent with the addition of this brand new player. He definitely has shined on those assassins, but how deep does the hero pool go? And how well can the rest of the team continue to play around him?
Crazy that Hazel is one of the fairer ones in the team.
Yeah,
considering his title of Black Alien.
Yeah, I heard that. Oh wait, it's Reza. It's not Aaron.
Yeah. They changed that as well, but
okay.
who cares?
We'll see whether that's going to make a difference, because up against Todak, it's going to be, once again, Shihin, Magma, Zyme Senpai, Gebe, and as well as Momo.
Honestly, when we're talking about this team, like, they do have to bring up some kind of surprise. And the surprise has to come from the players, because even from interviews, when we were asking the coach, where did the Boxia come from? And it's the players that said, give me the Boxia, just trust. And then the coach trusted them. So I feel like they need something, but Momo, all eyes are on him, because he did make the mistake of engaging a fight where he had no business engaging, and that costed the team the win. It gave over a Savage over to SkyZ. Momo needs to be much more disciplined this time around against AERO.
I hope so, right? This is going to be a really, really tough battle. It's a decisive match in this best of 3. Let's go to the walk-ins.
They've shown clear growth with a more disciplined and refined playstyle, now rising as one of the strongest contenders for a playoff spot. Backed by cheers and support from 2 nations, get ready to soar together. This is AERO Esports.
They walked away with only a single point in their last match. Now they stand in dangerous territory, at risk of missing the playoffs. A full 3 points is the mission they must accomplish today. Can they carry the hopes of their name? The Kings of the Ocean, Todak!
Introducing the coaching staff of the 2 teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. For the side of AERO Esports, it is just Coach Bob. For Todak, it is Seifel and Kuja. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. The armbands will be worn by both team captains, who will always lead the team's movement and strategies in game. This is the last physical contact they will have before going into this decisive match to decide whether or not they move on to the playoffs.
And it's the jungle, man. The jungle is where we have to see, and it looks like Seifel is back in. He wasn't here yesterday because he was sick. But maybe after watching that, I was like, I gotta be here.
I gotta turn this around.
I told my doctor, let me go.
Please.
Doctor,
He
just
watched the
one
match
day.
yesterday and got sicker.
Yeah.
And then got better because he needed to be here.
Even the doctor is like, I can't diagnose this, man.
Hey, you gotta fight fire with fire, man. If you're already physically sick and after watching that game, he's looking to turn things around. A 60% win rate as they take first pick against AERO Esports. This time, we're trying to see whether or not Todak can actually hold their own against AERO. We've seen a different style of AERO, but I think after yesterday's games, Todak, they got to play something more than just the standard. But before we get into it, we have to go on to a quote. This is from Kesq, the coach of RRQ. Hazel can solo kill opponents even if they're world champions. His team has also adopted to his highly aggressive playstyle when they're behind. They look for fights, a true play to win mindset. Hope to see you at MSC, Hazel.
I mean, like, give credits to Kesq. Like, he basically showed us what happened, right? Even when they're behind, they're able to find ways to actually get a fight, and that is a play-to-win mindset, which, unfortunately, we don't see a lot in this league, right?
It's surprising how rare it is in this league.
We're losing, so I don't know, next game.
I guess we just get spanked and move on, you know, just take the punishments as they come. But you can see Hazel, he's confident, right? He's happy to be here to get more games in, trying to hold up that W4 AERO to move on to the playoffs and hopefully meet up with Kesq once again during MSC. Remember, there are 2 slots available for our Malaysian League. Again, a big blessing thanks to SRG OG Esports winning in 2024. Now we go and look at Todak at the MPL Insider. Once again, we have a quote from Gebe. We don't see Hazel as a big threat because we think that once you're on that stage, everyone is the same. Hazel is good, but let's see today.
Brave words.
When you're on the stage, everyone is the same.
I would disagree.
It's a good quote, but I think you gotta be able to back it up.
I mean, like, if Gaby is on the same stage as Sakai's, I think there's a difference.
I think everybody's reaction to Sheehan in that photo in the back just, oh, he said that! He said thing!
I mean, like, personally for me, put Cram on any stage. You're not the same. You're not the same, bro.
There you are. You may be sitting on some chairs, but they're not the same height. Clearly,
no.
This is a different side of them.
Okay.
Well, honestly,
let him be confident. Because
yeah.
I gotta give him props for that. I gotta give him props for still being this confident.
Yeah.
After
I need a drink.
After everything.
Look, Todak has shown us that when they have their surprise picks, when they have their niche picks, they can turn things around for the squad. But on the opposite side, if we're talking about standardization, we're talking about someone who's stable. Kim and his playoff history and as well as stats are looking pretty good.
No, this is surprising. This is from season 11, which is 5th to 6th place. Now season 14, his stats look roughly the same. Like, talk about consistency, right? 5.32 to 5.9. 3,800 to 2,800, which, to be fair, different meta now. And like you say, he's more on supporting more than anything else. Even the goal per minute, roughly the same. Kill participation, roughly the same. Only the heroes use, like, much more for this season. But Kim is very consistent. Honestly, he is that guy. And I want to see him grow to be able to do damage, to be able to carry. But again, that might be meta dependent.
I'm kind of more shocked at how different of a landscape MPL was back then to only have 4 heroes used in season 11.
Yeah.
It was Yve, it was Farsa, it was Valentina. There's one more that I'm missing. Oh yeah. It was the Kadita. As it means the Yve. Those were the only 4 things that you could use at that point of time.
Dark times.
That was the Fredrin times. Those were really dark times.
Although at this point, miss it a bit.
No,
I
am not happy about it at all. I wish we were back into the Paquito days.
I miss Paquito. I miss him so much.
Bring back the Martis.
Okay, Martis
can go.
Love-hate relationship.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair one. All right, now for the jungler head-to-head. So far, based on Hazel and Gebe's results, yes, Gebe came in a little bit earlier, and that's why his sets aren't looking as good, but Hazel has put on quite the performance.
Yeah, even bringing in that Lancelot. To be fair, it didn't look that amazing, but a win's a win.
Hey, it was, in the famous words of Karakuri, it wasn't necessary, but God did it have swag.
The end justifies the means, you know? And if the means are cool, even better.
Even better. I would like to see him play Lancelot once again in a more in a composition where it actually is necessary to be able to have iframes. Oh, looks like big
Stormy's my boy.
Stormy.
Shout outs to SRG while we are in the middle of broadcast. Now, AERO here, and especially for Todak, they need 2 O's. Both of these teams cannot afford to deny each other points, but I think that just might be the case. I feel like this might go all 3 games.
You know this game is good when SRG came down. They're like scouting Todak and AERO's like, oh, how do we beat them? I can't even say that with a straight face.
They're shaking. They're shaking in the bleachers. Oh, let's have a look at our MPL Insider.
Todak, saya nak buktikan lah. Saya ni worth it juga lah. Sebab saya tak dapat peluang kan nak naik dekat Todak MPL. Sebab tu saya kat sini.
Let's have
Shaheen,
a stat of
sebab dia teammate saya dulu kat ML. Dia pun gendong saya ke ML. Sekarang dia gendong ke MPL Todak pula. Untuk Shaheen, kita orang akan rotate dekat kau je. Daripada minit pertama sampai lot. Kita akan 5 orang kat goal lane.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, like,
all right.
Like that's swag. I'm just gonna show my strat.
I love it. He's playing the mental games here.
And be like, oh, we're gonna send 5 people to gold, and then 5 people to XP. They won't see it coming. They won't see it coming.
Explain to the peeps who don't understand Malay though.
Explain to the peeps. Oh, basically,
yeah, we should explain.
So basically, like, first thing he said that I want to beat Todak because I wanted to show them that they made a mistake, because I was supposed to go to the main lineup of an MPL, said I wasn't good enough, so now I have to go to AERO. Right? And then he said, you know what, Shaheen, we played together in MAL. I love you, and that's why we're gonna 5-man gank you over and over again.
Oh god.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's so funny.
It would be the thing.
It would be funnier if they do that, but on the EXP. It'd be like,
psych. You didn't see that one coming, did you? But yes, ZK was part of Todak's MAL lineup and never got a chance to play with the main lineup in MPL. Now he's with AERO, performing honestly pretty well, and he's facing off his ex-teammate Zihin on the opposite side. Let's see how this rivalry will go.
Funny thing is, I think he would accept it if Yanlord was the roamer. He's like, okay. But then when he see Magma, I'm like, yo.
How you might be
Yo.
that dirty?
Who are you? How dare you stand where he stood?
he would take that personally, bro. This is gonna be a game.
This is gonna be a game. Now I'm thinking about Z Creep's top five Chinese people in the world. Yeah, boy, #1. Number 2, Panda.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
I can't say it. He can't say he's Chinese. So I'm not gonna touch this one.
I gotta take my wins where I get my
31 Jackie Chan.
oh boy. All right, Todak on blue side, AERO on red side. Zushin first pick comes on through as Kimmy has been banned. The the hottest pick we've seen across the MPLs alongside the Kalia.
Okay, AERO gonna respond straight away with the Hari. And the Kalea is banned, so it's not gonna be that combo. They steal away the Phobius to make sure that the counter pick doesn't go through to Todak's side.
I like AERO's draft opening so far, right? Like having the Harif, having that Phobius. Dude, like I don't play EXP a lot, but Phobius feels damn fun.
He is strong, and I think even against some of his worst matchups, if you have enough of a leader go even, it actually still works out for you at the end. Baxia as well as Suyo gonna get locked in for the side of Todak. Very early Baxia pick, to be fair.
I mean, if SRG could do it, you know.
Hey,
Magma was the origin, remember?
Yeah, he started.
He's the inspiration.
Hold on, this could be a Momo pick for all intents and purposes. It is a very lane dominant hero, especially if you're just landing those skill shots time and time again.
It's actually pretty good into Phobius as well. So yeah, that is genuinely a possibility. So I'm surprised they didn't pair it with the Hanzo, since that's something that worked well for them previously.
This is one of Kim's best heroes, by the way. That Lu Yi.
Yep.
And the thing is, we still don't see the jungler here, which is interesting because they did show that Lancelot. What if he be like, I can't use the same hero over and over again, man. Give me that Gusion.
I think that he might be forced onto Lancelot one more time.
The day we see a Gusion in MPL again will be the day I lose my mind.
Hey, you might lose your mind.
Dude,
I hope so.
Is gonna go wild. It's gonna be, oh, he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing that I did.
If he wants to be a bit lamer, he can pick up like a Julian.
Ah, sure.
Julian's still interesting, though.
It is interesting, but it's not a Gusion.
Yeah, but
nothing is a Gusion.
Nothing is a Gusion. Gusion's a...
Nothing.
Saber might be there as well.
Oh, man. Dude, if Saber suddenly makes an appearance in MPL, I'll have no words.
Hey, Mobazane brought in on M3. Defeated Blacklist.
That's still like an era ago.
Era Shmera.
Era Shmera.
Look, now marksmen have already been banned out by Coach Bob, getting rid of both Moskov alongside with the Granger. The Hanzo is gone, which means that Seifel is going to get rid of one more jungler, most likely because it's quite the pinch on this second phase.
But I feel like this is opening up that Claude, where I feel like Shihin does want to use that Claude against that Harif.
True.
Because I think he was the one using it yesterday.
I believe so.
No, I think that he's going to go onto something like carry. I feel like that with the Phobius, they're probably going to pair AERO up with another tank. Oh, okay, get rid of the Link.
Hey, they watch SRG games, man.
Yep. I was thinking, like, after all the assassin bans, hey, maybe like, Hazel will play Ling.
Hazel would be like, let me use the Ling.
Always on the way.
Wait, what?
Brethren?
That's interesting.
Alpha, I guess?
Oh, it could be, yeah. Alpha, Matilda. Haven't seen that combo in a while, though.
It's probably Fred, right? It's probably Fred, right? They've got a decent amount of damage. But they don't have a lot of physical, huh?
Yeah, but be limiting Hazel.
Yeah, and the thing is, going up against Baxia and Jushin, maybe the Fredrin will just get thrown around, you know?
Yeah.
Right? So you need something... You actually need to burst out the Baxia, so actually the Alpha doesn't sound bad. Right? You need to deal
Alpha will have a hard time against Zeus and Baxia, though.
Like, pick your poison. Who else can deal true damage in the jungle? Karina?
X-Borg?
X-Borg, yeah. X-Borg, actually, yeah.
Actually, that's a pretty good shout. He has shown X-Borg before. Claude as well as the Jawhead get locked in for the side of Todak's side. They've got the Trinity built to actually deal with the initial tanks, but more importantly, knowing and expecting that AERO's going to have somewhat of an immobile jungler, they can punish it. All right, that's the Alpha. Good calls here, boys. What do we think about the draft? How are you guys feeling it out?
It's weird, but I kind of feel like Todak has a more straightforward draft. AERO has more creativity because of that Louis. A good timing diversion can actually give Alpha or the Phobius a very good shot. So with reputation, I actually feel like AERO has the better draft. But with Todak's draft, it's just one of those things that you can't screw it up. It's hard.
It's hard.
It's difficult to screw up.
Todak has a comp that's actually really good at diving too. They just run their bodies at AERO, and AERO doesn't have a lot of tools of stopping them. Even the Guiding Wind can only pull one person out to safety.
So good draft overall, yeah.
I think good draft. All right, fair enough for both sides. The draft is really going to boil down to how this laning phase actually goes. If Kusei finds an advantage over Shihin, it's going to take some time. If Momo doesn't win out his lane, I think we're going to see a lot of Phobia's interrupting abilities as we head on over to the Land of Dawn. Game 1 begins in this best of 3. The goal is a 2-0 and nothing less. If they drop that game, they're trying to deny it from their opponents. Let's jump right in as Todak is on blue side up against AERO Esports on the red.
Yeah, Gabe is clearing much faster with the help. Actually, not even that much faster. Huh.
And normally you'd expect Jawhead to be working on the second buff instead.
Well, Zion Senpoi wasn't there to, throw out his abilities in comparison to Kim, who has a little bit more base stats in that burst area. Overall, can't waste any time as they're going for an insta invade.
Yeah, Gabe is going to get that camp. Will he? Will he? There's diving.
Oh.
Not too sure.
I have no idea. I'm colorblind.
It's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
It's one camp. In the grand scheme of things.
It is, but it does mean that Gabe will get Little Wander pretty early on. Fortunately for the gold lane, they must sacrifice just a little bit of extra gold down by their own neutral crab. Oh. Momo's doing an okay job. Getting chunked down at 50%, probably not the most ideal, but it doesn't really matter. I'm pretty sure he still has his regeneration.
Something to note, both roamers do have focusing mark, so they do want an extra 6% damage whenever they do get a catch. I would feel like this is more advantageous for Todak because having the Jawhead, you should have more power whenever you do get a good catch compared to the Matilda. But maybe that's all that they really need to have enough damage.
Oh, they're ganking on the EXP lane. Reza in trouble. Tries to flicker out. Goes over to his team. Actually manages to survive the Spear of Alpha on 3 members. It's an yin-yang reaction. First blood to AERO Esports. They dismantle Gebe and Momo. And Zikif pulls Hazel over to Magma. Lantern will push him away.
That was almost perfect by AERO.
Yeah, and then Reza is just like, guys, please, I got this, man. It's like, no, you're at 1 HP. What are you doing? Still, Gabe is going to be able to get it. The next fight is about to begin.
Half Shield Unity will connect. Ejector gonna throw Hazel into Todak. Unfortunately, ZKF not near enough to save him this time.
Yeah, good recovery coming in from Todak, making sure that they trade something. But yeah, Reza, he has to be, oh, hold on. Jihin wins this trade here.
Jose, don't play with fire, sir. Jihin jumps back in with the BMI. It's so low. They're both so low.
Oh, dude. Honestly, I think that Zihin could have won that. If he just walked forward close enough, he doesn't get hit by the center, he kills Kusei there. Either way, it's still a missing flicker coming in from Zihin. Zikreep is here to kind of keep him in check in case any potential dives come through, but they know that Magma currently does not have his flicker.
Yeah, Zihin on that Claude usually wins it out against the Hari. Maybe not Innocent, but other than that, he will be able to handle that one because I do feel like the Claude actually in this current patch has an advantage against a Hari. This week is not a good week for Harif, by the way.
Hasn't been looking that great. We haven't seen that dominant force of that Harith. 3 items, just one-shotting people just yet.
Yeah, instead of Zaman force, it's like forcing yourself to lose at that point.
Pretty much. I feel like a lot of teams...
Not my best, okay? Just relax. Not everything is a 10. Right? Give me some time. I had a long day.
You didn't have to bring it up. I was willing to let it slide.
My neck is stiff, Gideon.
All right, mid lane now getting contested here is Magma. Oh, hold on, Momo.
Momo looking for the engage. Lantern on 2 members. Gonna pull Hazel back. Ejector throws him in. Circling Eagle. Fear of Alpha pushes them into the tower. Hazel will fall, but Magma's traded over, and they're gonna be able to pick up Momo as well. Reza flickers back out to safety. Baits it out from Zion. He's not able to get the execute.
What was that? What was that? You pick up 2. You pick up the Alpha. You put him behind your tanks. And then you just forcefully give him a free angle, the Spirit of Alpha in. Kusei doesn't win out that 1v1 against Shihin, but at least he forces lane prio.
Although I do have to say, Hazel not looking that hot right now.
He's kind of struggling.
I mean, it's just the start of the game, for sure. Hold on.
Kusei's dead. Just barely gets out. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, ZK gonna pull Reza forward. Ejector throws him back. Hazel secures the turtle away. Reza going nuts with the Infernal Pursuit. but no kills for now. AERO will make do with that.
You just need to criticize them a little bit, and then they get the turtle. That's how MPL MY works.
Literally, the moment you say Hazel not doing too hot right now,
boom, gets the turtle.
There you go.
You just need to criticize them just a little bit, just a wee bit. Maybe like, hey, your hair's not looking that nice today. Boom, gets a girlfriend. Hey, any players, if you're single, let us know. we'll hook you up in ways you
We
don't
can just make a blanket statement, right?
You know what? Y'all
have bad hair today.
All while hearing this lantern. It's like,
That boy is not impressed.
oh my god.
I am not impressed.
Dude. Stop, why'd you have to go there?
Look, either way, both teams haven't really gotten much of an advantage other than just a neutral objective. We haven't seen them really, forcefully push an advantage just yet, mostly towards the EXP side of the map. But notice that, oh my god, wait, Hazel is so out of position.
Wait, why is he that far? He's between the towers bot lane.
Oh.
Momo's gonna find him. Diversion, so the rest of the team coming in. They'll chase down Gebe. Momo gonna be melted straight away with Spear of Alpha. They were baiting him, but the ejector throws Reza into the tower. He's gonna lose his life in exchange.
I was about to say that's why he thought he could win that 1v1. But then Reza, to be fair, is more a Magma actually getting that good catch. But as of right now, no one is really playing that clean. Whoever gets a kill, someone from your team will die for it. But now, you do have that Flash of Oasis, so this is a big power spike for AERO Esports.
Right before this, I was internally thinking, hey, Reza's doing pretty good.
Don't.
Stop thinking good thoughts.
How dare you actually think positively?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Lantern picks up the Matilda. Ejector actually lands on Phobius instead for some reason. Salmon Force comes out. Reza eating a lot of damage for the rest of his team. Kosei belting down Momo. Gets him. Blazing Duet comes in, but he is not tanky enough. And the rest of AERO come in with the diversion. It is a 3-0. And AERO gets a turtle.
Beautiful fight coming in from AERO Esports. Again, living up to that name. Diversion. Throw Reza in, tank the damage. You didn't lose lane, and you're scaling at a perfect rate. Now, we can get a free engagement with Hazel on their left flank.
I hope I'm not jinxing it, but Zekiv is doing very well. 2-0-6 on this Matilda. Not really making any kind of mistakes. If he dies after this, I swear.
Yeah, we know for sure. But I am actually quite happy with it. I was wondering, hey, Zekiv hasn't played a utility support until now. How well will he do? Doing pretty good.
He just wants to show to Todak that I can use Matilda.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good setup, right? Because again, Reza has has this eye for engagement. He's able to peel extremely well for his team, whether damage style EXP laners or at the very least what we've seen him on currently, which is the Phobius. Either or. Here comes the attack coming in from AERO. Doesn't find Gebe.
Yeah, but Gebe did take a lot of damage there. Like something that he has to...
Whoa. They just completely gave up this top side entirely. They're like, no, we're gonna get behind them, right?
They are diversion into the Tri-Brush. They found Zyme Senpoi, but he's able to ult away. Now Momo gonna cut off the escape. Gebe comes in with the plate surge. Momo melts so fast. Kosei with the Salmon Force is chasing them down. Zyme Senpoi gonna flicker away. Reza unfortunately diving a bit too deep, so he will lose his life. Ends up being a EXP trade.
Yeah, Kusei forced that to be a split fight because Zyme Senpoi wants to play with his team. Everyone from AERO went for everyone else from Todak, and then Kusei's just like, let me 1v1 Zyme. I can deal with it.
Yeah, they did a really good job. Obviously, Reza jumping a little too far, taking turret damage isn't ideal, but Zekiv actually slowing down the initial engage coming in from the Todak side. Oh!
They find one. The ejector throws Hazel into the team, but the player of Alpha knocks up 2 again. Kosei doing so much damage. It's a double for the Hurry. Gebe finds the killing spree in return, but Kosei shuts him down. Triple kill for Kosei, and the Blazing Duet doesn't do anything at this point. Kim finds the killing spree. They chase him down. It is 4-1 in favor of AERO.
Dude, Todak is setting up so well for Hazel.
Look, I feel that AERO Esports, as of right now, the synergy between Hazel and Kim is actually insane. I gotta sell this. I use the Spear of Alpha, clearly showing I got nothing left. And you saw where Zekiv was. At least with Kim, he's able to disengage with a yin-yang reaction.
I mean, you know what the team even said. Like, they're mid-trio. They're called the... I'm not gonna say it. They might be okay with it, I'm not gonna cross the line.
You backed off so fast.
If they want to tell the audience what they call their mid trio, then they can do that. I think at this point I'm gonna let them be the one to announce it.
But you were saying about their mid trio.
Yeah,
They're good.
They're good.
They
Okay.
have that synergy.
Do you know what they're called, Demetrio?
Yeah, you mentioned it.
So yeah.
Those who know. Those who don't know, it's better you don't.
Yeah, better you don't know what.
Oh, whoa. Oh, huh?
Ooh. Ultimate force out from Zyme Senpoi. Lantern will pick up Reza. Conceal comes in from the flank. They're gonna try and target, but this is a bit late. Ejector throws Ziki back in. Reza still somehow tanking the Blazing Duet. Will eventually fall, but that's more than enough time for the rest of AERO to come in. Meltdown, Momo. Magma will follow. Two-man blade surge. But Kebe, what are you doing? You're sacrificing yourself for your roamer.
Legit, I kind of feel like he thought he could outplay that. I thought he could get a good stun and then just kill everyone there. So it's a bit of misjudgment. But he overestimated the amount of damage that he can deal. Oh, she hit.
Oh! They see Zihin down here. He doesn't have EMI. Kosei picks up the monster kill.
Not a 5-man gang, but close enough.
Yeah, close enough. He accepted it. You could see it was just like, I could run. I'll try. I'll try, whatever.
He's like, I gotta get to base anyways. This is faster.
The fastest recall ever.
He was busy watching all the memories flashing before his eyes.
I'll put that on 0.5 speed real quick.
Like, Ziki, you used to be on my team. Why'd you gotta do that to me,
He
man?
took that personally. He was
Yeah.
just like, oh, I thought we were friends.
you're the Sasuke in my Naruto.
It's actually Naruto.
Yeah. All right, now with the Lord on their side, let's see whether they get an inhibitor off of this, because their wave clear, not that great.
Again, just to remind everyone, like, we're having fun, but this is for playoffs, man. If Todak lose this one, they might not make it.
And that would be quite the statement. Momo maybe a bit too far forward. The tower will fall. Somehow Reza misses the knockup, but Kosei does so much damage anyway that the Revitalize is forced out to make sure Momo can get back. Zyme Senpoi tries to jump forward. Not able to pick anyone up though. AERO found the tower and they're happy with that.
Regardless of what happens, they still get the inhibitor. If they can get one more, that would be ideal. Are they going to try for it? Doesn't look like they will. Not worth risking it for the biscuit. Just got to wait for the Lord. 96 more seconds.
So, Stapa, you did tell me, in fact, you told all of us that you were a big fan of Zyme Senpoi. He's doing good, 0-1-6.
Yeah.
That's like a good thing that we can talk about them right now.
It's like a consolation prize. Diversion into the top lane. Todak, good disengage actually. They pick up Reza. In the meantime, he's gonna get pulled out with the guiding winds. No casualties there.
Good response for the side of Todak, right? You can see that even for Gebe, he's like, not out of here, already aware, looking outside of the map just in case you go for these nasty TP plays.
Yeah, Kim 3-0-12. Playing.
Oh! Finds Kim ejector. Throws him right into Zihin. That's nice.
What a read! Wait, did he accidentally poke out of the mid lane? I'm pretty sure they didn't see that happening, right?
They had info somehow.
Yeah, because no way you would be that confident if you don't have any information, right? I feel like they definitely... Because honestly, playing this game, sometimes, like say you move around... Even when there's no minions, you do get like a glimpse of the movement.
Yeah.
It happens to me sometimes as a roamer. I don't know why.
I think right now, Todak are just hyper aware, right? They're not just playing on camera lock. They're making sure that they're looking across the map whenever they have the opportunities. Really, really good stuff for now. But still, Todak currently at a disadvantage. Luckily, the Lord is spawning where their inhibitor is missing, so it's a lot easier to manage those waves. But on the opposite side, AERO Esports have one more opportunity to try and close out this game while they still have the lead.
Instant initiation on Zyme Senpoi. Certainly Eagle can pull them forward. They're chasing him down. Godlike streak for Kosei with the Zaman Force. And that is the Zoosin gone. Should be an easy Lord contest for AERO.
Yeah, and honestly, right now, Kosei is reminding us why Harif is insane, man.
So nasty. Will run you down. Nothing you can do about it. Looks like, wait, hold on. The TP being set up by Kim.
They're looking for it! They found him! Zihin, he's trying to run away. They get the Lord. Blazing Duet comes out. He tries to dash back over, but Kim's just been waiting for him. That's a mega kill for the Lo Yi. This is why this is a Kim signature.
Wow, he really got the timing down. By the time she had reacted to it, it was just too late.
AERO Esports trying to siege mid with the single minion they have. Spear of Alpha finds Momo, knocks him up. Unstoppable streak for Kim. Zaman Force comes out as well. Magma and Gebe just has to back it off the base, and another minion wave is coming in for AERO. Can they use this as a chance to end? It is 3v5. Magma trying to lure the minions away. Will throw away his own life to make sure it happens. While Gebe is clearing them up. They will actually manage to do so. The crown going to be purchased by him. He actually jumps back in. Nearly melts down Zihin. He has immortality, but Gebe goes down. Legendary for Kosei. AERO Esports forces their way through to the crystal and take game number 1.
Hazel didn't even die.
Yeah.
At that point, if I'm going into the kid's head, it's like, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die with style. And he still didn't die.
I didn't think he had enough money for the items, so I was thinking, does he have enough for Immo? We'll find out a little bit. And apparently he did, and they closed out the game before he was about to hit the floor. Nicely done by AERO Esports. Not the cleanest game we've seen from either side, but an advantage that they will take. Kim on this Lo Yi. Both sides having the Emperor's Eye.
Dude, like, Sheehan be like, maybe what Zekif said was true. They're like, we're gunning for you.
We don't like you in particular.
You're not the problem, but
oh boy,
you suck.
Honestly, his laning phase was good.
Yeah,
right?
it was good.
Especially against Kusei. Technically, the Harith will be able to poke him out, but he maintained those stacks, made sure that Art of Thievery, every single one of those auto attacks really hitting like a truck.
Yeah, make sure the maximum 5 stacks is online, so you may take a hit from Harith, but at that point he doesn't have the Holy Crystal, so just tank it, right? Especially if I'm not mistaken, he did take the Quantum Charge, so you can win out that trade. But overall, I do feel like for Todak, I almost can't blame them, where whenever they pick off a jungler, that's usually a good thing, right? But then when the jungler is alpha and is able to spear out, it's like, you're just not prepared for that, I guess.
That's not positioning themselves correctly. Because if his Spirit of Alpha's back, he should logically only catch Jawhead. Somehow he's getting 2 or 3 people every time.
Yeah, but either ways, this is the MVP, Kusei, getting a W for Harith today. And honestly, looking like that's a bit much. At that point, then you realize, wait, there's no lockdown.
Yep, no lockdown at all. Technically, he should have been the priority, but with that Purifier, it kind of puts him down in that list. Once he's scaled, he's a dangerous, dangerous man to be on this little Leonin, dealing so much damage. 804 GPM, 71 kill participation, and deathless throughout the game.
Kosei was actually having some difficulty in the lane initially. Zihin was almost winning out those 1v1s against him, and they had to pull Zekif over just to provide a little bit of help staying in the lane. Unfortunately, the rest of Todak weren't able to extend their map priority enough, so Kosei got the space he needed to farm back up and become the absolute monster that we know Harith to be.
If my solo games give me the experience, whenever I see a gold laner having that kind of experience that Kosei had, where he almost got 1v1 by the opponents, all chat, just wait until I get items. That's the kind of thing you see in rank all the time.
Oh, for sure. Let's have a look at the item list, right? Because generally speaking, there was a little anti-synergy coming in from Todak in the earlier stages of the game, but they did try and scrape a couple of wins back against AERO. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. They didn't have enough burst. He tried a couple of times to try and burst down the targets that Zyme Senpai was able to lift up, but a lot of the setup really boiled down to Magma.
I don't know, is it because of that Matilda? Like, is it just because of that Matilda, of how every single time Magma got a catch is just not enough? I mean, like, yeah, Jushin doesn't deal that much damage, but as long as Gebe is there with the Suyo, you would assume that maybe they could at least get one, you know?
I thought so as well, but I think that Zekif made a really good decision using that Circling Eagle to try and go for the disengage, like slow down the follow-up damage you're expecting after. And not to mention that if we're talking about the 4 members of Todak, this including Shihin, between Magma, Zyme Senpai, Gebe, and as well as Momo, it's really Gebe and Magma who are the ones who need to apply the damage.
And oftentimes they're the ones getting caught in the Spear of Alpha, so it's not ideal, but Matilda definitely does counteract what Todak's trying to go for with these quick ejector bursts, because that Flask of the Oasis along with Guiding Winds gives you a lot more shield than you're expecting, and then Zihin and Simsenpo are gonna take time to actually do that damage, I don't think Gebe is enough a lot of the time.
Yeah, because legit every single time I'm like, okay, Hazel's gonna die. He actually survived long enough to get his ult off. I was surprised.
Yeah, very, very surprised indeed. Let's look at the numbers, because so far in terms of just raw tanking power, Momo trumps it all. Like, it's not even close. Even Reza, despite being overly aggressive on his Phoveus, didn't manage to get the same numbers.
Yeah, and again, it does seem like Hazel is just a challenge to himself, where I just want to use different junglers every single time.
I mean, all his assassins were banned, so even if he wanted to play one, he couldn't this game. So why not go to Classic, right? They're already picking out the Matilda to try and counter the Zeus and Zahid combo. Why not grab the Alpha on top of it? It's still a classic duo. It's still very strong early on, and we can see the effects of it. I don't know if they planned for the Spear of Alpha to be used as a counter engage tool, or if it just worked out that way. But hey, you take what you get.
Now that that happened, they'd be like, yeah, I mean, we study.
We do our homework for sure.
We know the meta right now. Like, Jahid, so of course you pick up the Alpha for that purpose.
Oh yeah, they could have gone for the Lancelot. That was one of the few bans that we didn't see from the side of Todak. But let's look at our key players right now, because Kusei takes the title of Rich Guy as well as the carry. Momo, obviously the sandbag, but the best wingman goes to Zeke.
Honestly, even though we are talking about analysis here, but let's talk about bad news at this point. Todak is already 0-1. If they don't get any point, yesterday they got 1 point, and then now they're having 10. If they get 0 here, bro,
it's gonna hurt their odds.
Like, there's never been a season that Todak does not go to the playoffs.
That's the thing.
Yep.
I don't know whether this is going to be the first one or whether they're going to itch their way out of this mathematic-wise. It's not looking good, but they have to try and turn this around, especially against AERO Esports. The past is the past. This game is done, but they shouldn't lose confidence in themselves just yet.
They can still get 2 points if they're able to reverse sweep the series now, but it's not going to be an easy one. AERO Esports has shown us that they're capable of adjusting their draft according to bans, and while it still wasn't the cleanest, they still look more composed as a team towards that mid-game.
Oh yeah, here comes the highlights here between AERO as well as Todak. A lot of anti-synergy in the earlier stages of the game. You can just see it actually happen, because these winning scenarios look good for Todak, but they aren't thinking about all of the elements. These counter engages from AERO Esports usually come through the flanks, or more importantly, when they commit too many resources onto the front line of AERO Esports, that's when you see the downfall from Todak.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not that Todak got a bad draft, right? It's okay. It's definitely serviceable. Shiheen won his lane, so I feel like they've executed what they wanted to do. It's just that, I guess, execution in the team fights, right? Like Staffa actually said it right. Like, you should have just, like, the Alpha should have just caught one person. How did he catch 2 all the time? And it's not Hazel being
easy. You just don't put yourself in the escape route of the Alpha. He's going to have that ult. It's not like you can play around its cooldown. It's low enough that he will have it every fight. You just think he has Spear every fight. He has used it multiple times to escape. He is going to do that every fight. And yet, it's like there's no adjustment.
Well, I think they're less worried about it. They think that, hey, if we have enough base HP, we should be able to tank through the true damage. And hopefully that's going to be enough. But by then, we already see that Kusei has all of his items and is just one-shotting them anyway. So
you can tank through Alpha, but not Lo Yi.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just too much to deal with. Overall, well done to AERO for now, because again, it's not over just yet. When Todak gets pushed into a corner, that's when we see them bring out the fangs.
So what are the fangs?
That's a very good question. I'm hoping that they have another surprise involved, because again, the Loyi got let through. A hard focus in the drafting phase in terms of bans targeted towards Hazel's side.
I'm trying to think, what would be Chang'e?
Chang'e?
But it's like, it's also kind of utility at this point, right? Not really a lot of damage.
I would like to see a Chang'e after the recent hotfix, but
I don't think. I feel like, yeah, like maybe Veki and Arcadia will figure out a draft that it makes sense.
Yeah.
Chang'e, Warcry,
Chang'e, Warcry?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because once you get into like cooldowns and like the 10 second level, you can just beat people down, you know? Don't have to fully commit. either or. I don't know. It's a little tough. Overall, what do you guys think at home and who are watching from our re-streamers, of course? The leaderboard has been slapped up. Feeks, as well as Ombog, Omod, Debo this time, as well as Hillman, Alpha. Thank you so much for re-streaming, and hopefully I didn't ruin anybody's day.
In case you guys don't know, Hillman Alpha is Come to Papa.
Oh.
If you guys remember, he was a Lancelot player, very long hair. I think it was with Icon.
Used to play for
Icon.
Icon, yes.
Icon, yeah.
Yes, all of them. And then funny enough, Zorn was playing for Icon as well as to a certain degree.
No, it was before that. I remember it's like a yellow kind of team, right?
Because Icon was built off of everybody who one-tricked certain heroes, and that was supposed to be like a stream dream team to a certain degree, and then it kind of expanded from that point on.
When was this?
Season 3.
Okay, this is before me then. I have no idea.
Before. This is old man stuff. Old man stuff.
Yeah, this is really old. Yeah, this is Uncle Chickenhawk level, sort of. I'll always poke fun at him. Love you, man. Love you.
Yeah, but when it comes to the junglers, I legit at this point, I'm thinking of something else like the Ling that you can kind of like just. Yusichin is one, definitely. Other than Yusichin, a Ling,
I don't think this anybody has that level of mobility.
For which jungler?
Here's a spicy one. It's not an assassin. It's a fighter. And he has a big-ass axe.
Oh.
He's so long, I can't even remember.
Allus?
Yes.
I thought for...
I thought you were saying Ballman.
Thank God. I was hoping I was right on that one. Because if you said Ballman, I'd be like, nah, I don't know about that one. Yeah. Either way. Oh, let's try and go to...
Ada Joy. Okay, santai. Look. Hati ya.
Tiran. Okay, nonton.
Macam mana ni
Need to think. If you don't think, we will still lose.
Paramis bang. Go guys.
Lo Eren enggak lah.
Ayo, bisa lot. Ketik. Salah. Bisa. Kusilat. Aku mati. Aman. Ya. Just leave. Ulti game. Enggak apa-apa.
Kalau jauh dia buat apa ya? Can we just run down to backline, guys?
Let's just flank game. Eren, you bait. Prevent that initiate, Cok.
Ya.
Go. Lihat. Mantap, Kip. Nice one.
No grenade, guys.
Paramis. Dulu di gua ya. Tapi gua bisa sustain. Dulu, Paramis.
Joy guys. Look at Joy guys.
Aku mati.
Aman. Go back.
Joy.
Kalau boleh lagi kemas kau initiate lu.
Oke. Wait. Santai. Go. I'm blocking Kip. Granger.
Grenade.
Mati, Kip. Mantap, Kip. Joy. Aman. Wave. Protect the wave. Lower. Boy, ngapain, boy? Atas.
That's game for you. He's very hype. Despite he's using utility mages, he's very hype.
Dude, the fact that he's taunting in English, that's when you know. That's when you know, man.
I have to make sure they understand.
You gotta know.
Yeah. Now also very well edited to the production team. Well played on that.
Big
the
W.
storyline is there. And I was like, hey guys, gank the back line. Eren, you bait. And then when it's successful, you're back.
For context from this mic check, a lot of this just comes down to Ziegler actually taking inspiration from a Yaoi. He looked up to him and honestly made pretty much the exact same play and recreated it across here in the MPL MY.
Yeah. So at this point, Gaby has to be like, what would Kyrie do? That's actually a good question. What would Kyrie do? He would use a Hayabusa and then just outplay everyone.
He wouldn't ban Fanny on blue side.
Hey, look, at least AERO is taking first pick. Now, it looks like we have a turnaround.
Yo!
The people have been asking and the people will be rewarded.
The return of the king!
I see people clapping, guys. No, legit, I see people clapping. Like, they're not clapping right now, but They were clapping.
They were clapping.
Yo.
What that was about. But now that we have Zayed back on the lineup, let's see whether or not he's going to be able to gel well, especially with the mid trio. We know he works well with Zyme Sempoi, but now with Magma as well on top of it, okay, let's see whether this opens up the pool.
Dude, we haven't seen a player swap for a long while.
Doesn't happen often, let me tell you.
I didn't even know the graphic looked like that.
I mean, wait, pretty sure there was another time.
All right, that changes things. All of a sudden, we have more of a hero pool to work with in the draft.
Maybe Zai wants to show you, hey, you use a Lancelot? Dude,
oh, the
I'm
classic.
that guy. I'm that guy.
The classic.
At least they don't, wait, no, they're not even first pick anymore. It doesn't matter.
Maybe he can pick up the league.
He can, honestly.
Yeah, Zai can use the league.
He can use
the Hayabusa.
He can use the Hayabusa.
All the assassins.
Well, let's go into the drafting phase and find out which one he's going to get access to this time, especially against Hazel. It's a drafting phase as we see that AERO Esports now on the blue side up against Todak on the red.
Yeah, Todak still betting out at Fanny and the Hayabusa. AERO betting out at Joy, understanding that before this, Zai did have a perfect game, not dying at all on that Joy.
Yep. But then again, that strategy was basically to say, hey, we're going to scale you as fast as possible. By mid-game, you have your 3 items ready. We one-shot anybody in the back line.
Indeed. But I'm just excited. It's been a while since we've gotten to see Zayed play. Hopefully he hasn't gotten too rusty sitting on the bench there. A lot of assassins being banned.
Even Zai was smiling. I don't know if you caught it, but even Zai was like, yeah.
Yeah, my boy right here. Our names start the same.
I don't think that's what he said, but yeah.
It's been a while, huh, Zai? Zai's like, yeah. How's it been, Zayim? It's been aight.
Well, nothing too different, yeah.
Kalia gonna get locked in for the side of AERO. Now Todak looking to respond. We're expecting at least at some point to see Muscle of Iron show up this time, but do they want to get an early jungle pick?
Now that so many assassins are gone, you either see both jungler picks or like none, I feel like, right? This is a question of if a jungler pops up now for Todak, AERO will pick one. If not, we're not going to see any junglers until the second phase.
Well, it kind of depends. It depends on what the mid lane is going to look like. If it's going to be extremely mobile, then it's a different story. If it's immobile, that's where it gets dangerous. Kimmy finally getting let through this time. Hylos and Kimmy locked in.
Never mind. Never mind.
It's gonna be Hilda.
Oh, Hilda. Oh, this is such a good opener. Such a good opener.
This is a very dangerous opener.
Izanami felt that leg.
Oh,
he did not like it.
There's not much you can do. You cannot just out-damage the link. He bursts you way too quick.
All right. I'm interested. Seeing Hazel on the Ling is going to be a lot of fun. And they pick up the Hilda as well to make sure that this hero won't be available as a way to invade against him. Now that AERO has shown their hand, Todak might need to lock in a jungler here unless Zayed really has a big hero pool. Because we're going to see more bans later on if it's not picked.
For sure. But they still need an answer, immediate answer to Kalia.
Power of Pegasus!
They're not going to lock it in. They're going to go for the Badang instead. They're looking for major counter engage rather than depending on the AOG.
And honestly, even the Badang can throw the Hilda off, right? Say the Hilda really wants to engage into the jungle, push her away or you know, put her in a wall, put her in timeout. No.
You got a bit of a chuckle out of me. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. It's getting better. It's getting better. But in this second phase, I think things are going to get really dangerous. As we mentioned before, it's either jungle or no jungles at all. With mid lane, kind of a big question mark. Loyi finally gets banned out for the side of Todak, but they've locked in that Kimmy as a raw flex. We see the Lancelot banned out by
proper
AERO.
respect.
Nicely done.
They know Zayed.
They know Zayed.
I feel like there's a possibility of AERO grabbing a Baxia, actually no, not if Kalea Hilda, no. Because like the Baxia was a really good answer to the Kimmy beforehand.
What else here? Because I'm really thinking of Zayed, because the only thing that I can think of that I can take care of a link is a Saber. The other one is Hayabusa, but Hayabusa is bad. Hayabusa can deal well with the link, but you know.
That's more of a skill matchup for sure.
Which side can win.
Yep. Heavy jungler focus here from AERO. There is another hero Zayed used to play in the jungle, Benedetta. but I'm not sure if she's very good in that position anymore.
Or it's all right, but it can't compete with like how quick Ling is able to clear up the jungle in general. I think right now his only option left is Hanzo. Yeah.
Or Suyo, I guess.
Suyo is also okay, but you're already up against the Hilda. You might as well get something that actually scales.
At this point, Suyo is kind of boring. It works.
They're gonna keep it.
At least now they show that this Kimi is going mid.
What? What am I missing here? What am I missing? Why go for the Harith now? I guess not to give it over to AERO. And now the Ranger gets locked in for Kusei.
Xavier. Just
Artillery is just good here. Xavier's good. Parsa's good.
Just to, you know, like copy SRG. Be like, hey, that's a good draft. Maybe we want to try it out.
That looks kind of swag.
Yeah. Everything except the Hilda, you know, it's the change. If you pick up the Xavier here.
Xavier good enough? I guess you can like kind of...
It's kind of like, you can copy my HomeBois, but don't make it too obvious. At least pick up the Hilda.
At least pick up the Hilda.
All right, Eve.
Okay.
I think that the Eve is a little better in this scenario. I think
like Eve.
They are worried if there is a pick that Todak might have in their back pocket to get on top of their mages.
Roger.
I think there's an argument for Yishin Shin to a certain
During
degree.
playoffs last season, Zayed played one game of Harley.
Yeah, wait. They can just play Lucas here, right?
Oh, yeah. Completely forgot
We keep
about that.
forgetting Lucas because he doesn't usually get let through this long.
Yeah, Lucas, Hanzo, both are viable in this case. If they go for Hanzo, they play a later game strategy. If they go for Lucas, they want an earlier game of strategy. And even then, it's not like their early game is that strong. It's mainly around that mid trio.
All right, 9 seconds in. Looks like the Todak players are locked in. And there you go.
Yep.
That is the Lucas. Good call, Gideon. We gotta see Zayed. How can he fare? Can he actually get a W for Todak here?
I think he definitely can. The early game alongside that mid trio, as long as Momo is able to hold out strong and Jihin plays a strong game and scales up to that 3 out-in power spike, that's where we're going to see that AERO's going to have a lot of problems. If Hazel gets an early lead, that's the opposite then.
Legit, it's all on Hazel for this one. If he's able to shut down the Kimi, I feel like AERO's going to win this one for sure. But I've played a high loss. Surprisingly, high loss can deal with the Ling. You just use your Law and Order. The moment he comes in, you just stun him, and it's a pretty long stun that people can actually burst him out. So if Kimi survives, Todak might actually take this one.
All right, let's find out here. So we head on over into the Land of Dawn. All the chips on the table. AERO looking to find their qualification spot. They just need to win this one last game to sweep Todak under the rug in a 2-0 fashion. But it might just be the equalization now that Zayed breathing new life into the team.
The return of an old face to join the roster for Game 2. Will Zayed's presence be able to reinvigorate Todak the way Hazel did? Or will AERO Esports continue their streak? ZKIF already forced the flicker out. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, but again, you just cannot compete with the raw poke. The raw poke is just too much from Zayed. Not to mention that he's also going for weakness finder, so it's even harder to run away from him, especially in the earlier stages of the game. With that being said, though, it does mean that since there was a 2-2 in that mid lane, that we weren't able to see Zayed actually get a hard leash. The Wanderer, a little bit late, but put low and easily picked up by Zayed and generally back to full clear.
This is a small difference, but this is what we usually see with the Ling. Actually getting that fatal just to have more crits compared to what Sakai's used earlier. But overall, yeah, Zayed Senpoi doing a good job earlier on just to make sure bully out that mid lane. But so far, no big surprises here. Hazel is able to get a camp. Zayed now level 4, but like you said, he has to be like an assassin. Magma taking quite a lot of damage here.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to close the distance. Hazel waiting for an opportunity.
The 3v3 in the mid lane right now. Todak gonna back it off. They do not see Hazel on the map. They do not see Reza on the map either, since Momo doesn't have lane prio, so they're gonna play it safe.
Yeah, it's a really good call here, mainly because Zayed doesn't want to have to use his ult earlier. If he's able to find a double kill, sure, but if it's just for one person and it's not the enemy jungler, I don't think it's as useful as most people would say. Because again, the cooldown is based on how long, or more so, to speed it up, you need to interact with your opponent. You need to make physical contact.
Yeah, right now, looks like both junglers just want to get their purple buff here. And this is going to be a test for Hazel. Can he actually make something happen? Actually, looking at his pathing, looks like he's just want to focus on getting the farm.
Looks like AERO's goal here is just to slow down the turtle as much as possible. They will eventually see Hazel top though, so that's a green light for Todak to get started. Hazel's trying to make his way back over. Zayed holding onto his ultimate. Momo gonna miss his fist break, but Flicker expended on Kim. It's two-man fist crack. Hazel secures the turtle and first blood on Zayed. Magma gonna be melted down as well. 2-0 in favor of AERO.
Unfortunately, Momo wasn't able to get enough value. Hazel a little too quick on the trigger. That Blade of Tempest kept him alive and also helped him secure that Lord. Zayed had no chance to pop that retrieve. By the way, currently AERO in the lead with a 1.7k lead. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That is painful. Oh, that was close. Literally 1 HP. Momo gets out of there.
Hazel was just testing the waters. He didn't activate the war cry. Oh, they want to fight against Kim.
They're trying to commit to it. Sacred Beast Form comes out and Zayed with the flash combo finishes off Kim.
Very nicely played by Todak. They immediately try and find something back, and they found it onto Kim's side. So far, as long as Todak is playing with their mid... Oh!
Hazel, 1v3. Tempest Blade's gonna commit, looking for Zyme's Employ. The knockup from TK secures it. And now Hazel gonna make a retreat. I'm not gonna try and force it against Zihin. Oh, they're still going for it. Tsunami Slam pulling Magma back as well. Double kill given to Hazel.
To be fair, that was on time. He should have known. He should have known. He was getting a little low. He's like, all right, I got the Purify. I got my abilities. I got my hover jets. It should be okay, right? It should be okay.
This is going to be the strat. Pick up a pick-off hero like a Kalia, forcing out your carries to bring the Purify, and then you bring in the Ling. The Purify does nothing against a Ling. Like, you want a Flicker, and this is...
hard committing here. Tidal Strike will land, but Zihin has Purify, so he Zaman forces out of there. No, not too many resources spent by either side here.
Get it now we got to talk about Ling in the repertoire, man.
Yep. I think Ling is pretty decent overall, mainly because, you know, fighters just don't compete how fast he eventually scales. Oh, hold on.
Mark gonna walk into the bush here. They're not looking to engage on him, especially with Zayed right behind. AERO wants a better positioning.
With fighters and as well as tanks having slower clears, more so, these Lord Dancers are coming. Oh boy.
Oh, the jump forward. Tsunami Slam pulling Momo back, but the Sacred Beast comes out. Jumps on top of him. The Beast Bomb blows up ZK. Meanwhile, those Hazel's in the back line. Tempest Blade's already expended, but they're not able to go in. The Zaman Force is out. RWM to zone out Todak, but right now they are the ones in control of the turtle. Reza's in the back. It doesn't look like Hazel wants to contest this. He'll just surrender it over to Zayed.
Oh, Kusei, he's looking at Momo as well as Magma. Like, if I have a Sky Piercer, I'd be going in so ham right now, but Gotta slow things down. It's fine. We lose that turtle. We still have a lead. And Hazel, in the meantime, was able to pick up mid-wave as well as go down to the bot side. Probably going to take that T1.
The crazy thing is, AERO is 1,800 ahead of Todak. And I feel like almost all of the goal is on Hazel. Right? He's been farming like crazy. 3-0-1. This is going to be a problem for Todak. We got to see if Zai can outplay that with his crowd control.
Play that. I mean, if he catches Hazel good before the Bladed Tempest, and even so, we've seen a lot of Link just disengage with the Bladed Tempest if necessary.
Yeah, so far though, Todak has not been doing too bad a job of making sure they don't lose too many bodies in these team fights. Unfortunately, they're still a bit slow on farm. Haven't really been able to disrupt Hazel nor Kosei thus far.
Yeah, and dude, like, Hazel's just farming so fast. No one is interrupting him from actually getting that minions. Like, there's no way that Zai can farm as fast as Hazel. Hazel is level 10, Zai is level 9.
Yeah, there's just nothing. I mean, for Lucas, his farming speed really increases after he gets the War Axe. Until that point, it's pretty slow even with a Hunter's Strike, right? His abilities do take a little bit of time to work. His auto attacks generally don't hurt at all unless you eventually get the flash tap ready to go. Oh.
Reza's just jumping on Zihin. Forces out the Zaman Force. That means it's go time. Tempest Blaze comes out. Hazel looking for the Harif. Gonna find it. Gets fist cracked against the wall, but he's still able to find the Mega Kill. Oh. But now he's trapped. The flash combo. Killing spree for Zayed. As Kim is the unfortunate victim. Reza can be pushed against the wall as well, and slain by Zayim Senpoi. The rest of AERO needs to make a hasty retreat now.
That's so funny. Hazel unintentionally got Kim killed. The flash tap connected onto Hazel, but he was mid-air, so once he connected, he was right on top of Kim.
Yeah, Hazel really wants this, and he's gonna get punished for it.
Punished hard. CC'd under the tower forever by Momo.
And move. And with Todak now on the up and rise, this lead falls into their hands. This turtle, so necessary. Oh.
Don't go for it. Like Momo made that mistake, Mama, you don't do that. Don't force it out. But yeah, we gotta talk about how, first of all, Zai was so fast just now. That flash tap, really big. And we can start to see that Zai has that damage now. He has that tankiness. So AERO really needs to start paying respect, because the moment that Zai comes in, he's not going for your front lines. He's going for your back lines.
Yep, he wants to deal out some serious damage. Actually, I'm curious to see what his third item is going to... Oh,
Fizz crack committed. They're going on the Hilda, and the Secret Beast comes from the flank as well. Reza melted in an instant.
Okay, he went for the front line that time, but my argument still stands. He knows how to find Kim, and he knows how to get onto Kusei. At least pressure him.
Let's see in the next 73 seconds, right? I think this next neutral objective is going to show us whether or not he can find those angles. Again, communication is going to be key, because so far, Hazel has been able to kind of break Todak apart by getting these split pushes on the side. Shihin hasn't hit his 3 items just yet, but as long as they have vision over Hazel, who currently is level 13, pretty good considering how the game has been going so far, Todak haven't found a direct lead just yet.
Momo and Magma need to play out of their minds to use their crowd control abilities onto the Link, onto Hazel. Because Magma was able to stop playing earlier, and that's why he couldn't go crazy.
Braxton falls, a lockdown ZK. He has the flicker out of there. Reza as well, having the flicker over the Frizz break wall. Todak slowly but surely taking more map control. Top tier 2 will fall to their side. But Hazel's just going for the split push.
Yep, he doesn't mind, right? You take my purple buff, not the biggest deal in the world. I still got the, the top side of your jungle, as well as making sure that I got a T2. And in the end, it's not a real big win for either or. It evens out. But Kusei, finally, he does have that malefic roar. That's going to help him, because Momo and Magma seem a little unshakable.
Troy's pathway comes out. Magma looking for the stun on ZK. If Traction Pulse will still pull him in, but Tsunami Slam will get him out of there. Hazel now looking for jumping. Gets stunned with the Fizz crack. Tempest Blaze comes out. He still commits for the damage. Beast Bomb comes in. Only connects with Reza. Hazel eventually be melted down by Zyme Semboy, while Zayed picks up the mega kill on Reza.
He's just too big right now. Too dangerous. And Kim, unfortunately, doesn't have enough items to slow him down.
Yeah, and Hazel dropping down, that's actually big. I don't think it's big enough where Todak can actually force out this Lord, at least not comfortably, because you still have to worry about the range of Kusei as well as Kim. If Zai can get onto them, then yeah, GG's.
Another glorious pathway. They're looking for Kim this time. He will be able to back it off, but Todak are still in control. Magma gets the stun in. Kosei doing some good poke damage. ZK gonna commit the Tsunami Slam, pulling Magma forward. Kosei, can he get it? No, not enough damage. No Depth Sonata left over. So Magma survives.
But Todak needs to reset though. Like, they're low.
They're very, very low. But AERO doesn't mind this. They need a little bit more time to actually scale and get Kusei in a better position. So far, Hazel, he will hit level 50 and will continue to split push once again, looking for gold across the map.
AERO Esports have a slightly better foothold, but Todak are still the ones in control of the Lord. They should know by now Hazel is near the top side, but they're not sure if he's rotating over just yet. Zayed gonna reconnect with the rest of his team.
Traction Pulse doesn't connect. At the very least, they have vision, and that T2 will fall. They can't seem to rush this, though.
Yeah, they're trying to commit to it while Hazel is pushing the top tower. The flicker forward, Tidal Strike at the same time. Hazel goes through the backline, Tempest Blaze, picks up Simon Boy, gets the shutdown of Zion at the same time. In the front line, though, Zihin trying to go ham. Kosei punishes him instead. It is a 1-for-3 trade. Hazel secures the Lord for AERO Esports.
Todak just doesn't know how to deal with the split push, man. Like, you can see where we don't have anyone, right? No one can legit hold down a lane and deal with this Ling. And like you said, they can't even force out the Lord because the range coming in from the Granger, from the Eve, prevents them from doing any significant damage against the Lord. And now AERO, they're looking like they can get at least 2 inhibitors, maybe even an end.
I mean, if they get 2 inhibitors, that'd be pretty good, but nobody wants to walk up as of right now. The Lord is already there, but the majority of the members of Todak have already respawned. But look at how low they put all the turrets at this point. They basically secured them.
Yeah, I thought that Kusei was able to, zone them away, deal more damage. Look at that, Hazel's just waiting.
Conceal, they're going for it. RWM keeping Todak away from the front of the tower, keeping the minion alive as well. So that's the first inhibitor down. Another wave of empowered minions pushes in. Hazel jumps, doesn't quite get the tower. Traction Pulse pulls in 2, but the fist break misses. Kim is the only casualty there. And that's all AERO will go for.
Yeah, but look at that top and bottom turret for Todak. It's very, very low. Like, you would know if they lose one more big team fight, that could spell disaster. So now that Shihin does have that Holy Crystal, Zyme having that Divine Glaive, maybe they can do something with this. Because even looking at the items coming in from Zayed, it does look like he can fight, but that Link's full build, man.
1v1 up top, Hazel going for it. Zayed with his ultimate, getting him stun locked. Hazel punished! The 1v1! One out by Zayed!
Don't mess. Don't mess with him. Doesn't matter how many items you have. Lucas is just on steroids.
Yeah, like he built diff. He is favored by Moontown.
Yep. I mean, it's very clear. If you just don't have the base health, he will eventually come to a point where he just one-shots you pretty consistently. At this point, we're seeing that even for Zion, he needs, he's making sure that he gets the Queen's Wings. Oh, even goes for a brute force breastplate to try and speed himself up to get into that backline.
It's not a bad idea, especially considering that he wants to be not just the front line, but a source of DPS for Todak with that killing free emblem as well. That kill actually was very valuable. You can see that the net worth difference has narrowed quite a bit to only 1k for AERO.
Yeah, very good pulse, by the way, but nothing that you can do about it. If Todak can actually get this purple buff, maybe they're cooking. Maybe at this point they can get a checkmate angle. Because Hazel without the purple buff, you know, still strong, but gotta be a bit more careful in those engages. And they don't even get it. Okay, never mind. We don't even have to talk about it now.
I think at this point, Todak, they can't afford to make too many mistakes, right? With the missing inhibitor on that mid side and a potential too low, well, one a lot lower than the other inhibitor, I think that this Lord is going to be everything for Todak. They just keep it standard, keep it simple, make sure that their backline is safe. Oh,
Traction Pulse forces the flicker from Kim. That's a pretty important battle spell that the Eve doesn't have for this one.
Okay. So Magma already using the Revitalize. Might not be great, but they just really want to stay in this pit.
They're going to stay for as long as possible, right? They're always going to consistently clear up that mid lane. Ideally, they to steal away a tier 1 from AERO. Husei is able to poke out ever so slowly, but AERO is in no rush.
That was a mistake. Shihin shouldn't stay that close to the wall. Like, if it hits on Momo, it doesn't matter, but Shihin, not good.
Traction Pulse goes in and KMR comes in. AERO Esports with the instant collapse into the backline. Shihin is melted away, and Hosei picks up the killing spree. Even Zayed can do nothing as it's a double kill going over to Hazel. Magma just gonna try and run the opposite direction to keep Zyme Senpoi alive, but that's 4 members down, and the Flicker Tidal Strike sets up the triple kill! AERO Esports breaks through the ranks, secures the team wipe against Todak, and denies them their path forward. The clean sweep goes over to AERO Esports.
A beautiful counter engage from the side of AERO Esports. Really great job here. They've secured themselves 2 wins, allowing them to put them in the playoff position. Todak, unfortunately, might not make it this time round. A tough battle and a really tough defeat for Todak fans.
This is an unexpected result for sure. Todak potentially not making it to the playoffs for the very first time. AERO Esports looking better than ever with Hazel's arrival. Despite their best attempts, despite the return of Zayed, Todak was still not able to find the opening they needed to take them down.
Yeah, honestly, AERO looking very, very strong. And it's not that Todak didn't try. They just couldn't do it.
It's just too much this time. Well, let's throw it over to our winners with Rose up on stage.
Harapan untuk playoffs masih lagi sangat-sangat cerah untuk pasukan AERO Esports. 2-0, 3 mata penuh untuk mereka. Guys, a round of applause. Amazing game, clean sweep. Nak tanya, Reza, adakah ini kemenangan yang awak expected?
Actually dah expect dah sebab tadi pagi Hazel makan nasi kandak. So dia memang auto win dah.
Dia kena, kalau makan makanan sedap, dia macam ada buff sikit
Betul.
Minggu lepas ada nasi lemak, hari ni ada nasi kandar. Mungkin kalau tak nak korang menang, jangan bagi dia makan. Macam
Betul?
tu. So Hazel adalah kunci kemenangan.
Betul.
Okay, now Reza, Rose nak tanya juga, korang punya perlawanan yang seterusnya adalah Monster Visions dan juga Vamos. Kalaulah AERO nak layak ke playoffs, korang kena menang tak silap satu lagi clean sweep lah untuk mudahkan perjalanan ke playoff. Yakin ke AERO boleh masuk ke playoff?
Bagi saya, diorang kuat. Tapi kami yakin yang kami akan ke playoff.
Wow. And Reza, we know that awak ni adalah player untuk MAL dulu. Sekarang dah main dekat MPL dan kita boleh nampak lah actually banyak improvement daripada side AERO. And especially daripada side players, especially since Hazel masuk lah kan. Apa yang beza actually inside AERO right now? Macam mana korang communicate ke, playstyle ke, anything yang you boleh share?
Satu yang saya boleh cakap, communication kita orang lebih lancar sebab sebelum ni mostly English kan. And sekarang kita just bahasa Indo dengan a bit of English.
Habis tu Kusir cakap apa?
Kusir pun just sikit-sikit lah, boleh cakap Melayu dah.
Macam mana dia cakap biasanya?
Weh, tolong aku weh. Macam tu lah.
Siapa yang ajar? Oh, okay. Now, Zikif. Kita tadi nampak daripada side Todak lah kan, diorang masukkan player baru di game kedua. Diorang swap Gebek ke Zahid. In your opinion, adakah ini satu move yang mengejutkan korang? Ataupun korang macam tak apa, kita boleh?
Nak terkejut tu tak, sebab kita memang ada expect pun. Kita orang dah prepare untuk siapa-siapa main. Gebek main ke, Zaid main ke, kita orang dah prepare.
Wow, memang prepared. And another thing, ini adalah kali kedua kita nampak Link beraksi ya di pentas hari ini. Adakah itu satu benda yang korang plan ke? Ada nampaklah dapat inspirasi daripada Sekais di match kedua? Sebab I nampak korang tengah tengok match tadi.
Sebenarnya kita orang memang dah main Link lama pun. And kita orang memang dah lama main. Cuma tak dapat nak pakai lagi. Sebab itulah SRG pun diorang ban kat 45. So baru hari ini dapat main.
Hari ini adalah hari Link yang keluar ya. Okay guys, kita dah nampak perlawanan yang sengit. Tapi, siapakah MVP perlawanan ini? So, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... first time semua orang dekat luar beratur. MVP jatuh kepada... ada di atas pentas. Dan. Zikif! Wow. Jarang-jarang Roma dapat MVP. Happy tak? Jarang-jarang Roma dapat MVP. Happy tak? Happy. Okay, now Rose ada satu soalan yang Rose ingin tanya daripada minggu lepas. Okay, minggu lepas awak buat satu play yang flank lah kan? Lepas tu bila orang tanya kenapa awak fikir pasal play tu, you cakap Yawi. Mungkin you boleh ceritakan dekat Rose dan dekat audience. How did you think about Yawi in a 22 minutes game? Di tengah-tengah 22 minutes, tiba-tiba dia cakap, apa Yawi buat kalau dia main hari ni?
Sebenarnya, play tu bukan Yawi yang buat dulu. RSG, Light dengan Eman yang buat dulu. Sebab kita orang pun ada borak pasal benda tu sebelum game. Lepas tu tiba-tiba dalam game tu benda tu jadi. So saya macam terfikir kita boleh guna play tu untuk menang.
Hari ni Zikif terpesona dengan Roma siapa pula?
Tetap Yawi.
Yawi lagi. Okay, so tadi ada tak momen-momen what would Yawi do? Tak ada?
Tak ada.
Simpan lah untuk match seterusnya.
Betul.
Okay, thank you very much. Zikif, is there anything yang Zikif nak cakap kepada fans yang hadir dan sokong mereka?
Terima kasih kepada fans-fans yang hadir, yang dah support kita orang daripada week 1 sampai hari ni, yang tetap datang. Kita orang terima kasih banyak sebab datang. Untuk fans Todak juga dah datang. Terima kasih Abang Lot. Terima kasih yang support kita orang.
Alright, terima kasih Reza, Zikif, and of course, congratulations kepada AERO Esports. Itu adalah kemenangan bersih. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi in this clean sweep game. And with that, casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. Our MVP of the game going over to ZK for the Matilda that saved lives and slowed down engages in game 1 with a hard engage, counter engage, some may even say, from ZK in game number 2. He comes up as our MVP.
He even had a 100% kill participation in game 1.
That's the Matilda effect for you right there.
He's just there for everything. He's like, it's either I watch movies or I put the pause on the movie.
I don't know why. I know you say pause as in stopping the movie, I was thinking of a cat paw. I will put paws on a movie.
Hey,
like that sounds like a good cat movie.
Look,
Sounds good to me.
If he was playing Lucas, it might be a different story. Either way, I think that he is held up and definitely showed Todak like I was worth it.
Yeah, you gotta admit,
Magma or ZK, which one would you think? Both
ZK.
votes in the chat.
I'm saying ZK right now.
Yeah.
Like, straight up. Like, you would not think that ZK is an MAL player. This is his debut season as well.
Look at all the ex-players of Todak right now. Yums, Martizi.
We're going to hit this guy.
Technically Martizi, you know, studies. Zkeef.
Ruff.
I feel like there's more I just can't think of right now. I don't want to go to, like, yeah, Chiku, sure, but like, dude. Yan Lord.
Oh, look, it has been a tough time for Todak, but unfortunately, AERO Esports is just a better team as of right now. They had better synergy, especially when it comes down to raw team fights. Their counter engages have been very, very good. And not to mention that at least while fixing their communication, their synergy made sure that their timings were always in sync.
Yeah, you can tell that AERO Esports, their players are making the correct calls and they're executing on it as well because the adaptation was instant. At a certain point in the game, Todak started getting very strong in team fights. Zayed became actually kind of difficult to deal with. So AERO Esports just avoided team fights altogether. They'd slow down neutral objectives, wait for Todak to make a mistake, all while Hazel is pushing somewhere else on the map. And by that, they are keeping their net worth relevant.
Extremely relevant. And I think, you know, the best part about all of this is how they initially allow Momo to find these engages to bait Zayed out to use that flash step. As soon as he doesn't have that flash step, sure, he could have the flash combo, but since he's a jungler, he doesn't have flicker. He can't just get right on top of Kusei. He can't just get right on top of Kim, allowing this counter engage to be fairly easy for AERO Esports.
I would say in this game, AERO really played the macro well, and Todak, they just couldn't get their footing. And even though Zayed is an amazing player, maybe he just doesn't have that reps in, right? Because we have to assume, because Gabe was supposed to be in the main lineup, maybe he doesn't have scrim time, right? It's not that he can't play, but like you guys said, the synergy really isn't really there.
It's not there yet. 15-minute games, 14-11. I mean, Zayed tried. He tried his best and honestly got very, very close into doing so. Second highest damage on his team. Let's look at our key players this time because Hazel is our rich guy with a 960 GPM. He was a farming machine, playing a completely separate game. The carry going over to Kusei, Magma as the sandbag, and Zkeef as the best wingman.
Yeah, I think we all expected AERO Esports to generally hold most of the spots on this board. I'm impressed that Hazel got a 960 GPM. Goes to show how much gold he was getting just from playing around the map, generally avoiding team fighting, because there were definitely points in the game where he did make mistakes as well, trying to go for that 1v1 against Zayed, for example. And it makes me wonder, how much higher would it have been if he didn't do that?
Yeah, and honestly, right now, after this win, AERO looking like a really top contender for playoffs later on.
Here's the thing, we haven't even seen them at their most polished yet. This is them figuring out, oh, we've got communication down, now we can really sync with each other on initiations. But what if that applies to all the other aspects of the game, right? From what we are looking at the total gold, we can see moments where it's like, okay, yes, we still have to make adjustments on the fly. We can't communicate about every little thing that happens, but until that gets polished up, we're seeing that at least for counter engages, that's something that AERO has figured out.
Yeah, and maybe like, just got to figure out the draft, because even after week 6, there is going to be a gap. The playoffs itself, like, we have phase 1 and phase 2.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So this will really test the teams of how consistent can they be in the middle of a break during playoffs.
I mean, if we thought that the regular season was pretty short, there's an argument for the break to be like, hey, this is the extension period. This is the grace period. This is summer camp for you guys to kind of get all your stuff, put it all in one box and get good at it before we get to the playoffs.
But it also means that these teams need to qualify to the playoffs so that they get that time to prepare, right? To rest a little bit, to get training under their minds, to adjust to any new patches or updates that may come to the game. And in the meantime, because right now, Todak is in dire straits. It's looking very likely that they won't actually go to playoffs.
Okay. for them to go to playoffs, Vamos can't win. That's it. If Vamos gets a win, because Vamos is also going up against JP.
Ooh.
Yeah, JP and AERO. Like after this,
Ooh.
Todak is going up against JP. Vamos is going up against JP and AERO. So as long as AERO 2-0s Vamos as well, Todak still has a chance.
They just don't have any... I mean, it's not in their control.
Yeah, it's not in their control.
For Todak, it is not in their control. AERO has kept themselves in the running for it still. We'll see by the end of week number 6. Even so, I think that, unfortunately, Todak back to the drawing board once again.
This is the 1v1 that probably shouldn't have been taken, but besides that, AERO Esports were really good at identifying the best times to take fights. And when they decide to take a fight, they all commit to it so fast.
They really do. Every single moment in this game, AERO Esports was able to kind of dictate and adapt. With that being said, let's have an interview with Poji alongside Todak to see what they have to say about this game.
Terima kasih, Mars. Senyum dekat sini, masam dekat sini. Soalan yang paling penting seluruh peminat-peminat Todak nak tanyakan. Sebab minggu kedua rasanya, Saiful ada cakap, actually diorang ada masalah communication, masalah chemistry. Tapi masalah tu tak selesai lagi sampai sekarang. Kenapa?
Okay, untuk jawab soalan ni, memang kita mengaku memang kita ada few problems yang kita hadapi sepanjang kehadiran Mama Gebel di sini. Antaranya salah satunya adalah chemistry, communication. Tapi benda ni kita dah, orang kata apa, from week to weeks kita dah improve. Kita tak kata 100% selesai, tapi kita dah keep improving. The coaches pun dah give their best untuk improve daripada this technical errors. Cumanya yes, kita sedar yang improvement tu tak cukup. Dan kita tengoklah result sekarang pun macam mana kita admit, kita aware benda ni. Dan in future kita akan keep improving.
In future. Berat. Tapi yalah, kalau kita tengoklah bila kita cakap in future, itu untuk korang punya chemistry. Tak sempat nak in future. Game kedua tukar Zaid. Adakah ini sebab nak fan service, sebab peminat kata turunkanlah Zaid, ataupun sebab Gebe stop Zaid main, ataupun kenapa?
Okay, untuk game kedua, selepas kita kalah untuk game pertama tentang AERO, memang our coaches ataupun kita punya coaching staff memang dah tetapkan. Okay, this is something yang kita dah prepare for Zaid also. Regardless the result yang ditunjukkan pada hari ini, tapi ini adalah orang kata apa, execution yang kita nak buat selepas. If kalau kata game 1 kita kalah, Zaid kita nak letakkan untuk game kedua, disebabkan kita dah prepare dia untuk minggu ini, especially untuk minggu inilah.
Faham, maksudnya memang dah prepare dua jenis line up lah.
Betul.
Baik. Tapi okey, kalau bila kita bercakap pasal line up lah apalah kan. Pertemuan seterusnya di antara Todak dengan JP Nanis, itu game terakhir korang. Itu peluang terakhir untuk korang layakkan diri ke playoff dengan syarat menang 2-0. Macam mana chemistry, macam mana dengan line up, macam mana pertembungan tu?
Okay, untuk lawan JP Nanis ni memang semua aware. Saya aware, rasanya the team pun semua aware yang dia tak ada skor lain selain daripada 2-0 untuk ada chance pergi ke playoff. Dan itu juga kita kena tengok Vamos punya result, Team Ray punya result dan sebagainya. Cumanya dikata apa, macam do or die lah untuk JP Niners ni. Kita akan give our best juga, regardless apa yang berlaku pada hari ini, minggu ini ataupun minggu yang lepas. Kita still percaya yang the current line up ataupun the current coaching staff ni dapat give something, especially lawan JP nanti. Dan insyaAllah kalau ada rezeki pergi playoff, kita akan improve a lot selepas ni lah.
Baik. Tapi bila kita bercakap dengan playoff, sebenarnya Todak adalah satu-satunya pasukan setakat ni dekat MPL yang belum pernah miss playoff. Tapi kalau kata benda macam ni, dia boleh jadilah kan. So soalannya, kita tengok kalau sebelum ni kita cakap Ciku carry the Todak. Ciku adalah peng-carry utama, Ciku adalah alpha. Sekarang Ciku dah tak ada. Siapa alpha nak carry? Takkan Ashi. Jadi macam mana nak pulangkan semula kepercayaan? Berikan semula harapan kepada peminat-peminat, sebab peminat-peminat dekat luar sana dah mula hilang percaya dekat Todak. Apa lagi yang boleh janji dekat peminat-peminat Todak semua?
Okay, dia sebenarnya dia bukan isu promise ataupun apalah. Cumanya kita tak nafikan Ciku is one of our best carry yang ada dekat Todak sebelum ni. dan pemergian dia pun mengikut kita punya planning, kita punya mutual understanding between each other. Dalam masa yang sama, kita juga cuba sedaya upaya untuk orang kata apa, mempersiapkan ataupun membawa bakat baru seperti Shaheen pada hari ini kan. Kita tengok improvement dia pun, dia improve. Okay, cumanya of course result kalah memang tak nampak dia punya improvement lah. Cumanya Todak tu sendiri ada ataupun kata apa, execution untuk develop bakat baru. Macam Momo sebelum ni orang tak nampak, Momo sekarang. Dan ini juga kita cuba buat especially selepas pemergian Ciku. Kita bring Shaheen daripada MPL dan kita try to develop dia, groom dia sampai jadi orang kata apa, maybe the next Ciku ke, itulah.
Faham. Be the next Ciku. Tapi okay, saya nak top up lah soalan kan. Bila kita bercakap soalan the next Ciku ataupun the next carry kan, sebenarnya Todak ni menghasilkan banyak player-player yang bagus. Contoh Zekif daripada Todak juga, betul. Raf daripada Todak. Saya boleh sebut beberapa lagi nama-nama. Banyak hasil-hasil korang yang sebenarnya bagus tapi korang lepaskan. Kenapa?
This is something yang orang kata apa, mungkin ada tim yang berbeza dia punya cara pengurusan dia, cara latihan dan sebagainya. Memang tak nafikan banyak pemain-pemain yang bagus, especially even di sekarang line up pun saya sendiri percaya yang mereka ni adalah individu yang orang kata apa, bagus. Dan cumanya bagus juga bila ada players ni yang ditransfer out pergi ke tim-tim lain macam Yums, macam Raf dan lain-lain macam Zekif. So ada, sebab of course kita kena faham yang dalam satu pasukan tu kita hanya ada 5 ataupun 6 orang saja yang boleh kita berikan fokus, especially untuk main di main stage. Okay, so akan ada orang-orang ataupun players yang tak dapat peluang yang banyak. Macam sekarang, contoh kita nampak macam Zaid apa semua kan. So this peluang-peluang lain macam Zekif ke AERO, inilah yang kita cuba orang kata apa, luaskan lagi dalam Todak lah. So kita dapat this players yang kita rasa boleh develop. Cumanya kalau tak dapat the play time, apa next step untuk players ni. Bukan kita nak peram apa semua lepas tu release begitu saja, tak.
Baik. Tapi itulah bila kita cakap pasal develop, korang betul dah develop tapi mereka berjaya di tim lain, bukan di Todak. Tapi apa-apa hal pun, Ashi, anything nak cakap dekat semua fan yang masih lagi percaya atau yang dah mula hilang percaya sebelum kita throw back to caster?
Alright, to the fans, both fans, thank you untuk datang hari ini. Especially untuk tim Todak, of course kita punya orang kata apa, result memang roller coaster, bukan nak roller coaster ni. Mungkin ada chance tak dapat playoff. This is something yang semua orang aware. But regarding result sekarang ni, kita akan cuba the best untuk dapatkan full point untuk menentang JP Niners akan datang. Dan insyaAllah jika ada peluang pergi ke playoff, there's a lot things yang kita nak buat dalam masa yang dekat ni lah.
Baik. InsyaAllah, terima kasih. Player pun dah bergerak semua, tinggal Ashi sendiri kat sini. Terima kasih banyak-banyak Ashi. Best of luck kepada Todak. Todak langgar Todak Patriot. Dan itu sahaja daripada kami. See you soon. Let's go back to the caster.
Some grilling coming in from Poji on their manager Ashi about Todak's performance. A couple of things that need to be translated. Number one, what is happening with the team? Obviously a little disappointed, but they still have problems to fix. Not every week is going to be as good as they want it to be, but it's slow increments. In terms of players, that one's a little harder to answer. Yes, they had to let go of a couple of players because they can only focus on their 5 in, 2 other subs. Didn't really get much of an answer towards the end there, but I mean, Poji was really trying to grill some stuff out of Ashi there.
Yeah, he wants to know the details, but that was a lot of,
Hey, I don't think Ashi can give like I think that Ashi unfortunately can't give a straightforward answer. It's a complicated situation. I don't blame him, but at the same time, it would have been nice to just go like, yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. We're gonna make the best of it.
I don't know. It just feels like, in the end, we didn't really get a lot of answers that we were looking for, and at the same time, the questions remain unanswered, right? Why is Todak's performance so disappointing? Why are there so many questions that the fans are asking that we don't really know the answer to still? Especially from an org that has this much MPL experience and has achieved so much on the MPL stage, and now they're in this position?
We're gonna look at standings, but I'm just gonna say one thing about that. What if Poji asks, like just to sum it up, why is Todak losing? What if they don't know? What if all the coaches and managers that they have they don't know why they're losing.
I think they've got a rough idea on what it could be. It's just a lot of little problems all across the board, which is bringing the overall performance down. That's the safest answer that they probably got. Now let's look at the standings by the end of day number 2. Slimer Red Giants sit on top as the undisputed number 1 with 20 full points. HomeBois at 17. AERO Esports jump up to 3rd spot with 13 points, next to Monster Vicious at 12.
I gotta say, I actually went on Facebook earlier to see people's reaction, and people are dunking on HomeBois. And I'm like, what? I'm like, excuse me. What are you smoking, man?
Hey, man.
Did you not watch the game? Like, hello?
Again, delusional.
Look, people are delulu,
There's
man.
literally nothing they could have done there. They were studying for a test and given the wrong materials.
To be fair, it was a best of 3. I think in the best of 5, we might have seen a couple of adjustments.
Maybe.
You gotta, you know, I mean, it's the regular season. You're already number 2. The stakes are a lot lower. It's really testing yourself with what you have prepared. Regardless, as we see DxSoul jump over Todak here, 11 points to 10. Things have been spicy. Now, week 5, day number 3, HomeBois will face off against OB, then Vamos versus JP.
I would say that's the big one.
That's an extremely big game.
The moment JP wins against Vamos, I would say that's it. That's it.
Yep.
That's it for Vamos. Vamos, very high chance not going to the playoffs, which is crazy to think, because just in the previous season, number 2.
Hey, let's not forget about MP versus TR.
Yeah, let's not forget about that one as well. I know every single one of these teams is eager to get points, whether to qualify to the playoffs or to just keep themselves a slot for the next season. We have not actually seen or confirmed any more positions so far besides the fact that SRG and HomeBois have made it.
Yeah, it's a roll of the die. We at least have a couple of ideas of how things are going to go. Hopefully, you know, MAL is going to produce another potential team that could look to try and take the spots here. Because again, it's up for grabs. Anybody at the bottom, it's all over the place.
So when MAL comes in, either we get DxSoul or OB.
One or the other. That's usually how it goes. That's usually the case.
Well, I think a lot of people are eyeing CG Esports, right, in MAL?
Yep. Well,
so CG is either DX or OB.
One or the other.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of veterans down there by MAL.
It would be funny if they become the OB, though. It would be very funny.
It would be.
I don't think so, but it would be very funny.
We don't need another one.
Very unlikely. Very unlikely. With that being said, we're going to be wrapping up today. Based on what we've seen so far, I think it has been a good showing. It's great to see that SRG has a higher high, you know, that polish that we were hoping to see.
I still can't believe they actually have another level.
I feel like what they showed is a glimpse of what the next meta is going to be. Right? Like they're showing the evolution of what's going to happen later.
I love it. But with that being said, we're going to be wrapping up day number 2 here off Saru Saturday. It's MPL MY Season 15. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Aman. Ako aman. Just kiting may saman 5 seconds.
Low behind.
Just sustain. Ayaw mo sa bulti, Mati. Go.
Buti peta.
Tengo, okay.
Yeah, in 11. 11.
Just go. Careful ya. Yeah, mati.
Sahid!
Atas. Go.
Boleh go.
Cok. Yeah.
Clock.
Yeah, milongin.
2 enemy.
Meteor aman.
Nice.
Mati.
Nice one.
Sahid 2 kali!
Me. Clock guys.
Aman.
The burn.
Nice one, guys.
Mati. Wih, minami Shin. Dah leduk. Wih, nice try.
Try boy. Tadi Zal. Sadan. Kau bisa cecek. Nice.
Bisa lari nggak?
Bisa keluar nggak?
Saya bisa.
Gua heal lo.
Lucas left side last guys ha.
Boleh.
Boleh. Aku nih quality aja.
Boleh mak. Nice one.
Gak ada ulti.
Gimme.
Low.
Gak ada ulti hari ini bang. Koi bang.
Easy banget.
Ini guys, let's go guys.
Sini. Boleh.
Kali. Tapi sekali.
Ya, nih. Gua diangkat guys. Oke.
Tak boleh buat guys. Dapat link.
Nice.
Ling lo gila.
Let's chain.
Ling.
Nice guys. Nice, eh.
Mati lah.
Ada goim. Ada goim. Fighting guys.
Aku balik. Aman. Nalon Aman.
Aku balik guys.
Jangan tinggal guys. Coming. Empowering, Cok.
I got this back line.
Low side.
Agak badang.
Okay, badang.
Badang saya.
Ya,
Hari nobody.
Ya, mati.
Arek no zaman. Nice one.
Mati.
Badang lu. Chill guys.
Go. Tip. Badang.
Agak badang.
Oh, badang mati.
I zone backline guys. Badang flip. Ken. Dai. Nice. Mati kanan. And the bird bye.
Gampang banget.
Respect. Bisa. Nen. Nice one. Boom. Shoo. Bagang.
3 kali ya, Phil.
Nice one.
Tapi enggak apa-apa.
Tahan lu, Jim.
1 minit. 1 minit. Tinggal kurang guys.
Yoi.
Nice try. Nice guys.
Nice try, bro. Nice.
Nice try, Im. Nice try,
boy.
Nice try, Shine.